These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear.
Our
Those
worst?
who perform these
What?
reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists,
Oh my God.
goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next.
Child abduction.
They should be provided no
Black 2020 Chevy Malibu.
I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate.
Stole a 13 and a
It was
15-year-old?
Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on, he hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin.
What?
As we reconvene tonight, let us remember.
So
in the end,
dramatic. It's a big
all this
play.
mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today, and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly.
Oh my
Divisions
God, they
in
all
our
changed their
country clearly
speeches.
run deep. But we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people. And we will begin
just
the
bring up
hard
today.
work of repairing this nation tonight. Because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges.
What about a water leak?
President.
It shuts down
I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator
a
Langford.
ballot center, and then it turns out to be
Senator
a
from Oklahoma.
toilet.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. While we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means.
They're literally all freaking out right now.
Peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions
Like, what the
answered,
hell?
but they don't want what happened today.
It's a crazy day. Capitol building got stormed.
They want to do the right thing.
Fucking
And they also want to do it the right way. They want
regardless
to honor
of
the
who
constitutional
actually did it,
process, but they also want to have
there's
debate about
skeptical
election security because they want to make sure
people
it's right,
on both sides.
which is
but-
why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea.
What is
Obviously,
the goal?
The commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this
This?
point. And I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will
Yeah,
work together.
They did
this
do
body
one federal building,
able to set a
but the
peaceful
difference is
example.
this is a state. This is the United States Capitol, so it's a little different.
Senator from
Now,
Nevada, Senator Cortez.
to look back and say,
Senator from
okay,
Nevada.
well, who would be the one to do this, and try to figure out, you know,
I know that this room is full of
I don't know,
leaders of both
but
parties
even then, it's
who love this country, and many believe that for America to succeed,
you're pushing
our
people.
politics must find common ground.
They're pushing people
And
constantly,
that has
and
never been clearer
people are pushing back.
than
I don't
today,
agree with it,
when armed rioters stormed the U.S.
because now we have
Capitol,
this. But
emboldened by
who knows?
President
Maybe it
Trump's
doesn't get
false and
resolved.
inflammatory
People are
rhetoric.
people aren't
about
talking about the
2020
debates right now. They're just talking about what happened
I
today.
believe that we in this chamber have a special duty
They only have
as
2 hours to
leaders
talk about all of
to
this.
work together to lower the temperature of our politics.
So it's
And I hope that my colleagues
really
will
damaging
question
because
the legitimacy of
nobody's
this
talking about
election in Arizona
the elections,
and all of these
what
other
we should be
states
talking
now
about
see
right
the
now. They're
dire
talking about
and
what
dangerous
happened.
consequences of sowing doubt and uncertainty. I also know that as U.S. senators, we all take solemnly the
There's only
oath
2
we
hours
swear
allowed
to support and defend
to
the
debate it.
Constitution
Is this part of the
United
debate?
States against
Did they stop
all
the clock?
enemies, foreign and
Obviously,
domestic.
because people had to exit, but
At this moment in history, I can think of nothing more patriotic than renewing our faith in the charters of freedom that our founding fathers crafted for our republic, starting with the fundamental American principle in our Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers.
I don't condemn
from the
either one of them.
consent of
Antifa
the
and
governed.
BLM,
The people have
definitely
spoken
crazy
in this
fools, but
election, and our only job
the
here
Capitol
today
building,
is to do what they ask. It is not to argue election security.
that's for the
That's
entire
not the
U.S.
place
That's not.
for what we are doing today. Our Constitution
Ugh.
specifically reserves to the people the right to meet in their respective states and vote for the president and vice president. As a result, Individual states oversee and implement the election process, not the federal government. To guard against fraud or irregularities in the voting process,
This will definitely
the
go down in
states
history.
are required to have
People
robust
stormed the Capitol
election
building,
security
like,
measures. Likewise,
you know shit
state
was fucked up
legislatures
in
have the
2020.
opportunity to examine evidence of voter fraud
But
before
2021,
they
we start
certify
off the
their
year
electoral
with
college
storming the
votes.
Capitol building.
And our courts, from district courts to the United States Supreme Court, adjudicate legal challenges and election disputes.
I don't see it evening out.
All of those things
I see it
happen
sloping
after the
farther
2020
down.
election.
If we look at it like a
State
graph,
houses and courts
the
across
fucked up
the country
things.
took allegations of voter fraud seriously
Next is
and
aliens, dude.
followed the
When is
constitutional
aliens
process
gonna
to
hit?
hear challenges to this year's elections.
Gotta start a betting
No
pool.
state found evidence of any widespread voter fraud, and neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona,
Widespread.
Republican Governor Doug Ducey,
Where is it important at,
Democratic
though?
Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney
When you have
General
one
Mark
state
Bernadette,
going and
state
saying, yeah,
Supreme Court
95%
Chief
of the
Justice
counties
Robert
voted Trump,
Bushnell
but the
all
main one,
certified the
5%
results
of it,
election
that has
on
majority of the
November 30th.
population in the state,
And we
voted
know by
Biden,
word, Arizona's
that
have
means
been
the
voted
majority
by
of the
mail
state
for
goes for
30
Biden
years.
because the
And
Electoral
Governor
College
Ducey
decides that,
has
hey,
expressed
majority of the people
confidence
in the
the
state
state's
do
process
respect that,
numerous times. In
which
November,
doesn't
he
really
said,
make too much
"We do
sense.
elections well here in Arizona.
But either way,
The system is strong, and that's
if
why
there's
I have bragged
only
on it
500
so
people
much."
living here and there's
He
5
further
million
stated,
living
"We
there,
have some of the
I mean, you
strongest
gotta-
election laws in the country.
and still
Laws that
outweighs,
prioritize
even though
accountability and clearly lay
different
out our
counties
procedures for conducting,
still don't agree with
canvassing,
it.
even
So
contesting the
possibly,
results."
depends on which way you
And
look
they are
at it,
right.
but either way,
Arizona has
Uh,
one of the most transparent election processes in the country with built-in accountability, starting
forgot what I was gonna say.
with internal
You go with
auditing.
the counties,
We have
and
heard unfounded allegations that
counties
voting machines in
don't
Arizona
match up,
and elsewhere somehow
or if they
changed
do
vote
match
tallies,
up,
or somehow
and then-
improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore
Fuck
the
me.
fact that Arizona counties
this bitch is throwing me off.
conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud.
Oh,
or
widespread, yeah.
irregularity.
Okay, so if
Maricopa
it's
County,
in one
the
spot,
county where the more than 60%
like I was saying, if
of the
95% of the
state's
counties
population
don't
resides,
agree with it, and then it's
conducted a
widespread,
post-election
well,
hand
widespread
count
would mean
audit
that it would be
in a
all
week
over the
after
state.
the
If it's
election,
in one county,
which showed perfect
and there's fraud in that
100%
one county,
accuracy
and
in
that
machine
one county
calculations.
determines basically the
So
entire
why
state,
would we need,
there's a
my
difference
colleagues,
there.
to call for
It's
a 10-day emergency audit to
proper
be
to say
conducted
it's not
by a
widespread,
legislative commission when it's
but it's
already
not
been
proper
done
to
by
say
the
that it
state
didn't
of Arizona?
overchange the election, so,
What
or
happened
that
to
it could have
states' rights?
possibly overchanged the election.
The audit involved checking ballots for the
If
presidential
you look at
election,
it
but also
to where if
ballots for
one
federal
county
and state
was
legislative
completely
elections.
fraudulent and a
The audit report
hypothetical,
shows every precinct's
and then the
machine
other
and hand
95
count totals for each of the
widespread
races audited. And for
all
every
over,
single race in every precinct,
doesn't show
the
anything.
difference
Well, it's
between
not
the hand
widespread
count
fraud.
and the machine count was
Agreed.
0. Maricopa's audit report stated no discrepancies were found by the hand count audit boards. Seeking to find any reason to contest these results, some of the state Republicans then tried to claim that Maricopa County failed to follow state law in conducting this audit by selecting voting center locations to audit instead of voting precincts. This was wrong. And this too went to a court. In rejecting this claim, state court in Arizona found that the county followed the properly issued guidance on hand audit procedures from the Arizona Secretary of State.
Being nice hasn't gotten us
Court
anywhere.
found that Maricopa
Being
County
nice,
officials, therefore,
um,
did not lawfully
has-
have performed the hand count audit the way
I
the
mean,
plaintiffs
depending on how you look at it, close to 100 million
done so,
supporters.
they would have exposed themselves to criminal.
It overchanged people from saying they hate the man to saying they don't care about either one of them,
Please,
and
my
people
colleagues,
paying
do
attention.
not disenfranchise the voters of
So-
Arizona and certify their votes tonight. Thank
No,
you.
do not certify their votes because they won't give up the fucking Dominion.
Yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Lee.
Senator from Utah. Mr. President.
Look at Mike.
time I
Why are they
prepared my
calling him
report
president?
today,
He's vice president.
seems like a lifetime ago. A lot's changed in the last few hours. And so I'm going to deliver some of the same remarks, but it has a little bit of a different feel than it would have just a few hours ago. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family members of those who have been injured.
Yes, deliver your speech.
My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Capitol Hill Police who valiantly defended our building and our lives.
There you go. Quick and to the point.
Well, it's
I
true that
agree.
legitimate
R.I.P.
concerns have been
Fucking
raised
sucks. Stupid.
with regard
But
to how some of the key battleground states conducted their presidential elections. This is not the end of the story. We each have to remember that we've sworn an oath to uphold, protect, and defend this document, written nearly 2.5 centuries ago by wise
got
men
props.
raised up by God. to that
look at him not reading anything.
That document makes clear what our role is and what it isn't.
What a gangster.
It makes clear who does what when it comes to deciding presidential elections. You see, because in our system of government, presidents are not directly elected. They're chosen by presidential electors. The Constitution makes very clear under Article 2, Section 1, that the states shall appoint presidential electors according to procedures that their legislatures develop.
Gangster.
Then comes the 12th Amendment. It explains what we're doing here today in the Capitol. It explains that the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the United States, shall open the ballots, and the votes shall then be counted. It's those words that confine, define, and constrain every scrap of authority that we have in this process. Our job is to open and then count. Open, then count. That's it. That's all there is. Now, there are, of course, rare instances in which multiple slates of electors can be submitted by the same state. That doesn't happen very often. It happened in 1960, it happened in 1876. Let's hope it doesn't ever happen again. In those rare moments,
It happened
Congress has to make a
right
choice.
now.
It has to decide which of the electoral votes will be counted.
It's present right now.
That did not happen here.
It did, though.
Thank heavens, and let's hope that it never does.
There's 2 slates put forward.
Now, many of my colleagues
One of them
have
is not
raised
certified.
objections, or had previously stated their intent to raise objections with regard to these. I've spent an enormous time on this issue over the last few weeks. I've met with lawyers on both sides of the issue. I've met with lawyers representing the Trump campaign, reading everything I could find about the constitutional provisions in question. And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with legislators and other leaders from the contested states. I didn't initially declare my position because I didn't yet have one. I wanted to get the facts first, and I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to give the people serving in government in the contested states the opportunity to do whatever they felt they needed to do to make sure that their election was properly reflected. I spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to state government officials in those states, but in none of the contested states, no, not even one, did I discover any indication that there was any chance that any state legislature or secretary of state or governor or lieutenant governor had any intention to alter the slate of electors. That being the case, our job is a very simple one. This simply isn't how our federal system is supposed to work. That is to say, if you have concerns with the way that an election in the presidential race was handled in your state, the appropriate response is to approach your state legislatures, first and foremost. These protests, from hearing from those who have raised concerns, they should have been focused on their state capitals, not their nation's capital. Because our role is narrow, our role is defined, our role is limited. Yes, we are the election judges when it comes to members elected to our own body. And yes, the House of Representatives, they're the judges of their own races there. We also have the authority to prescribe, as a Congress, rules governing the time, place, and manner of elections for senators and representatives. There is no corresponding authority with respect to presidential elections. None whatsoever. It doesn't exist. Our job is to convene, to open the ballots, and to count them. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's been a terrible day for everybody here and for our country. One of the things I was thinking about today is something I often think about when I'm on this floor, which is that the founders of this country, the people that wrote our Constitution, actually knew our history better than we know our history. And I was thinking about that history today as we saw the mob riot in Washington, D.C., thinking about what the founders were thinking about when they wrote our Constitution, which was what happened to the Roman Republic, when armed gangs doing the work for politicians prevented Rome from casting their ballots for consuls, for praetors, for senators. These were the offices in Rome. And these armed gangs ran through the streets of Rome, keeping elections from being started, keeping elections from ever being called. And in the end, because of that, the Roman Republic fell and a dictator took its place. And that was the end of the Roman Republic, or any republic for that matter, until this beautiful
See if I can find
was written in the United States of America. So it is my fervent hope that the way that we respond to this today, my dear colleague, is that we give the biggest bipartisan vote we can
holy shit,
in support of our
103,000 watching.
democracy and in support of our Constitution and in rejection for what we saw today and what the Roman Republic saw in its own time. There's a tendency around this place, I think, to always believe that we're the first people to confront something when that's seldom the case. And to underappreciate what
There we go.
the
Okay.
of our actions
Look.
will be.
There we go.
We need to
Got
deeply
Millennial Millie on it.
appreciate in this moment our obligation to the Constitution, our obligation to the democracy,
Oh shit.
our obligation to the Republic. There are
Is that on the
people
wrong
in
one?
this chamber that have twisted the words of a statute written in the 19th century that was meant to actually settle our electoral dispute, to
Let's
leave
see,
it with the state. As the senator from Utah was saying, to give us a ministerial role, except in very rare circumstances. That's what that law is about, that the senator of Texas was talking about today. And that's the law that's leading us to be asked to overturn the judgments of 60 courts in America, many of the courts in Arizona, some of whom have howled the president's lawyers out of the courtrooms because there's no evidence of fraud. And by the way, the fact that 37% or 39% of Americans think there's no evidence of fraud, or they think there's evidence of fraud, does not mean there is fraud. If you turn a blind eye to conspiracy theory, you can't now come to the floor of the Senate and say you're ignoring the people who believe that the election was stolen. Go out there and tell them the truth,
Shit.
which is that every single member of this Senate knows this election wasn't stolen. And that we, just as in the Roman Republic, have a responsibility to protect the independence of the judiciary from politicians
it's like a perfect
who will
square
stop
right
at
there.
nothing to hold on to power. There's nothing new about that either. That's been true since the first republic was founded. So now we find ourselves in a position just days after many senators here swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Every single member of the House of Representatives swore the same oath as well. And I think we've got a solemn obligation and responsibility here to prove once again that this country is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects
What in the fuck?
the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members
They
of the
still got
House
that shit
and
showing.
Senate who seek to overturn
That's the same channel.
the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what
That was
they
weird.
propose, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you.
What in the fuck?
Thank you, Mr. President.
There we go.
Majority Leader. I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Loeffler.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended
Why do
to
they keep
object
calling
to
him
the
president?
certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The
What?
violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American
She's
people's
not.
faith
What?
in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith. that
Loeffler's
their vote-
backing out?
Their voice and their vote matters.
Damn.
America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Oh my God.
Democratic Leader.
Minutes to
Whoa.
Senator Booker and 2.5 minutes to Senator Kane.
So that's 11 people now, not 12?
Reverse order.
She backed out? Whoa.
Senator from Virginia.
I applaud the comments of my colleague from Georgia deeply. My first job after school was in Macon,
Oh,
Georgia,
God. Look at this
working
clown.
for a federal judge, Lanier Anderson. And I learned a lot about integrity and a lot about law from him. I also learned some sad lessons that in the history of Georgia, and indeed Virginia and many states, so many people, especially people of color, have been disenfranchised over the course of our history. Our late friend, John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, was savagely beaten on Bloody Sunday just for marching for voting rights. That act of violence inspired this body, the U.S. Senate, to come together in March of 1965 and work to pass, in a bipartisan fashion, the Voting Rights Act. We should be coming together today after acts of violence as a United States Senate to affirm the votes of all who cast ballots in November. Instead, we're contemplating an unprecedented objection that would be a massive disenfranchisement of American voters. The Georgia result was very clear, a 12,000 vote margin, 2
Yeah, jump in the middle of the
certifications by
night
Republican
again.
officials, 4 separate recounts and canvasses, 7 lawsuits, as in the other states. If we object to results like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are, we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for.
This dude is a clown.
But more importantly, what we'll be saying, really what we'll be doing, is as the body that acted together to guarantee Americans the right to vote, we will become the agent of one of the most massive disenfranchisements in the history of this country. So I urge all of my colleagues, please oppose these objections. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
Clown.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history that individuals laid siege to our Capitol, stormed our sacred civic spaces,
They didn't siege
and
it.
tried to upend and overrun this government. One was in the War of 1812. And the other one was today.
What did they do when they got in there?
What's interesting about the parallel between the two
What was
is
the goal? Did someone have a goal?
they both were waving flags to a sole sovereign, to an individual,
Oh my God.
surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways
Seriously?
and in this room, to a single person named Donald Trump.
Really?
The sad difference between these 2 times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves.
You're saying it's your fault?
My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true. They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting even the counting of the vote was even done that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day
Everybody
is
around the world
created
knows.
and abetted
It's not just the U.S.
good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump
It's not just
over
the 60
truth,
million Americans.
who are surrendering to the passion of lies
It's
as
such a
opposed
drama
to
show,
standing
dude.
up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable
We got to give him an
patriotic
Emmy
thing to speak truth to our nation.
and put up an image of an Emmy for him.
Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another
Jesus.
insurgency, of a flag, of another group of Americans
You
who
hear
tried
that
to challenge
vibrato
our
in
nation. I
his
saw the flag of
tone
the
to make it
Confederacy
seem
there.
so much more intense?
What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray that we remember a Georgian. His words, all I can say is we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called
All right, he's leaning
outrageous
more.
epithets
Look how weird
when they
this is.
sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
I'm pretty sure on this side it has like Nazi symbols. And then
Majority
that's like the
Mr. President, I yield
the
up to
eagle,
5
like
minutes
it's
to
weird
Senator
shit.
from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you.
Like,
And
what
Mr.
is
Vice
it?
President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly leaves the executive mansion and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes power. And people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is.
I'm playing on
What
those
happened
heartstrings.
Today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair, and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections.
It's going to go down in history, though. Blood was spilled,
He's
so
laughing.
fuck.
It's not as good as hit dear, dear dead, but it's still got a Grassley
It's a
laugh.
huge hit.
I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic.
Well, what
that
the
our
fuck's going on
institutions
then?
Can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's
Wow.
a lot that's broken in
Hatfields
this
and
country,
McCoys, huh?
but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written.
Okay.
Most governments in
Horrible.
the past have said might makes right.
What you just said.
And we saw some
Blood
of
was
that
spilled to
hooligan
protect the
nuttery
Constitution.
today. Might
And then
makes right. No, it doesn't.
you
God
follow
gives
up by
us rights
saying,
by nature,
great people
and government is just our shared project to secure those
who
rights.
spilled blood to
America
protect
has
the
always
Constitution.
been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system.
This lady
Well, we've got
was
some
trying to
governmental
protect the
tasks, and we
Constitution
all
in
this
her
body can
mind.
do better at those
I don't
governmental
know if
tasks,
it was
but the
right or
heart of
not.
America is not government.
I'm
The
not in
center
her
of
shoes
America
and
is
what
not
her
Washington,
mindset
D.C. The
is.
center of America is the neighborhoods
I don't think it was
where
the
330
right for
million
her
Americans
to
are raising their kids and trying to put
do a
food on the
B&E,
table and
not
trying
a
to love
bacon
their
and
neighbor.
egg,
That's
but
the center of America.
a breaking
We're
and
not supposed to be
entering.
the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where
This
they
guy's
invite
going
people
off
to
up
synagogue
here.
or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're
I'm
supposed to
gonna bring this
serve
guy
them
up real
by
quick.
maintaining order and by rejecting violence.
He is going off.
You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors.
Not we the government. Not we are scared of the government. Fuck the government. This is our country. This is ours. We blood for this shit. We earn the fucking money.
Amen,
That's
brother.
us. That's our shit.
Amen, brother.
That's our
None of
fucking
this
building.
shit would work
This is
without
ours.
us.
1776. Get fireworks. Be the fucking agitator.
Hey, motherfucker, there's a bullhorn speaker right here.
Yeah, me. I don't need a bullhorn. I don't need it. And you know what? Fuck that. This is our country. This is ours.
What's your name?
Jesus.
I spent a year in Afghanistan so I could go there and do the rocket treatment. So we know, so my children know when they come home, this shit's paid for blood. Yeah! Ever this fucking tree needs to be refreshed because people have forgotten. This is our 1776.
Are you on social media?
I am. Power Tech Patriot. Power Tech Patriot. I'm a veteran-owned organization.
Power Cake Patriot.
Did you see that the police came and kicked all those people off the street that were smoking cigarettes?
That's why we're fucking here. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh my God.
It's our street.
He's got the Trump beanie.
We the people. It's my taxes. It's your taxes. Not these welfare people there fucking living along this basement. They don't know shit. They ain't seen shit. They don't see what this costs. This shit is not free. Fight. Get up. Get round up.
These are not Antifa guys. These are patriots that are angry because their rights are being stripped of them.
Jesus. Alright.
I'm tired of listening. I'm tired.
Oh wait, they got the police here?
It's our time. These are our streets. And we're gonna stand here and say, oh, 6 o'clock, get rounded up. Bring it fucking on. These are our streets.
Jesus.
Why are you home? What's up?
Shit is about to go down. Alright, let's get back though. Over here. Because I really want to know how it fucking ends, but this is some bullshit that's going on over here.
There's a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roamed the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber.
Oh, they got the cops coming up right now.
Did this mob spring
Holy fuck, dude.
spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason. Because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day.
Oh
He
my
wanted
God,
this
dude.
mob to disrupt the constitutional process.
Holy
which
shit,
we are part
alright.
of. This mob was inspired.
Fuck you! We got your fucking cigarette.
You wonder just read the transcript of the Secretary of State and listen to this president.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Jesus.
Hey, I have a question. I'm a member of the press. I'm allowed to be out here. I do. I'll go get him. I can go get him, and I'll be right back out. But I had White House press credentials.
Fuck you, scumbags! Fuck you, scumbags! Fuck you, scumbags!
Member of the press, they all stopped real quick. Fucking assholes. Look at, they're forced to go in this place. Oh my God. Oh shit, there's commotion. Hey, back up, back up. Why do you guys keep pushing?
Hey, you guys are escalating. You guys have been trained.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys have been trained in de-escalation. What you are doing is willfully escalating. Leave. People are inside the building. Leave. You need to leave. You are escalating right now.
People are in the building.
You're escalating. You're blocking the doorway. People are inside. Everyone's inside. You guys are escalating.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are all escalating. They're escalating. People are smoking cigarettes. They can't smoke a cigarette. That's ridiculous. This is police state. Hey, no one needs to get arrested. We're inside the building. We're inside the building.
He is inside the building.
Fuck you. I want to go smoke a cigarette. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes, they're all. Oh my God. Millie. Oh my God. Hey, he's in the building now. Oh my God, dude. People are so fucking pissed right now. Oh, they're going back out?
Police state.
Oh my God.
Why?
We will tear this place to the fucking ground.
Hey. You called the fucking police.
Oh my God. Look at him switch his entire agenda, starting to de-escalate now.
Like the president said.
Tell them to go home. Hey, and you know they came and
Let's go. Hey, hey, hey.
We've always stood up for you.
Yeah, dude, fucking Trump supporters back the blues so fucking hard. And now this is what they get. Oh, this is his hotel. He's the owner? Holy shit. We're outside smoking cigarettes.
Are you going to give a smoking area inside?
This is insane.
Yeah, they can't leave their hotel now?
It's panic.
Not allowed to leave? Oh shit, okay, okay. This dude. He's in there now.
Oh, say can you?
Everybody let the manager speak for a second. He's gonna let us understand what the rules are, okay?
Okay.
She was about to start saying, "Hey, let me get your megaphone so I could." Damn. So dumb.
They cannot come in here. They cannot tell you, no, we come out, right? It is curfew. If you guys go outside, I have no control. Once you go out the front door, it is no longer up to me.
What's the place to smoke a cigarette?
Hey, if we're calm, they'll leave.
We're Americans. We're all Americans. If you remember, I said, hey guys.
Hey, that guy's a fucking homie right there.
Yeah, you were right. I said it more than once. They are now here. If you want to go outside, they're going to take you away. If you stay in here, we can be calm, we can go to our rooms, it's all going to be okay.
Where do we smoke?
Where's okay?
Where do we smoke, dude? Smokers are the only reason people are able to say no. Like, where do we go? Imagine that. The universe, man.
Let's go.
Yeah.
But you can't automatically destroy our...
Hey, it's not the hotel. It's not the hotel saying that we can't go outside.
Yeah, the hotel says you can, so. Look at the fucking the police.
The curfew Gestapo is out around the streets of D.C.
Honestly, fuck those dudes. Why are they there? Why are they there? Are these people dangerous? That cop and multiple cops have been in there for how long?
I think everyone's got an adrenaline rush right now. People's nerves are on edge. I mean, this is insane. I think everyone is terrified by this show.
Why are the cops there?
Force. It's excessive. It's authoritarian. It's something like out of Big Brother.
Who called the police?
This is like Big Brother, 1984. It is communist bullshit.
This dude's getting it. That guy's drunk, I think, though. I think that guy's drunk as fuck. Yeah, why the fuck are the cops there?
I mean, police are trained in de-escalation. Going around pointlessly to harass people who are simply just outside smoking cigarettes from their hotels is insane. They get nothing out of it. The people are not disturbing.
Look at this dude.
Standing out there smoking
He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna walk up.
gosh.
I'm trying to get to my hotel.
Come and just very aggressively start rolling up like the Gestapo, shoving people, just aggressing, being very aggressive.
They were all
They
entering.
gave people very little time to even get inside. Look at that, glass was broken. This is because of the police. He's gonna he's gonna go advocate and ask the police if his guests are allowed to have cigarette breaks outside. I mean, this is insane. The hotel manager
You gotta have your papers.
is outside trying to barter with the Gestapo freaking Mayor Bowser's henchmen, who should be
Bowser,
ashamed of
like,
themselves
really?
for
Is this a
enforcing
joke, Bowser?
these violations of our rights. Look, guys, you know I've always backed the blue. I back you if you're a police officer that upholds the Constitution, okay? And I will have your back till the end of the day. But if you start you know, violating Americans' constitutional rights and marching around like Gestapo, you're going to get called out because these people, you
Oh
know,
my
I bet
God.
most of them are some flaming liberals or something. Like they're probably communists. I have no idea why people would want to enforce such police force on people who are just simply smoking cigarettes.
Fuck you.
I mean, outside their hotel, it's insane.
Fucking call me bastards! This ain't fucking Mexico or China or Russia. This is fucking America. Bye, bitches. Bye. Get on down the fucking road, you fucking bitch.
Look at them. They literally are just staring with like disdain. All these people have had the most like utmost disdain and disgust in their eyes when they're staring at these people. It's insane.
This is control. They're controlling us.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
Hey, let's own this bitch, but we're not BLM. Let's do respectful. Back up. Let's do respectful. Back up. Back up. Respectful. Let's own this hotel. We can protest, but we don't have to be BLM. We can be respectful. They're being good to us. Let's be good to them.
Are they gonna fucking... Okay, wait. You got the manager coming back. No. Disagree. Peacefully protest. Civil disobedience. Get arrested. You do not need to aggress. People are so fucking aggressive. They can't say anything with their words. Do something. But do something legally. You guys are fucking caving in. It's what you're doing. Take a slap on the wrist. What are you doing? Martin Luther King. If I was there, I'd be like, fuck you. I'm coming out here. I don't care what the manager says.
Okay, so there's 124 occupancy
No.
for here, and they want us to go out in small groups to smoke.
Take a stand. Fucking, are you kidding me? Nobody in this entire group is gonna take a stand.
All out chaos. The police are just coming here doing this to be jerks.
Those people standing outside?
Yeah, there's someone standing right there.
Go out there. Just take a step outside and say, yeah, I'll get arrested.
We can't.
Be Martin Luther King and be booked.
If we go out, we get
For
arrested.
civil, yes, go. Go out. You can go out. You can be arrested. Go. Peacefully. You can take a step out there, get arrested peacefully.
It's like they're just standing out there waiting for us to come out so they can arrest us.
Go.
They want to arrest us.
Please just go. Please take a step. No. Take a stand and go outside. Please, just somebody. You get the dance going. Somebody in the crowd starts dancing, nobody's dancing. And then another person starts dancing, and then 3 people are like, oh, we should dance too, and then they're fucking around, and then like get everybody to stand up and dance. Start fucking dancing.
Let's go! 10 minutes and then we'll be back.
No, go outside. Go outside. Tell that guy to arrest me. I'm going out. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. No, this guy's pleading with him. Fuck you. It's hurting. Go outside.
Hey, listen, everybody.
Everyone go outside. We're all going out at once. Are they gonna arrest us all? If they are, okay.
Can we go stand in there?
Alright, I can't deal with this bullshit. I really can't. Like, seriously? Just go the fuck outside. If everybody stepped out at once and said we're smoking a cigarette, not even said we're smoking it, we're having the right to assemble outside. We're not doing anything in harm. We're not harming anybody. If you'd like to arrest us, go ahead. Everybody step outside.
Yeah, they said go inside.
Go
They didn't
out.
say, you know, that we have to go to our hotel rooms. Like, what are we, a bunch of kids? Go to your rooms? Like, give me a break.
Do you understand? Martin Luther King fought in civil disobedience, not obedience.
Right. You went to jail for what? Smoking a cigarette? Give me a break.
Yes. Go the fuck outside.
This is insane. Guys, we've got like 7,300 people watching right now. What do you have to say to the people watching?
Millie can't say it. This guy's a fucking joke. Go outside, dude. Go outside.
We need 10 minutes. We take 10 minutes as patriots. You know we come back and reconvene. We fucking go. Yeah. I'm telling you. Go. We go. Take 10 minutes and come back. Go. Go. Hold that. Don't see me being happy.
He's got the janitor mop and he's like, yeah, I got my job, so. Look at that.
The police are still outside, guys. They're still outside.
This guy is. They're blocking the door. Oh my god. Fuck that. We can't hear you, Millie. You can get mic'd up. Yo, 2 viewers. What do you think? We got 2. What do you guys think of what the fuck's going on in this situation? I'm gonna bounce back over here. Because this is a fucking joke. It's just making me mad.
Which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting. and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court,
Justin
they
Allen,
were
what's going on,
dismissed
G?
on grounds of
J.A.
procedure,
Piano
timeliness,
Lay Day.
in
I
violation
don't know
of
if
that
you're still
Supreme
here,
Court's
but Piano
own
Ladies show.
precedent.
Justin Allen,
So the merits of the case
fucking
have never been
crazy ass
The
day.
constitutionality of the statute
You
actually
chill
has
too.
never been defended. I'm
Fucking.
not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody
Whew.
who defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point.
I mean,
This is the forum.
what do you think about it
Supreme
all?
Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to
'Cause
to
I
hear
can-
the case in the state. And so this is
I can
the
go in,
appropriate
but-
place for these concerns to be raised.
Let me hear what you
Which
say.
is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans. To say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns
I'll
of
be right
all
back.
Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election, when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state decide to challenge the constitutionality of the law. Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution.
How long has it been since I reconvened? Almost since I started, so about hour, 10 minutes. They have 2 hours to go.
Apart from the argument made by my colleague,
Janine Kelly, lads, come on, time to admit defeat, no?
at the local, state, and federal level,
I'm
that
not sure
our
at this
election
point.
was fair, secure,
I don't know what the fuck's going
and
on.
lawful.
Penn still hasn't done anything.
My
colleague from Pennsylvania.
I'm cooking some food right now, so I'm gonna have to run back downstairs.
The evidence is
Here
overwhelming
in like 2 minutes.
that Joe Biden
Oh, dude, I don't
won
have my hat.
this election, unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claims.
I don't want to dirty it up by taking it into the bathroom and shit.
Suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country.
Yeah, I'm in AZ.
The Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is
The Zonies.
based upon that lie.
Zony Nation.
In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Bevis, appointed by President
Beavis
Trump,
and Butthead?
he said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free
You got
and fair
family out here,
elections,
though?
which
Hell
are the
yeah.
lifeblood of our democracy. Charges
Freedom
require
burger.
specific allegations.
I'm making some of that
and
mac and
proof.
cheese.
We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Bevis. Finally,
Beavis.
Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their
You
job.
think it's time, Ginny?
They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these
I mean,
Pennsylvania
either
public
way,
servants. Give you one
regardless
example.
of
Republican
the election outcome,
Al Smith. Al
this
Smith, I
movement's
should say,
not
of Philadelphia.
stopping, so
He wrote, and I said, and he wrote as I will quote. as
that's
follows,
one thing
quote,
to note.
"There really should not be a disagreement, regardless of party affiliation, when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very controversial thing, or at least it shouldn't be," unquote. After Election Day, Commissioner Al Schmidt, his family, and his colleagues were subjected to death threats simply because he was trying to do his job with
You think the
integrity.
movement will die?
It calls to mind, Mr. President,
I don't know if the
that
movement's
great
gonna
line
die.
from America the Beautiful. "O
People don't
beautiful
just buy
or
hats.
patriot dream that sees beyond the
It's like a
years."
weird thing.
These
Like, you
election
don't just
officials
buy
are
a
so
hat.
many of our patriots.
Most
We
people
heard
don't
from
even wear
Senator
hats.
Duckworth tonight, a real patriot.
Um,
These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this
unless it's for
objection.
like a sports team, and your sports team never dies.
I yield 5 minutes to Senator
It's like
from Utah, Senator Romney.
Senator from Utah.
you just get new players.
Today was heartbreaking, and I was shaken to the core as I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and
Is
these shores
John Kelly or
as
whatever
a
his
place
name
of
is?
hope.
John Kerry.
And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching
Yeah,
TV.
and it might be considered somewhat of a cult.
Whether their grandma was okay.
Would you consider a sports fan a cultist
I
though?
must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women.
That's kind of a weird question even for myself, because religion's kind of a weird thing to where people say it's kind of a cult, but
with people of integrity.
when you compare a sports team and a sports
Now we
fan,
gather
their whole life isn't sports,
injured pride
but
and the outrage of supporters who we had
they
deliberately misinformed
they enjoy
for the
it
past 2
and
months
they
and
support
stirred
it.
action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection.
It's weird.
Incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support is a dangerous gambit.
Yeah,
by
Justin
objecting
Allen,
to
you're
the
getting on the
results of a
same
legitimate
subject I'm saying.
democratic
Like,
election
it's a weird thing to
will
say it's a
forever be
cult,
seen
because what is a
as
cult?
being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy.
Sports teams don't do this?
Fairly or
Oh
not,
my God, Janine.
They'll be remembered for their
You never been
role
to
in
a
the
Dodgers
shameful
game
episode in American
in a different state,
That will be their legacy.
not the Dodger Stadium, because
Senator
that's just
Langford,
completely insane. But if you go to a Dodgers
and Daines,
game
and
in
I'm
a
sure
different
others
state,
who in the
there's
light of
guaranteed to
today's
be
outrage
massive
have
outpour.
withdrawn their objection.
All right, I gotta go check
For
this
any
shit
who
real quick. I'll be
remain
right back.
insistent on an audit in order to satisfy
Keep it going
the
though.
many people
I'll
who
read the
believe
comments.
that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next, and that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Risch and I visited multiple polling places on Election Day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair and that Georgian Dream were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence, it would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well, President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and in ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside this partisan attempt to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate didn't win. That is, after all, who we are in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Ohio, Senator Portman.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it. I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured that the citadel of democracy would be protected and that we would be defended. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation. I've listened carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed, and I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections. I opposed it then, and I oppose it now. I said at the time, Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right, that the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent that would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party when a presidential candidate of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role
you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 elections. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities widespread enough to change the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election. Don't think the state should have certified. Don't think we should have accepted the results from the states and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 elections, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us, and other national challenges, let's work together for the people. Yield back.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I believe we have 8 minutes left, so I'd like to divide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, leader.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponent. It's hard to confront your friends.
Oh,
it's hard to
shit.
tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is a
Yeah, I'm fucking live right now. Yeah, I was like, Brian, I don't know, Brian's coming over. I went live, I'm watching these old dudes talk. And then they got some protests going on in DC right now.
It's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't.
Banned of the DC.
Just as Senator Portman just said.
Yeah, dude, someone got killed in the Capitol building. Like,
we don't do this here. We don't
I don't know
want
why.
to do this. This is a power reserved to the state.
dude, someone literally got killed in the Capitol
wasn't
building.
some old dude that his heart just exploded because he's like 96.
I think this is one of the most
There might be protests going on like all around U.S. right now, is what they said.
Because of that.
Yeah, just earlier today they said that there might be protests going on everywhere.
He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was
Solid as
trying
fuck,
to
right?
awaken the Congress to the crisis that
We
we
had-
were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully...
Dude, Marley, chill the fuck
I'm
out.
really gonna end up standing the whole time.
And he ended
Jesus
his
Christ.
speech
I was wondering why you're standing. You're like, yeah, I'm waiting for the dog to move.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
have an eerie
yo,
relevance.
knock knees. The fuck you doing over here? Bro?
Yo, move your knock knee.
You
Here's what
fucking,
Abraham
you
Lincoln
knock
said.
knee.
Fellow Americans, we
yeah, no,
cannot
that night was
escape
pretty
history.
fucking crazy. That night was fucking weird, bro. It picked
We
up
of
so
this
fucking
Congress
quick.
and this
I kept telling
administration-
Cordell, and then when I went in the bathroom, there's some dude literally fucking pissed drunk, passed out on the ground with his pants
In the
down.
bathroom?
Yeah, with his pants down around his ankles, and he had one of the urinal cakes in his mouth.
He pissed in his hat. He's like, I'm gonna cool off.
Dude, I've told so many people that story when I was talking with John on the phone. I told him he doesn't believe me at all. When I told him the site manager showed up, they burned out front, and then the Smiley tow truck company burned out front as well.
The Smiley Tow Truck Company.
It was like Grand Theft Auto when they showed up in the company van. They kept fucking burned out till the wheels popped, and they were burning out on the fucking rims.
Hardcore.
Sparks are going everywhere. You just hear, hell yeah, man!
Hell yeah, brother.
A bunch of fucking rednecks. They're up there supposed to be installing the AC and nothing's getting done. There's one dude swinging a hammer. The rest of them are watching NASCAR on a portable TV.
And every
I gotta grab some pepper. I'll be
what
right back.
happens when we fail to come together
What?
as
No, Peppa Pig?
Republicans, but each of us as Americans to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a...
As every senator has mentioned.
Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who was a senator from New Jersey said even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud.
On your mom, what'd she do?
I don't know, we got in an argument, she started saying something about it, and I freaked out, and I said, I'm just gonna go and put all my shit out front with a sign on it that says for free. She's like, you're gonna put your bedroom set out front for free just because you had a fucking mark on your sheets? I'm like, yeah, fuck this.
his responsibilities under the
What was the argument about?
Honestly, I don't even know.
Donald Trump is president.
Like, my mom's just been in.
What happened with your sheets, though?
I ended up washing them, and then I looked down and it looked like there was like blood or something on it, and I got pissed because it's like before I washed my sheets, I didn't have this. I put it in the washing machine. Now this. How is this shit on my fucking sheets from washing it? I thought your shit's supposed to make it cleaner, not dirty. Like, what the fuck is this? And then I realized that I attracted oil in the fucking from the laundry room, and I laid my sheets in it when I was switching it over, and that's where it came from, and it pissed me off. I don't know, it sounds really stupid, but I don't know. I guess that's drama in my life.
And then what happened? Like,
I told my mom I was gonna leave and then go to the mall to go exchange my shirt, and I slammed the door and left. I just texted her and said I'm sorry for literally overreacting to absolutely nothing. Dude, I was fucking pissed. I was getting to the point I was gonna hit up Cordell and then like, yo, can I get some of your shit to like make fires? I was gonna go out front and see if Cordell wanted to help me burn my sheets.
dude, it's literally sheets.
And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand
You're literally freaking out about a bed sheet.
Yeah, I mean.
stand up together and tell.
That's why I need to get a job, man.
You know,
it's like literally what I do on a daily.
You just freak out about everything.
Pretty much. I ripped my dresser out today because it was like being all floppy, and now I'm currently in the process of straightening the rails on the bottom. Sick, huh?
What? What does that even mean?
So it should be easy for us.
I'm sitting there sleeping in the middle of the night. I have a voice whispering.
It's a dresser. What does that mean?
I don't even know, man. Like literally, I was sitting there sleeping, and in the dark.
Sounds better than getting shot in the neck, huh, bro? A girl got shot in the neck in the Capitol building today.
Damn, it's insane. You know why? Someone shot her because that bitch fucked up their sheets.
She dirtied up the sheets.
No, this literally the other night.
We really are nations.
What'd
you say there?
So I was sitting there sleeping, and literally in the dark, I just heard a voice like. Wait, what? It kept whispering that. I'm like, okay, I got you. Turn on the light, no one was there. I pulled out, and then for the rest of the fucking day, I've been on it like 3 days now, just making the bottom of the drawer straight.
Wait, you randomly thought about that at the end of your night?
No, I had a voice telling me that in the shadows. Tell me that I need to look at the bottom of the drawer. I'm like, okay. And then it said it again, and it said it again. It's like, okay, I'll get up and look at it now. Fuck.
Did you look at it?
Yeah, I looked at the bottom of the drawer.
What'd you see?
There's literally a note taped to the bottom. It says Ruth masturbating Ginsburg is a lie.
RBG got you?
Yeah. It's RMG, Ruth masturbating Ginsburg.
It comes up with the, never gonna give you up.
I heard RBG literally whacked it so hard, she broke her fucking wrist.
She broke the vag.
Oh my god.
Tim and I.
She looks like during one of the Congress things, they looked at it like, hey, what are you doing over there? It looks like there's smoke coming from her crotch. She has a curling iron. She's trying to use it as a dildo. Caught her pubes on fire.
I forget what this guy's name is. He looks like,
We didn't know what to do.
what's that turtle guy's name?
South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it. The whole
Franklin?
Yeah, Franklin. He looks like Franklin all grown up.
end Reconstruction.
Right?
It worked.
All grown up.
It was 8 to 7.
Let me ask you this: Would you lay a load of puppy in his mouth for $20?
Puppy load?
Yeah, dude, I'm talking like straight puppy load.
You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out.
Is that Loeffler behind him?
The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow.
Who's,
You're looking for historical guidance. This is not the one to pick.
That girl, the blonde chick.
I don't even know.
If you're looking for a way to convince people.
The Katie Loeffler, the senator that was in Georgia. He just lost her race.
Mitch McConnell and John
Dude, I found something out that was fucking insane. I'm really glad I didn't go for it. You know, I was telling you, I kind of like Krista's friend. Krista just told me she just discovered her friend was a dude. Wait, what?
Wait, what? She got a dick?
That's why I'm not with you.
Like, this is really working out.
You guys see me a week later, I have a horrified look on my face. I have bags around my eyes and like I haven't been able to sleep in weeks. It's like, Wyatt, what the hookup with that chick, bro? What the absolute fuck? What are you talking about? Dude, she has a dick, bro. She ain't got one, she's got two. Oh my, what?
What, she's a descendant of Donald Trump?
All I can say.
Dude's got 2 dicks.
Count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful.
Oh my god.
Fucking Megatron.
Megatron. Oh, dude, I just thought of the best thing. We need to go to Walmart, stand at the front, and yell at everyone that comes out, call them a fucking bootlegger.
Don't wear a mask and be like, why are you wearing a mask?
You fucking bootlegger.
Pennsylvania. You went to the second circuit.
Yell at people walking through a crosswalk. You fucking bootlegger!
They said no.
At this point, anyone that follows orders or follows rules, in my opinion, is all fucking bootleggers.
They're all bootlickers, huh?
They said the Secretary took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. The federal judge said no. I accept the federal judge. Even
This
though
guy's a turtle, I swear.
fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia who
Yes,
under 18 voted. How many people believe that?
Oh no, actually, that was before. That was the. I think I hit you up that night. The night that Tabor was Tabor's last night here.
Tabor's last night?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You guys are over at John's?
No, Nate's. Apparently, do you remember Scotty from high school? Apparently, he got all pissed off at me and he says I'm racist.
What?
Yeah, because I showed up and I had the bowling ball that had a swastika on it. He got all fucking pissed about it. Everyone's all laughing. He was the only one that cared. And then I said something. Dude, I was completely making a joke and I just said something. I'm like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. He's a beaner. And he's like, oh, you got a problem against Mexicans? I'm like, oh my god, dude, Jesus Christ. And John's like, yeah, we gotta go. Literally, John and they ended up leaving early because apparently Scotty wanted to beat my ass. That's what John was
What?
I'm like, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Okay, well, I thought he was chill. I guess not.
What did Nate say?
Nate was hammered that night. He kept going to the, he was laying in the bathtub trying to throw up, so.
He wasn't even present?
No, he was for a while. He came out wearing sunglasses, kept yelling sports, and then went inside.
It was his house. He was just throwing up in the bathtub.
Pretty much.
When was it? Christmas Eve?
No, this was honestly a couple of days before Christmas, honestly. There's just, dude, the fucking night was insane. The bowling ball and all that shit. Yelling, dude, okay, that's the first night I ever heard bootlicker.
Now you're just going off on your bootlicker?
Yeah, dude, to me at this point, everyone's a fucking bootlicker.
What does that mean to you, in your words?
You like boots?
Licking boots?
Yeah.
A bootlicker?
No, to me, I guess it's like anyone that like follows authority, or like I don't know, fucking bootlickers. Like me driving the speed limit in my car technically makes me a bootlicker.
You gotta go 140, dude. Or you go under the speed limit by like 45 miles an hour. So you go like 15 on a 60. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it'd be like the most anti-bootlicker thing ever. Posted TikTok video of you making out with a baby.
Jesus.
They literally do that right now. It's a military term for a grunt that has to follow through.
All time has expired.
A grunt that has to follow. Yeah, so it's like when you're in the military, you lick boots. It's like you fucking
lick them boots while they do push-ups.
Exactly. You know, like the term "drop down, give me 40."
Yeah.
Or like "drop down," whatever. That's like that comes from the military. It's like you're bootlicking.
You know what the crazy thing is, dude? At that point, the person's probably fucking super jacked, and also, okay, they're probably super jacked.
Dude, have you started doing the push-ups?
Nah.
Dude, I'm telling you, you do it for 30 days, do 100 of them a day, you'll notice the difference.
Dude, I mean, like, look at him, fucking jacked.
Yeah, jacked as shit. No, dude, my shoulders are crazy. I noticed that. But because I'm lifting shit all day long, so it's just my shoulders, but I don't do anything else. And it's like my shoulders are just like.
Straight up fucking like, oh, dude, it looks like bowling balls on her shoulder.
Are they voting right now?
Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell.
Look at Millie expecting more out of nothing.
Mr. Cardin.
Look at this.
Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey.
There was just a shit ton of cops here earlier.
Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Canes.
Mr. Cornyn.
I'll tell you what though, dude, in the military there's probably a lot of clean boots, but someone probably has a dirty ass fucking mouth, for real.
Honestly, they probably got some dirty mouth. No.
Dude, they literally
they when they wake up they have to make their bed and like do everything perfectly. So I guarantee it's not a dirty mouth even though they're licking boots.
What, you're saying that they wipe their mouths off on the sheets?
I'm just saying it's just so fucking like precise on everything that you do.
What did I do or they do?
The military does. They're fucking precise ass people.
I don't know, man.
Mrs. Feinstein.
Do you know anybody in the military?
No.
Like they're not all like super like that, but when they are at work, like it's a different story. Like even when you're at work, it's a different story, you know.
I mean, I get my job done, but I'm still an idiot at work. We make a bunch of stupid sounds and slap each other and shit, which I think it's fucking hilarious.
The actual job at hand, you take serious.
Ms. Harris.
I mean, what, you trying to say I'm a fucking bootlegger?
Dude, you bootlicking?
Honestly, I'm a bootlegger. Dude, honestly, I really do miss being at my job. I miss punching holes in the wall. I miss taking that meat sandwich and throwing it at the wall.
You would not punch holes in the wall.
Well, I punched a hole in the wall once. Jesse's the one that mostly kicked the hole in the...
Jesse did what?
He kicked a hole in the wall, which I thought was funny.
Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson.
If you want to come chill, you gotta be chill. You can't be
Mr. Kane.
You ended up getting another box of those? Or was that the same one?
Oh, it's the same one.
Mr.
I
Kelly.
did get these though. They were shit. I still have 3 packs that I didn't open that I'm gonna keep. What?
Oh, those are just complete, just dog shit.
No, there were good cards in them. I'm just gonna leave them unopened now.
Wait, did it have evolutions in it?
No, I thought it had evolutions in it, but.
Mr. Leahy.
I mean, this card's pretty dope on the front.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna keep that pack actually, like, try to keep it pristine, you know.
Right.
And the packs in there are super straight too, like.
The sun and moon.
Ms. Lummis.
Sun and moon.
But look at the expansion that it's on.
Mr. Manchin.
And that's an actual sun and moon, the last one.
Mr. Murky.
What are those hard to find?
Mr. Marshall.
Nah, I don't know, but these are expansions of the sun and moon, and that's actual sun and moon. So.
Mr.
I wonder if there's something crazy in these packs.
That's what I'm saying. Should I open them?
Mr. Menendez.
That's kind of on you, really.
Should I do it? It's just sun and
Mr.
moon.
Merkley.
Yeah, you can if you want.
You want to see what I got out of the last one though?
Yeah.
The good card.
Ms. Murkowski.
Oh, dude, you know what? Actually, no shit.
Right over here.
You might get kind of mad at me, but I make decent money off of them. I put them up on OfferUp to see what I get. I sold all my cards for $40.
Hell yeah.
Mr. Peters.
Yeah, I got
I sold them to some Asian dude, and he was like tripping out.
Mr. Fortman.
Blue Tricks,
Mr.
Charmeleon,
That was pretty dope.
Pikachu,
Mr. Rish.
Jigglypuff,
Mr.
and
Romney.
Execute.
Oh, that's sick.
Right?
Ms.
Wow.
Rosen.
The Execute was pretty dope.
You
Mr.
know.
Rounds.
Oh, for a second, like, what the fuck? I thought behind the Jigglypuff there was a Transformers on there. I'm like, wrong.
Hey,
shit.
back the lay down.
Sanders.
She waits for her to look away. She's like, hell yeah, dude. Butter and cheese?
No, that's not for you, dude.
Shots.
She lays closer.
Good
She's
girl.
gonna wait for you to look away.
Mr. Schumer.
Oh, dude, you hear that, Mr. Schumer? You see Amy Schumer come out? I knew that was a fucking dude.
Should I open these ones real quick though?
I mean, you can. What is this, dude? This looks seductive. This looks like something.
Shaheen.
This looks like some weird, like, Japanese shit. Some nerd would draw on their, like, fucking. Draw on their notebook. Dude, that's my wife.
I'll do it while you're here. Let's see.
Wait, that's the only one that you haven't opened?
Kirsten Cinema. They said Mrs. Cinema.
Kirsten Cinema. Kirsten Cinema.
Mr. Sullivan.
Let's see what we get.
I gotta see if my mom texts me back. Dude, my mom's probably so mad at me. Honestly, getting in an argument with her over fucking sheets. Yeah, she didn't say anything back.
Is she sleeping?
No, she's in the living room. She's on her phone. I know that.
Mr. Toomey.
Follow up with another text.
No, I'm just gonna leave it.
Oh,
Mr.
got a
Van
white.
Hollen.
It's a good pack, dude. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren.
The hell is that?
Dude, it's Lusamine.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Alzheimer. Counter
Mr. Wicker.
energy. Dude, is that it? No, never mind.
Mr. Wyden.
Sandalet. Mankey. That's pretty sick.
Mr. Young.
Cuba? Wow.
Jesus. They're like all like sliding down.
Execute. What the fuck is a pillow swine?
Dude, that's dope.
Cartana?
What the fuck? That is insane looking.
Yeah, that one's pretty sick. I'll put that one in the case.
What the hell is that thing?
Dude, it's Cartana.
I think of Cortana. I think the little hockey puck that beeps so you can tell what to do.
Right.
Cortana.
Cortana?
The old smoke box.
Dude, are they tallying the votes right now?
Oh, dude, you want to do something fucking crazy tonight?
What's up?
Cordell gave me a pipe bomb. You want to go light it off in Walmart? No, I'm kidding.
Dude, a pipe bomb?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I forgot you were alive.
Did he really give you a pipe
no,
bomb?
he did. These people watching are probably, what the fuck? This is what you talking about with your buddies?
Complete joke.
It was a joke. It was a joke. I don't even know what that is. I just think of a fucking BMX peg.
They found 2 pipe bombs in Washington, D.C. today.
Jesus Christ.
And we're watching a live stream about Washington, D.C.
Dude, is that a Windex bottle?
Yeah, dude.
Like, what?
No, it's a Streamline.
Streamline? Oh, dude, I forgot about that.
Streamline guy.
Oh, dude, Streamline guy.
SLG.
Dude, SLG, bro. SMLG.
Alright. Dude, did it go silent? What the fuck's going on? Oh, we got a Pikachu. Take it. Alright, dude, it's another good pack. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Buffalo, Simpler, Knockout, Pikachu, Fancy. Oh, what? Charmander? Rattata? Porygon? Curlian? Alright, this is the last one.
Jeez, what the hell is that?
Dude, I don't know what these cards are. Novern, dude. Hell yeah. Dude, I got a Novern. It's like in Pokemon. Oh my god! Yes! I got a Novern! I'm
can't
like
even
bouncing
say.
all over the screen.
Like anime. That shit's insane, dude. Like,
Right?
anime fucking scares me. It really does.
This shit's pretty scary. Oh wait, I gotta put this guy into
Where do you find these packs at?
Hobby Lobby. I ordered them offline.
Oh, you got them online?
Yeah, I thought, because it said that it was gonna have it, but then they sent me different packs.
Oh.
They didn't send me the actual one that was on the pictures that was from them, so I was gonna take it back, but I already opened one. I was like, might as well open the other one. Let's see, last pack.
Honestly, I think with
Shit pack, dude.
honestly, I think with this you might get
Surfing Pikachu.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick.
Zubat. Growlithe.
That's pretty cool.
Dude, they're wearing fucking wigs. What is that? Let me open this up.
What the absolute fuck?
Why are they wearing wigs? Are you serious right now? I just got a card with 3 people wearing wigs.
Dildos wearing wigs. Fucking corn dogs with hair. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Japanese people are fucking strange.
Yeah, look at you got all the fucking hollows, dude. That's so many fucking hollows already. All hollow cards.
Dude, it blows me away actually how many cards you even have.
I know, I got them pretty quick. Oh, my bad.
That's all good. Dude, I think you have more than my cousin Aaron. He's been collecting for fucking years, and you just started like, what, 2 months ago?
You think I have more than them already?
Oh, yeah, probably. I look, there's literally a whole other stack up there. Is that the stack you just put up there?
Yeah, that's the one I put up there recently.
Holy shit.
That's the same thing that came out of the other one. I gotta put those into my actual binder. So.
Oh my god. Insane.
Yeah, it's an addiction. It's fun though. Look at, now I got another case, fully certified. Put those 2 in there. But look at this, dude. Look how crazy this shit is. Let's see what it's at real quick. Alright. I can still show you. Look at the past week. Look at the number up here.
Oh shit. That's how much you've invested?
On this vote, the yeas are 6.
That's how much
the
I have
nays are
invested. That's how
93.
much changes.
The objection is not
Oh shit,
sustained.
$1,000 bucks?
The Secretary
Oh my
will
god,
notify
so
the
you
House
made
of
a
the
grand
action
off
of the
that?
Senate,
And then
informing that
in
body
1
that
week.
the Senate is now ready to proceed to
Holy
joint
shit.
session. with
Dude, I'm gonna
further
have to
counting
actually
of the
get into
electoral
this shit.
vote.
Know what the fuck
Dude,
is
look
going
at
on.
dude, look
Vice
at 1 month,
Majority Leader, Mr. President.
3 months,
Oh,
So, colleagues, here's where we are.
1
we
year,
have a few more speakers now.
all
as
time.
we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote.
Oh my god.
We expect the House to
Dude,
finish
look at the
voting on
insane
Arizona
change that happened
between
just recently,
11:30
though. So I mean, like,
and midnight.
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I show you the 1 week, because the
I ask
1 week
unanimous
change,
consent
like,
the Senate be in a period of morning
I can
business
go
with the following
right now
senators committed to speak
and
their
sell this
interest
whole
for 5
thing,
minutes each.
and that's how much I'm positive if I sell the whole
Senator
thing.
Rubio, Senator Collins.
And it's just changing
What is
constantly.
ETH?
Finally,
It's a
following their
cryptocurrency.
remarks, the Senate
No.
stand in recess, so
But
to call the chair.
it's how much it's worth, like, for one of them. And I have 1.5 of them, so
That's crazy, dude.
I'm like kind of pushing the line, but
That's
Senate
nuts.
be in a period of morning business with the following senators.
I'm fucking
committed to
stoked
speak
on
their
it, dude.
interest for 5 minutes each.
Oh.
Toomey, Rubio,
because I'm in
Collins.
right now, like, if you look how much it's worth in
Without
its
objection.
5-year time, the only time it's been that high when it was at its very highest is 12/31. So if it tops out its highest, it might go higher than its actual highest, and it'll make this look minuscule. So this might reach up to like $4 grand.
Not
And
many
if I
will.
have like 1.5 of them, I would have like $6,000 right there. So
So we're in recent.
That's nuts. That's fucking crazy.
and then if you get in right now, look at it. It's just like it's moving all over the place, but it's slowly going up. You can see, like, yeah, it comes back a little bit, but watch.
That many of our
No, we're gonna
tribal,
keep
rural,
going back
and
up.
underserved communities voted in record numbers. All
When
during
you
the
look at it
pandemic.
live,
In 2020, Arizona's made their
in the
voices
last
heard.
hour, it's made $7.40.
Multiple
Difference in
federal,
change.
state judges,
It's gone
agencies,
up.
State elected officials
It's
concluded
fucking.
the winner was
And you can buy as much as you want. You can put $1 in there.
What you gotta do is you gotta buy high, sell low.
That's the joke, man.
You gotta do exactly what I do. You gotta buy something for money, sit on it, and then fucking sell it for absolutely nothing and just give it away. Boom. That's the Brian method.
That is your method, though. You're not joking.
I already kind of decided. I've already built my CD collection up there again. I think I'm gonna take all of it, take it to Zia, and see if they give me $20 for all the CDs.
$20?
What, you think that's too much?
Oh my god, yeah, you're ripping them off, dude.
I know, it's fucked, dude. Maybe I should give them money to take them off me.
You should, like, work there for, like, a day for them to take your CDs.
If I go to do that, if I go to hand them, like, dude, I show up with all the bags of CDs, all the music, everything I have doing with music, set on the counter, I have my guitar and all that.
They just go lick them boots.
I get down, I start licking them. It's like, is there anything else I can lick? They point to the curb outside, I'm like, I guess.
They give you a broom and a little tiny toothbrush thing and a fucking scooper. They're like, yeah, go clean the sidewalks like that guy was doing out there.
Oh my god, dude, I remember that in front of Circle K. That shit was fucking weird, dude.
It's like, yeah, man, I'm just doing this. It's like, you don't work here?
Oh, dude, the dudes that work there now at Circle K are pretty chill, but remember that one dude, the bigger, kind of like heavier set dude with the short hair that was like a ginger? The dude that we were talking to?
Yeah.
That dude was chill. I wonder whatever happened to him.
He probably got a better job.
Oh yeah, probably. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna lie, dude, besides the one tweaker chick, most of the people that usually work up at the Circle K are always cool as fuck.
Dude, that tweaker chick was fucking so crazy.
No, I don't like that chick. Dude, were you with me? She works at the fucking...
Dude, we went there.
Yeah, dude, because you were with me.
I was like, randomly, I'm like, I want to go get Dairy Queen. I haven't had him forever.
Because I think you even brought up to me, you're like, ain't that one weird bitch from Circle K that tried to skimp you on your ticket for the state fair? I look up him. Dude, you literally see her in the back. She's like moving as fast as
Yeah, her bike was parked out front. Like, oh yeah, this is her.
Dude, we should... Dude, that lady was a bitch. You know what we should have did? We should have showed back up. Dude, if we would have had my car and I had my bag of tools, take the fucking front rim off of it, hide it around the corner in the bush.
That girl was crazy, dude.
Either that or take my fucking hammer and bust out the fucking spokes.
Bust them spokes.
Dude, remember doing that shit at Patrick and them's house? I go back there with Patrick. We start destroying the... No, it started with me and Boomer. Started destroying the bikes. Patrick walks back there. Dude, what are you guys doing? This is fucked up. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Patrick, your dad has nothing but fucking garbage back here. None of these bikes are worth shit. I mean, look at this one. Dude,
he ended up selling all of them for like $200.
Are you serious?
No, remember he sold the whole lot to somebody?
You know how many bikes they probably found that are completely damaged?
Dude, after you went out with a hammer, it's like... I don't understand what he was doing with those, though.
I don't know. Dude, those sat back there for so fucking long.
I mean... Like, I think it would be cool to go take a bunch of shit and then make some art out of it. Like, that'd be pretty cool to do. Just make, like, a sculpture or something out of a bunch of bullshit. Bro, what am I seeing? This is, what's his face? He's got big mouth.
Jerry Trainer.
I know you're close.
Bob Saget.
Saget.
Seinfeld. He's the dude off of Frasier.
Okay, moan and groan. Yo, Coco Mocha. What's going on?
Moan and groan.
Coco Mocha, is Charlie Kirk not alive anymore? Did he give in?
Charlie Kirk?
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 Charlie Kirk's dope.
Why does Charlie always gotta be such a Kirk? I like how when you watch some of these people, you look at the super old people in the background, it looks like they're getting on the verge of passing out. It's like, dude, they look like me freshman year in math class.
No, like, is he not streaming anymore? Or is he still streaming? I had him up before this, but he had been talking, and then this came up, and I caught it right as it was going live, so. Dude, shit's getting insane right now.
What they're talking about? I was gonna say, I mean, I have no idea what's going on, but I was gonna say, these people look pretty fucking bored.
They're literally talking about the election right now. This is supposed to be the certification of the president when they count the votes that the electoral college put forward. Never mind, I just checked. He's streaming. Alright. Cool. Hey, well, Coco Mocha, I appreciate you for coming in here. I think I met you from Charlie Kirk.
Does he got knobby knees?
Knobby knees?
Knobby knees. Does Charlie Kirk got knobby knees? They look like doorknobs.
Doorknob McGee.
AKA the emphasis on knobby because he's got some knobs up on the knees.
Matt Gates. His name's Matt Gates. Dude, that's Matt Gates.
I don't know who that is.
I'm pretty sure, right? My bad. I was like, dude, I got it.
I'm just like, duh. Oh shit, I gotta go downstairs and get that game that I brought. I don't even understand it. It's fucking strange.
What's it called?
It just has a bunch of swastikas all over the front. It says get given.
No, what's really what it's called?
That's like Legend of Mana or Mana or some shit like that.
Oh, does it have like a white?
Like the front.
Is it white? And it has like kind of like a something that goes through it. And kind of has like color that goes to the middle, but it's kind of white on the outside.
I'm not too sure. The reason why it's like I looked it up online. It's normally like a $60 PS1 game, but I got it cheaper because it doesn't have a case. They just give it to me in a CD case.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if this is the game that I'm thinking, this game's really dope.
Well, it's like one of those like Japanese like RPG games, like where you're in like a group and they can like run around and shit. You can explore.
Yeah, but
I tried playing it last night, but I was pretty smashed, and I ended up slipping and hitting my mouth on the dresser and getting pissed. So I shut the PlayStation off and I yelled at the dresser.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You slipped in your own room and hit your face on your dresser.
Yes, I did. You don't believe me, do you? Just like you don't believe the fact that I scream at my sheets.
Then you gotta step it up. Take that next step. Like
what? Burn my shit to the ground.
Let's step outside the box.
Well, I'm joining an Antifa / Antichrist group next week, so.
You hear Nancy? What?
You're like, what?
Nancy Pelosi.
For a second, I'm like, dude, it's so sick. It looks like there's little rubber ducks all over her shirt.
She's got rubber ducks and blowhorns.
Dude, they got Steve Carell chilling in the background.
Why are they playing, like, seriously, why are they doing this?
Dude, his hair is fucking strange.
They really have two screens within a screen that's the same screen. I swear, look at, this is the only channel that has U.S. House, U.S. Senate. So they're showing two different things right now? We got two different shits going on?
This dude's nickname in college was Penis Spinner.
The Peen Spin? Peen Spin, Island 69.
He slides into a girl's DMs. He's like, "Is there anything in your mouth right now?" She's like, "No. Do you want something to be in your mouth?" It's like, wait, what?
Let me get in them DMs, girl.
It's like, I'm literally gonna beat you like you wish your stepfather did. It's like,
my God. Lickety lick, split.
Oh, dude, that's I forgot to also kind of tell you what was going on at the whole the Roadrunner and shit. We go into, well, no, it's nothing bad. We go in. I was pretty sober, and then I go up to the thing, and no, it was the same bar we went to. Remember where we were watching the live?
Yeah,
band?
you hated it and it wasn't bad?
Huh? Well, no, going this time around, I mean, it's just because I was with people I was comfortable with. I really wasn't comfortable around Krista's friends. You felt that all those people seemed fake, besides that one chick we were talking to. She was like the only chill one. But, yeah, no, it was a lot cooler this time. We went to, like, the outside bar thing, and I got kind of pissed because I went up there, and, dude, I'm like, I felt like kind of a douche because all these people were standing there, and I already stood there for a while, no one's paying any attention. So I literally went through,
Why didn't you say anything?
I cut through all these people and I went straight to the front and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, hey, can I get served? And then this one dude got pissed because I cut in front of him. He's like, dude, I was already here. I'm like, yeah, but I've been standing over there. And he's like, well, that's on you. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. Just kind of stood there for a while. I'm like, fuck this. And then they went inside and it looked like they're helping the people inside. So then I walked inside. As I go to walk inside, the one lady looks like she's going on break. The other one goes back and goes out the other one like, what the fuck? I just want a fucking beer. So I asked Cordell, I'm like, dude, can you care if I see the keys to your truck? I'm just going to go because we had beer in the truck.
Dude, no.
What? What am I doing?
You're trying to justify this.
Trying to justify what? Okay, whatever. I was a little bitch. I'm not going to hop over the counter and grab them by the neck if they don't want to serve me.
Is that what you have to do? How do other people get it done?
Fuck, I don't know. I walked up to the counter.
No. How do other people get it done? They assert themselves.
Then I would urge my colleagues to
You make yourself known.
I walked straight up to the front and I sat there and did this and I kind of like tried to snap my fingers, but
Yeah,
and I sit
you
there
just
and
snap your fingers. That's whoa. I'd get pissed at that and ignore you too.
See what I mean? Okay, I'm not. Okay, never mind. I wasn't doing anything right then. Fuck it. So I ended up just going out, getting a drink, drinking in the parking lot anyways.
God.
Then I went to the other bar this time, and this is when it started to pick up fucking quick. I got 2 drinks, slammed them.
Oh, you got 2. Oh, wait, how'd you get those drinks, dude?
I went to this other bar because they had this bar over here, and then they had another one that was over here. I just went to this one that was no line on it, and I went up.
Oh my God.
And I don't know. I just walked up, and they immediately like, hey, what do you need?
Did you tip them?
No.
Well, yeah.
I'm a fucking cheap bastard. Fuck it.
You have to tip the bartender.
And whatever, I'm a scumbag.
No, I'm telling you, you have to tip your bartender.
I mean, I can't really go back in time. I didn't.
No, I'm saying like from
Okay,
here on out.
I gotcha. But I didn't though.
From here on out though, like if you don't tip your bartender and then you go back to the same bar, like no wonder nobody wants to fucking serve the guy who doesn't give a tip at all.
We'd ask for a roll call.
Yeah.
You know what a servant is? It's not a slave.
Man, dude, you know,
Because slavery is illegal.
Cordell said something about that too, because Cordell put money up on the bar and he told me to quit being a cheap ass, and they got all pissed off at me and said I was being a douchebag. I said, man, fuck you
Hey,
guys.
you're being a douche. They don't make money. They make money off of tips. They make good money, but they have to pay it through taxes.
Well, why? Okay, if they're not making shit money, why are they doing that job then? I mean, it's on them.
Why does anybody do any job?
I mean, to get paid.
And if you're going in there and you're their paycheck, and you know that when you go into a bar, the proper etiquette is to tip your bartender, and then they give you drinks, and that's just how it works. You're gonna pay more if you go. You're not gonna pay what you're paying at Circle K. You might get a deal, but you still have to tip your bartender, so you're never gonna come out on top. That's,
Fine, I will from now on. I mean, the other.
it's just proper etiquette. So I'm not saying like you were being a douchebag. I'm just saying the etiquette made you look like a douchebag. So the proper etiquette is this. And maybe you didn't know that it was like that.
I mean,
and
the
you're
lady
trying-
at the front didn't seem like she was pissed off at me. So I mean, but
then again, she's probably just trying to keep a level head and not grab me by the throat over the bar.
Or she was having a good night, and it doesn't matter. But either way, when you go and you get a drink and then they don't get a tip out of it, I mean,
That makes me feel
it's
bad.
like
I went
like
back
going up
3 separate times.
No, it's like going and ordering food and then you don't tip your waiter and you give them $0 at the end of it. Think about a bartender. Every time they go and serve a drink, they're getting a tip, and then you go and get a drink and you don't give them anything at all. Did they do something wrong, or is something wrong with the service? Like, why did I not get a tip at this point? Not that you should do it or it's expected, but it is expected, and it almost is that you should do it at this point. It's like, it's just proper etiquette. And it's a weird thing to say, but like, it's not like you were trying to do that. So
Honestly, I don't even really think about it. I don't know.
you don't, and that's the thing, is you weren't putting it like that at all. You weren't trying to be a dick and say they had bad service, but think about the people serving. Is they get a tip from everybody, and then they don't get a tip at all from. It's like, alright, either this guy's super broke and doesn't have any money at all, or I had bad service.
I mean, you know, I'd like to think that I was broke because, I mean, everyone was dressed all nice that night. I was dressed like a fucking bum,
And
bro.
that's good. That's chill. And they can realize that, and they'll be cool. And maybe that's why the girl is cool. She's like, yeah, this guy doesn't have the most amount of money. That's cool. Like, it doesn't matter at that point, but...
Well, I don't know. Fuck it, though.
Cowardly Republicans handed over our country to Soros and Communist China today. I'm a little upset. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. Look at this shit.
Oh, but the last
Wait,
time...
we're 3 votes away. We're 3 votes away. We got 11 minutes left. Oh my god, why did 1 vote just go missing? I'm sorry. Dude, we're 5 votes away right now.
Oh, I was gonna say, I mean, this is...
4.
That's okay. I mean, to me, you're into this shit, like going and hanging out with John, how he's into watching his baseball and his college football and shit. I get it. It's just like me watching cars and skateboarding and shit.
Dude, it's so close right now.
What? For it to be overran?
This is the objection to the certification of the election.
So what if this goes through? What, are they kicking Joe Biden out and Trump's getting back in, or what's going on?
At this point, if it gets objected, it goes to a state delegation. So where it would be basically each state gets to decide, and we have 35 states and they have 15. So Trump would win, overwhelming.
We already decided because my dad was already talking about it and stuff. I know Jesse would want to too. I was gonna get a shirt that says "Not my president." I want Joe Biden's face with a big huge thing with an X going through it.
No, we gotta make our own fucking shirts, dude.
Oh, dude, we could.
Don't be a bitch about it. You gotta go all out.
Dude,
what is this? Not my president with an X through it?
No. We gotta put an upside down cross on his forehead.
There you go.
Make him look like, it looks like girls, like little girls are down here dancing. He's like salivating at the mouth like a fucking dog.
You see? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, right here. You already see what I'm talking
And on
about.
the back of the shirt, it says this.
Don't be a simp.
It says this man wants America to burn along with this bitch, and it shows Kamala Harris.
I'm
with
telling
a
you,
mustache.
if we started a clothing line and we did it off of parody, like, we would soar. We just gotta start something. Like we gotta start doing shit consistently and film it and just go out there and do it. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's kind of far out there. Did Nate ever tell you his idea for a T-shirt? It says school supplies. On the bottom, it literally shows like a fucking handgun and shit. It shows like a bag of weed and like a blunt wrap and stuff and a 40 ounce. I'm like, oh my god.
Wow.
What are you going to school at, man? Okay, the weed and all that shit, I can get down. Drinking would be kind of sketchy because I remember when
what
all
I
that
would
showed
do.
up shit-faced. That was fun.
What I would do is put Democrat, Republican, and then I put an arrow going down to different unions that are in schools, and then you go down to the schools, and then the schools put that money into paper, and that paper goes into blunt wraps, weed, guns, and you know what I mean? So it's just like all of this is the chain of network and the economy that works for the school system, but at the end, this is what you get. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
oh my god, I got it. Dude, this is the best shirt. It says "Ride on the Magic School Bus," and it shows it looks like Ray Charles is driving. It has all the people in Congress in the back, and it shows the school bus speeding towards the edge of a cliff.
It's Joe Biden rocking out in the front seat. Dude, I'm telling you, we'd be able to make some kick-ass fucking t-shirts.
Oh, dude, you know how the teacher's name is Miss Frizzle? I just think
This is actually the coolest live stream I can find. We'll try to control my OCD. Hell yeah.
Oh, dude, OCD is no
I'm
joke.
sorry about my OCD. About my room. This guy knows.
No, actually, OCD is fucking terrible. I literally
This is my best friend, and he's the exact opposite of me, OCD to the
I just got in an argument with my mom over sheets because oil got on the sheets.
Oil on the sheets.
And at this point, I got so fucking pissed because it's like if the oil goes on my bed, then there's gonna be oil on my bed. Now I gotta go get a new fucking box spring. No, it's not even a box. I gotta go get a new fucking mattress. Dude, I'm not gonna sleep on a disgusting ass looking mattress with fucking oil on it. It's disgusting.
Dude, why is it... It's 90 to 85? Yeah, we're still 5 votes away. I'm sorry.
Dude, you know what'd be
I
fucking...
freaked out.
You know, it'd be hilarious what to do with this, dude. You know how people talk about resealing the packs instead of putting cards? You put like an old lunch meat in there, like a fucking brick of cheese.
Yeah, I think that's why people buy the packs, maybe, because they try to reseal them.
Probably, because I've seen it on, I've seen some of the videos. Well, though, dude, you know what really cracks me up? I watched some of it. It's like, oh, I spent $25,000 on this box. I'm
Oh
like,
my god.
Fucking Pokemon cards, you're dumb as fuck, bro. That's a down payment on a house. Dude, I can go put a down payment on a house and I can go get the Kawasaki dirt bike that I fucking want. You think I'm gonna go fucking spend $25,000 on fucking Pokemon cards? The fuck?
No, think about it like this, dude. If he... Okay. So, I realized it was kind of recently watching, like, the Nelk or whatever. It's like, at this point, they have a house, they have a car, they have what they need, right? What they want. And then they just have extra money, and they go and gamble and put $25,000 on a blackjack game. One card game.
Dude, if they hit that, that's gonna be fucking insane, though.
50,000, right, with one hand. Now you do two hands. Now you get $100,000. You're up. What about $100,000 on one hand? You know Dana White from the UFC has gotten kicked out of hotels and casinos because he's made too much money by doing that. But regardless, those bets are what people make in high roller games. Each hand is $25,000. So if you lose that hand, boom, 25 grand gone.
I couldn't do that. Yeah, right. Okay, you know, maybe if I was fucking filthy rich and I had my fucking palace sitting out.
Yes. And that's what I bring it to. That these people have everything. They don't need anything else. Imagine if you had your property, you had all the cool cars, and then the way that you made your money is you had people going and looking at your shit and looking at your YouTube. It's like, well, dude, I have everything. Like, let's just spend $25,000 on this card pack, and let's open it for everybody and just show them what the hell's going on. It's
I mean, I guess that would be kind of cool. Me, if I was to do something like that, if I had that much money, I want to do that. I'd buy.
I wouldn't either, but I'm saying, like,
cars, and I would
you
buy
could see-
guns, and I'd show the cars and the guns off, and
But you
that
can see
and dirt bikes. That'd be sick.
It depends on what your channel likes.
I was gonna.
But I'm saying, like, if your audience is lower, younger audience, and they like this kind of thing, and then you have all this fucking money, it's like, well, why not? So you could see what I'm going down. Basically, it's not you, but you can see what I'm saying, though. It doesn't sound as retarded, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but with some of the channels I look up
That's
that do
just
this,
that's just if you have all of that fucking money though. So it's really hard to see that because it's like, dude, that's so much fucking money. $25,000. Like, yeah, and people are a little crazy with their money. But I'm telling you, people do $25,000 on one-handed blackjack.
That's crazy. That's crazy, yeah. But honestly, with some of the shit that I've seen, though, I know you've seen him, you being into it. You know that Leon Hart dude? That Leon Hart, I don't know if they were donated to him. Probably not donated, but you can tell he's big into Pokemon. He's been one of those people that got, like, one of the most expensive-ass boxes. He pulled some crazy-ass shit out. Like, one of the cards was, like, worth, like, $900. I'm like, okay, I mean, I guess. But... Nah, I mean, it's kind of like the luck of the draw. Like when me and you were getting into it, like you can spend all the money on this bag. You can buy that box right there. There might be one card.
The luck of the draw, though. I got the most expensive card that we ever pulled.
You got from the cheapest fucking pack that you bought.
And it was the first pack that I ever pulled that was Evolution. So.
Well, you got to think. My first Evolutions pack, I got a surfing Pikachu out of it.
Yeah, so I mean.
Well, I mean, I don't have.
You
any
still
more.
have what?
I just told you I sold all my cards.
For $40, you sold the Surfing Pikachu.
I looked it up. It's not the original version. The Evolutions, the XY Evolutions, that card only goes for $5.
I don't care. That one card.
So?
You literally had almost 500 cards.
What? Sell them for $1 a piece, get $500 off of them? There's no way, dude. Honestly,
I'm not saying there is a way.
Well, you seen at the sports shop, dude. Look.
How much are you profited right now?
I have no idea. I don't know how much I spent on them. I never kept a tally on that.
And how much did you make?
$40.
And what did that $40 do for you? Buy you a cheeseburger and a soda?
No, I went and bought the bulbs I needed for my instrument panel on my car because they burned out.
And I mean,
I don't. Well, okay, sorry. Me, I'd rather. I'd rather drop money on my car than buy cards.
What's
Sorry,
worth
that's
more?
Just me, though.
What's worth more though?
My car than the cards.
Well, yeah, obviously, but $40 is what you got. You didn't get a car out of it.
Yeah, but the cards weren't really doing me good, anyways. That's what I was gonna say.
What was doing you good? $40? You think $40 is doing you good? Like, you think money does better just having the money, like, not doing anything with money. It's like this thing you did do with it, you enjoyed, and you liked every part of it, and the Surfing Pikachu you really liked, and you were super stoked that you pulled it, was super happy, and now you have $40. So, really, like, you don't take value into much unless it's in the moment, which is cool, but when you think back on it, what did that $40 do for you? You probably bought cheeseburger, got some gas, and then got some light bulbs.
No, actually, I got light bulbs and I got wax off of Ryan, and I ended up smoking with Ryan.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, I got enjoyment out of it. I got to sit there and work with my dad out front on my car, and then I got to go smoke with Ryan. I don't know, it was pretty cool.
You probably spent about $150 though, so it was about $90 to go.
There's no damn way I spent that much on those cards. There's no way with all the cards I bought. I did not spend over $100. There's no way I would have bought myself.
Yeah, you did.
What do you mean?
Did you sell the ones that you bought at the shop?
At the shop, dude, that pack was
No.
Oh yeah, I did. I did sell those ones too. I sold all of it as a lot.
Yeah, you definitely spent over $100.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because when the dude was looking through it, like he looked like he was excited. And I was thinking in the back of my mind, it's like I fucked up. I guarantee you, this dude's literally gonna make triple off this. I guarantee you he is.
No, probably 10 times.
Whatever. I fucked up. Life goes on. Life goes on.
Yeah. What is this? Antifa is absolute in this one. Fake democracy, goddamn farce, sedition in real time. Burn DC to the ground. Whoa. I live in CA Sierras. I'm pretty sane up here. Yeah, Piano Lane is sane. Man, Brian.
What? What?
2 months.
What did I do?
In 2 months, you lost $150. I would say at least.
Fuck it. Let's go out front and just burn my money, honestly.
You should at this point. You joke about it, but dude, why do you buy anything?
I don't know, I'm starting to get to that point. I don't want to buy anything anymore, I really don't.
Yeah, you should think about what you actually are buying before you do buy it, because
I end up just getting rid of it anyways.
yeah.
Honestly, at this point, like I said, it's just I'm getting to the point. I don't want to fucking buy it. So far, the only thing I haven't gotten rid of. I mean, I made money off my
You know what
cars.
you should buy is a house, or you should buy is rent and bills and something to progress yourself forward, and maybe some pots and pans to make food and food. And then you'll realize that a dollar's more valuable than what you're putting it worth right now, because you have no value in your dollar. Absolutely none, my friend. You're way too comfortable. You have no value in your dollar. Yeah, you spend that, like, 'cause you like the stuff, but you gotta value the things that you are buying, dude. If you don't value what you're buying, then
What's the point of buying it? Yeah, no, I understand.
what's the point of the dollar?
So far, the only things that I've bought that I'm actually like truly fucking happy with that I never see myself getting rid of is my lever action and my revolver. That's pretty much it. All in my mini bike, but I'm probably gonna make profit off of that because, like I said, I want a dirt bike. I bought that mini bike for $100. I've been looking at it. I can sell it for about $450, $500. That's making profit on it. I rode it and I enjoyed it.
That's perfect.
And then,
That's
like
a good
I said,
thing.
dude. That's how I'm gonna get my Kawasaki.
That's taking value in the dollar that you put into it and looking at what you can get out of it.
I guess the thing is, maybe I should never got into Pokemon cards because I've never really been into Pokemon. I just like playing the game. I just like playing the Game Boy game when I get bored from time to time. That's pretty much it. I've never really been into it, so that's why I even kind of like shocked myself. It's like, I think it was just because I was in the moment and I was drunk and I was buzzed. Like, yeah, man, I should get him. And at the same time, as soon as I get him, I'm like, I don't know. I guess that's just me being honest, to be 100% truthful.
I see it as an investment. I'm making investments right now.
I mean,
I'm in the
not
investment
trying to talk
phase.
down to you. I mean, they're cool and shit, don't get me wrong, but I guess it's just not necessarily for me. I've never really collected cards. The only cards I have is the Kansas City Royal cards that my parents gave me, and I'm not getting rid of those just because it's that was my grandpa's favorite baseball team, and he really supported him, and that's, I don't know, I don't want to get rid of them. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And some of the cards I have are pretty fucking dope.
I look at it as an
They're the
investment.
Thompson Flitter card.
If I get it right now and then it goes and blows up in the future, one card.
Honestly, I kind of want to look through like my Kansas, my Royals. I want to see if any of my Royals cards are worth anything. Because I got Thompson Fleer cards.
Well,
I'm not going to get rid of those, though.
yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. I mean,
I don't have the cards anymore. Fuck it, I can't.
what is the dollar amount? It's not the dollar amount at that point. It's the fact that it's your grandpa's card, so.
No, they weren't my grandpa's cards. Like, my dad told me that was my grandfather's favorite team. And then I started watching him on baseball, and I kind of ended up liking him and stuff. Never got too heavy into him, but I kind of liked him. So that's why I went out and bought the Kansas City Royal hat. And you remember that? I wore that hat every fucking day. So Christmas showed up. Actually, 2 years ago. I've only wore the hat a couple of times.
Dude, you wore all kinds of hats, though. You didn't just wear the...
I wore that hat
the
quite
Royals?
a bit, the
You
Royals.
did, yeah.
Yeah, the KC one.
Yeah, you did wear that hat quite a bit. I'm
It's
not
my
gonna.
favorite hat. The hat was comfortable.
I didn't know there was a background that your family actually liked them, so that's chill.
That's the whole reason why I wore that hat. My dad showed pictures, and he
Okay,
had,
then.
and he had memories of watching the Kansas City Royals play and shit.
That gives me more respect to you before I knew you, because before I knew you, it was like, this guy's chill, but why is he rocking the Chiefs hat? Like, why does he go along with the swag? It reminded me of, like, Curtis, because Curtis was chill back in the day if you actually knew him and he wasn't a dick to you. And, like, he was chill, but it was, like, it reminded me of when Kyle told me that, like, everybody started skateboarding and his dad worked for, like, a company that can just make t-shirts and, like, brands and all that. And, like, they can copyright it, but they couldn't sell it, but they can make it for Curtis and just have him wear it. And so he comes to school the next day and he's, like, all completely decked out in Volcom.
Oh, so annoying.
From, like, his head to his toe. And it's like... It just makes me think of that, the guy that just wears this shit. And it's like, for me, it was like, dude, this guy is not a baseball fan at all. Why the fuck is he wearing a Royals t-shirt? Or why is he wearing a Royals hat?
It is true. I'm not really a big baseball fan, but I just wore it just because it was. Honestly, out of any sport...
Well, no, what I see it now is, it doesn't matter anything what it was is your family. You're family oriented.
Part of my family's history.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why I
family
like
oriented, and that makes perfect sense now. And I didn't know that it was part of your family, so that was always kind of something that was confusing.
Kansas City Royals and Kansas City Chiefs, basically the baseball and the football team out of Missouri. That's what my family back their life. And then actually,
that's funny though, because it was really, I never really understood why you wore the baseball hats, but you would go, like, different baseball teams and different...
The only baseball hat I've ever worn, I had an Atlanta Braves hat, but I sold that to Kevin.
Yeah,
I
then
made
why'd you
money
get the
off it.
Braves?
I don't know, I liked the logo on the front, I thought it looked dope, and I liked the colorway of the hat. It was like the blue, and the royal blue, the navy blue.
See, it just doesn't make sense.
And the red bill, I don't know, the hat looked dope, I like the hat.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, it didn't make sense as far as baseball, as far as, like, it was just a style. And that's what I thought, like, the Kansas City Chiefs was, you know what I mean? But it makes more sense now that you wore that KC's hat more so because you actually like the team.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I wore a lot of the Suns hats too, and if you...
well, yeah, you like the Suns,
yeah,
obviously.
dude, I love the Suns. I like basketball.
That's from Arizona, it's Phoenix, I can understand that.
Yeah, I'm gonna rock my own team.
Yeah, like everybody does, so I can understand that, but different teams is like, almost like, kind of like a Martin thing. Like, Martin just...
He just wore the hats because they matched his clothes. It's the same thing with Cody Cox.
Yeah.
Same thing with Tucker. Same thing with fucking Paco.
It's like you with the Braves, right? It's like...
Oh, I just like the hat because the way it looked. Someone even said something about it too. I was walking in the hallway and someone's like, "Oh yeah, dude, blah 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 from that has such a shitty fucking batting average. You really like that team? That team's fucking trash." And like these are like, I think there were some of the baseball players. Like these people looked at my Braves hat and like they knew more what they were talking about than me, dude. They fucking ripped into me and they were just talking about all these players I don't even know and said they fucking hated it. And I should take my hat off and throw it in the trash. I'm like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, I don't hate on it. It's just, that's what I thought it was for the KC. Which makes sense, because that's what it was. It's just for the Braves. But now I see a little bit of background in it.
You care if I get a shot of that Bacardi, man?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Might make a Habib strip. Be good at talking.
Tall boy it up.
Thank you. Oh, that and go grab that game. I think it's 2-player.
What game is it?
Legend of Mana.
Yeah, Legend of Mana.
Manatee. The hypocrisy.
I live in CA Sierras. It's pretty sane up here.
No bootlickers? Piano lady.
Should we do some Omegle?
Oh yeah. Gotta go make a like a trip. Dude, there's really that many. What the fuck are? Okay, I know that's grass,
Oh
fire,
my god, dude.
water, electric, psychic. What's the star?
The star just means anything.
That?
I think.
Okay, so there's the
So
star, the ground.
you can put it to anything that you want.
I was gonna say, I think that's dark energy, and then I don't know what those other three are. This look.
PD, welcome to Chai America. Agreed, dude. 109 to 264.
Gonna catch 'em all.
Do you see this, Brian? Is this fucking with your mind at all? Our election's being stolen right now.
Let me really look at the damn screen to really get the hell I'm looking at.
You know, let me minimize this so you can actually read what's going on. On agreeing to the objection of the presidential certification of Joe Biden, right? Motion, yay, nay, present, or no vote, right? Democratic, Independent, Republican, totals 114 say yes to the objection of Joe Biden being president. 269 say no to the objection of saying Joe Biden is president.
Oh my god, dude.
47 abstain.
So, yeah, looks like, gotta start making those shirts say not my president on it.
Do you see what this guy says? Welcome to Chai America.
What, so you think if he remains in there, they're literally just gonna sell basically all of our shit off to China? And
Oh, and he's already infiltrated.
yeah. Well, hopefully the job I want to do, I've been looking into it about becoming an apprentice for welder. Hopefully that doesn't go out the fucking window.
Oh, dude, what you need to do is become a welder. How do people do it before they learn?
That's why I've been trying to talk with Dylan about it.
No.
I mean, experience, I don't know.
How do you go about it right now if you did not have anybody in the world?
I guess go buy a welder and just start practicing myself.
Agreed. Why don't you do that?
I don't know why I haven't done that. You know, actually...
Why don't you take a stand for yourself and stand up and do something on your own for a chance instead of somebody leading the way? You already know what you want to do. It's very hard for me to determine that, but you know exactly what you want to do. And what's holding you back? Doing it. I want to go and get a welder. I would think that would be cool to go and get a welder and just start trying it out and be like, oh, dude, check this out. It didn't work at all. How did people learn what the best weld was?
Practice.
And what did they do to improve that weld?
Practice.
And then what ended up, what are they still doing till today?
Practicing.
So, what are you doing right now?
Nothing.
And what could you be doing?
Practicing. I like that. Fill in the blank. I don't have to think as much. Thank you. I'm like over here, like, dude, I can feel like the gears slowly turning in my head. It's like, come on, Brian, you got this.
You got this.
I'm over here like, no, dude, do what I say.
No, dude, it blows my mind what YouTube is today and what we could be doing.
But we don't.
But we don't. We really are. We're like, oh, I'm gonna go get my job back at the place that I had, or I'm gonna continue my job here, and it's like, no, I'm gonna do something. That's why I'm always coming up with different ideas, like, let's do this. Like, it's like, dude,
well, dude, I'll tell you
why
what.
not?
I'm hitting the ground running, dude, when I go back there, bro. I'm punching Lupe in the mouth.
Literally smack your face on the table.
On the dresser. Dude, remember I was telling you that when we were working at Costco, when I was in the food lobby, or in the lobby and shit in the food court? Fucking, I'm out there cleaning. Dude, fucking Chong comes up, slams her head on the shit where you get the condiments head. Just, she's laying unconscious like this. I'm like, trying to push her in her thing. Or the one thing, Evan comes up, he's like,
Hey, Brian, we're gonna have to go and be a little bit careful. Chong completely shut up shit-faced today again.
What are you talking about?
Oh, she's not really
It's
doing
a
it.
small world.
It's a small world after all.
You look back, he's literally, dude. You can barely see over the counter. You look down, he's literally standing on a step stool. It's like, what the fuck, Evan? Come on, dude.
He's like, you need some change.
Dude, I made the joke. God, I forget what his name is. There was this one dude with a beard that was always fucking joking around and saying stupid shit. And I made the joke to him because me and him kept going back and forth. And this was, I had the job around Halloween. And I kept saying, I'm like, I know it's a bit early, but don't you think it'd be funny as fuck if Evan dressed up as an elf? He just fucking looked at me.
He looked at you? You really said that?
No, Evan didn't look at me, but the other dude just kind of looked at me and he's just like...
What, do you think he should be Santa or a fucking reindeer? Jesus, what is he supposed to be for Christmas?
Oh no, dude. His reaction just cracked me up.
I mean, I guess people were a lot shorter back then. It could be Jesus or like... Well, no, Jesus would have been baby. It would be like Moses.
Oh, I forgot to tell you the other thing. That dude is fucking hilarious. Like, if you didn't have the non-slip shoes, they made you like put these like little rubber things on the bottom of your feet. I was sitting there, I was talking with Dallas, and I looked down, and she looked like she was wearing like these, like, I called them ninja shoes. I looked at her, I'm like, dude, that's fucking rank. What are you doing right now? She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you didn't even wear shoes here? You're just wearing the rubber things in the back? Dude, she started cracking up laughing. And dude, some of the other people, what was her name, like Macy or Marcy, that the other chick that was
Macy,
on there?
yeah.
Yeah, dude, she started cracking up laughing. That was literally the joke for the rest of the day. Everyone was saying that Dallas was just wearing the rubber things on the bottom of her feet rather than wearing shoes. Dude, can you imagine actually?
Yeah, Macy was chill.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine actually how fucking gross that'd be instead of like wearing those on the bottom of your shoes? You literally just go in there barefoot and fucking put those things on your fucking feet and you're walking around.
Dude, my whole screen just went red. Do you notice it?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Do you notice it?
That's kind of creepy. Is it because I brought up Costco?
No.
I like the your monitor catches on fire.
No, it's this. It's a sleep mode.
Not
Weird, right?
No. Yeah,
Makes you trip out.
Yeah, no, but I just remember that one when that happened. Everyone comes up, he's like, "Hey man, you're getting just going to be on your toes. Don't really say anything to John. I think she's pretty pissed off today. I don't know what she's on." I'm like, "Okay, man, I got you." She walks
He
up.
would always say that. He's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, don't say anything today." It's like,
almost every. It really was like, I don't really know what's going on. You just go out there and you start expediting.
I remember that so many times. Yeah, I don't really know. Just if you want to go out there, it's like, it's like.
Brian, you're good. You're just gonna keep making a mess. We need someone to expedite. We need someone to roll back here.
It's like, okay. I'm sitting there, dude. I'm sitting there rolling, getting the hot dogs ready.
Dude,
Just
where'd my
doing
weed
thing.
go?
Dude, I felt like someone was fucking staring at me, and then I literally look over. Evan's standing all the way at the end. He's like standing there like this. He's like,
Brian, got your break in like 2 minutes. Just watch the clock.
I'm like, okay.
Was it busy at that time?
Oh yeah,
or
they were
was he...
fucking slammed, dude. But I'm glad we got break, dude. Oh my god, the lunch rush was fucking horrible.
Oh my god, that fucking Costco is so insane, dude.
Oh, it was, dude. The food court got fucking insane. Dude, I'm sitting there just like this. Dude, it finally clears up. I hear everyone in the kitchen. Yay! Fucking stop. We all celebrate. We look, there's another line again. We're like, oh my fucking god. You hear someone scream in the back? Dude, this is like, it wasn't Evan, it wasn't Chong. I forget the other manager. She was chill as fuck. But the one chick that was on cleaning the dishes in the back, she's like, guys, what the fuck? You hear the other, one of the other dudes is like, dude, shit, she's right. We look over, there's a line. We have to go even faster. We're like, hey, god, dude, I forgot her name. Was it Jackie? The one chick I was talking about, like, what is she doing out there now? Dude, I was helping expedite at a given point. I'm sitting there with this guy. He's like, dude, she's not even doing her job. It was the lady I told you about from New Jersey. She'd always like, yeah, yeah, just come here and get my puss. I don't really like these people. I don't really like Sean. That lady was fucking
straight Jersey bitch, dude.
yeah, dude. We look out there. She's literally she has her little sweeping thing. It's laying next to the table. She's sitting there at the table, fucking talking with the guest sitting down.
What is going on right here? Did he just give her head? Like,
he gave her head. Wait, what? Jesus Christ! They're giving each other head in the back.
look at what is going on right here. Okay, never mind. It's just people. Okay.
Fucking sense, bro. Goddamn motherfucking sense. But yeah, no, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, but dude, Chong was fucking insane that day. I told you, dude, Chong shut a fucking shit face. She got up on the counter. She's like, I don't like you people. I don't fucking even want to work here. I fucking hate everybody here. She kicks the fucking register off the thing. She goes up.
Dude, everybody hates Chong in that place. It's a weird thing.
Dude, did I tell you when it came down to my review? Chong walked out. They're sitting there talking to me and all that.
Yeah.
Dude, Chong's just like walks out. And my other manager, she like grabbed my hand. She's like, Brian, I'm so sorry. That was super rude and disrespectful. You're a great worker. And I'm just like, she comes back to that. What'd I miss? She's like, the other manager's like, we're done at this point. What'd I miss? We're done. I gave him a fine review. But why? He does his job. She just walks back out the door. Like, fuck. Dude, no wonder why everybody hates this fucking lady.
Oh no.
Put a bag over her head and slam her head against the fucking counter.
That's the thing. If someone's willing to work with you, you do a super good job. But if someone's not willing to work with you, it's like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so I'm just gonna keep doing what I think is right.
One of the worst fucking times being there, dude. Oh my god, dude. I went out to fucking lunch. I smoked weed in my car. This is after a while of not smoking. I got so fucking lit. I go back in, like, hey Brian, we need hot dogs, blah blah blah. I'm in there high as fuck, and it was like, I looked at the fucking line super long. It looks like people are freaking out inside Costco. The kitchen's a mess. I'm just like, what the fuck did I walk back into? Did it look like this a half an hour ago? I'm telling you, I got fucking, dude, this is when I had my Honda Civic, dude. When I opened up my, when I had my Civic, there's fucking smoke. Dude, I did my job, but I just walked in, I'm just like.
You didn't do your job.
What do you mean I didn't do my job? I walked back in there, I got the fucking hot dogs, I helped them roll, and then they sent me out and I cleaned the lobby.
Yeah, but you said you looked. And you were just looking around. That's not doing your job.
I just walked in and I'm just like, what the fuck's going on around here? What does it go complete chaos within like fucking half an hour?
That's the thing. Is why is it complete chaos? It's because it's all fresh. Somewhat, right? Costco fucking food court is pretty dank.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My favorite fucking thing, I got them almost every fucking day, was the turkey melts, the ham. They're so fucking dank. Those and the combo pizza. Oh, and then the hot dogs are
Dude, I would get a combo pizza and a hot dog every day. Or I'd get a combo pizza and a turkey sandwich. But literally, like, I would fucking eat so much when I was there. I was eating super good.
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, I did do that at one day, dude. I got so fucking stuffed. Turkey sandwich. I got a churro and a combo. Literally, that's my favorite thing at the menu. The turkey sandwich and that. Oh, the chicken bakes are fucking dank too.
Yeah, they are. Fucking, I would also get the pastrami or whatever it's called. With
Dude,
the
honestly,
coleslaw.
Fuck, I don't have a membership anymore. I was gonna say, dude, honestly, I want to drive to Costco right now just to get food. That sounds fucking good.
I don't think you need a membership for the food.
Really?
Or at least if you tell them like, hey, I'm not getting if you say you're just getting alcohol, prescriptions, or eye care, then you don't have to have a membership. So, but you get discounts if you do. You might be able to sneak in and be like.
Honestly, in a way, I kind of want to go back to the
Metro Center. Didn't they still have one at Metro Center?
The Costco down there?
Yeah.
Where?
Or not Metro Center. I'm sorry, Christown.
Oh. Oh yeah, ain't it a part of the mall?
Yeah.
That's probably the only reason why that mall
They,
is alive.
no, yeah, literally they sell so many fucking hot dogs a day. Like, literally there, they sell, like, probably close to, like, 2,000 hot dogs a day.
Damn, dude. That's cool, though, because it's keeping that mall alive. If I remember, I think Christown Spectrum is one of the oldest malls in Arizona.
Alright.
But actually...
Dude, 122 to 301. Time remaining 0. This is so fucked right now.
Dude, honestly, now that I think about the Costco...
Wait, is Trump speaking? I'm sorry. Are you cool to listen to this real quick? Are you down?
Huh?
Are you down to listen to this?
Oh, I was probably gonna run up to Habib's real quick. Dude, my mom is not fucking me back with me. Dude, my mom hates me right now.
No, she doesn't hate you.
Bro, that's my mama, dude. She doesn't want to get back with me. Dude, I can't have my mom mad at me. Are you serious? I feel like I really did fuck up, dude. Fuck the damn sheets. Dude, I'm gonna go out front and burn the sheets tonight. Just
Text her back
mom.
again. See what she says.
I want to go back and talk with her, but she's gonna jump my case because my breath smells like liquor. But she probably should.
No, text her back again and just say I love you. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
I already told her I don't want to annoy her. I'll talk with her tomorrow. I just gotta give her some time. She got in a giant fight with Krista today. I have no idea about what, so she's been kind of on edge. I think that's probably why she got so mad at me. I don't know. This is fucking with me. I'll be back.
Alright. Drive safe, dude.
I'll be good.
It's good. It's abracadabra. Alex is in.
No, wait, I think no, he's holding it. No, that's Drowsy that's holding a yo-yo. I'm like, fuck, dude. Fucking slamming.
Slam piece.
Jesus Christ. Dude, that's got a nice slam piece on it.
The yeas are 121. The nays are 303. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and without
Oh my god.
a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of this House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral votes for the President and the Vice President. To remind both sides of the aisle, during the joint session, there are 11 House Republicans, 11 House Democrats, 11 House Senate Democrats, 11 Senate Republicans, 44 members on the floor. Please view the proceedings from your offices. Thank you. Example to the public of how serious we take the coronavirus threat and the need for social distancing. Please, my colleagues, if you are not participating in the next part of this, please return to your office.
Jesus. We're right back. Yeah. That's pretty heartbreaking.
Trump's in Texas at the command center watching. You think if the military didn't, and there's something over there, I think didn't have his back, he would be there. Our escape Washington on Air Force One. Or escape Washington on Air Force One. So it seems like what he's saying is that Trump is at the NATO. He escaped Washington. And I'm going to read it again. Trump is in Abilene, Texas, at the NATO Defense Command Center. So while Congress is on Capitol Hill committing treason, surrounded by the military who is helping them, by Pence's orders, Trump in Texas at the command center watching. You think if the military didn't have his back, he would be there? Question mark? Or escape Washington on Air Force One? Okay.
I mean, treason.
Secretary of Defense is playing Pence in Congress, waiting for them to finish the crime. Y'all know how good this sound? It's like that you know, it's like something too good to be true, and you're like, okay. Let me read another one. It says our country is in the middle of a planned coup to overthrow the duly elected President Donald Trump. The ringleader are Pence, Pelosi, and McConnell. It is all done as part of the CCP color revolution.
What?
What to do? Ignore the lies. Stay 80 million plus strong in support of Trump. Pray for God to save us on his time. Okay, I'm clicking on it like I can click on this screenshot. I have been suspended from Twitter for blank hours. Please let my Twitter followers know that I am fine. The bad actors may be after the president. Okay. We'll see. This is interesting. I pray to God he's right. But unfortunately I'm afraid that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I pray to God that he's right, man. God, do we need a blessing right now? God, do we need something to go in our favor when we've been faithful and trying to do the right thing for our country? It would be pretty cool to have some things go in our favor. Let's see, we need to get back to the days of being American first and take care of our neighbors. When the love stops, this country divides. We need to be able to communicate at this point in time. We started the MAGA network. Okay, that just disappeared. We started the MAGA network. U.S. patriots need to be able to communicate, Telegram, and Matrix. And y'all doing so many super chats, I can't keep up with it. Try and send a link to conference call. How can I send it to you? Link the conference call. Let's see, Gerald. Let me see if I can find your super chat. Oh, you're not on the Tatum squad, so I can't. I thought you could send it right to Discord. Yeah, why did they call Winter of Love like they called the Summer of Love in Seattle? We know why. We know why. They full of shenanigans. Let's all move to Texas and secede. And secede the Union. Not radical enough? Question mark. Okay. We revolutionize and make every state west of the Mississippi conservative country and let the Dems have the East. That sound good to me.
No.
That sound good to me. I don't even want to go east of the Mississippi. I want to go Arizona all the way down. They can just have the West Coast. We could just give them the West Coast, and then they can have the West Coast and the Northeast. And we just take everything else. We done locked ourselves into a Ponzi scheme with these people. What was I supposed to be looking at right now? Let me go to Discord real quick. Let's see. Linwood. Okay, we got it. My people got it. Thank you for Linwood. Let's see. Linwood got some more stuff.
Linwood's popping off.
Let's see. More evidence of Antifa came Washington, D.C. today to create trouble. President Trump supporters are not violent. They do not willingly damage property. They are peaceful. Not true with respect to BLM and Antifa. Well, you know what? If Antifa did that, then why didn't Trump say Antifa did this? That's what I don't understand. He could say Antifa did this. They came out and did this or whatever. This is one thing that I was looking at. Let me maybe I can move this to the screen. Let me move this to the screen over here. I I'm gonna take the Discord and put it on this side, just so y'all can see this. This was kind of strange to me. I think I can do this without unveiling any personal information on here. Okay, perfect. This is what was weird to me. I don't know if y'all can see this or not, but like everything is going crazy, but there's a camera person taking a picture of this person.
So I can pull him up.
This is what I don't understand. Now this may be an Antifa person, but how they got all this chaos is going on. The Capitol building's been bombarded. You got a person comfortably taking pictures of this right here. Just weird. I don't know. It's just weird to me. I thought that was bizarre.
Officer Tatum, subscribe.
See, I read those. This
guy's a real
people in there.
real
There was
OG.
some people that was Trump people too.
He speaks it. True patriot. Much love to him. God
Somebody was
bless.
talking about that dude with the horns. I saw that dude in Arizona.
He's awesome.
That dude was in Arizona. Let's see, my wife. My wife just texted me 1 second.
Dude, he might think it's me. Hold on. I gotta say,
Oh, my wife told me. Yeah, she texted me right now, which is late. I want my wife to call in. I think my wife got some stuff to say. I want my wife to jump in here because she got a lot to say. If she probably taking a bath and relaxing. She probably done with this. But I'll say this, and I'm gonna say this because I know a lot of people watching, and you know, let me just say this. I'm disappointed in the Republican Party. I'm gonna change my party because I'm not a Republican. I'm gonna change my party to independent. I won't vote for any Republicans anymore unless they prove themselves. You got to prove yourselves. You got to prove yourself. I'm independent. I'm not jumping on the Republican Party because I feel like they just. Mac, thanks so much for the super chat. They full of you know what. And that's what my protest is. And if you're a Republican, you think you're gonna get my vote, you better come across with the hot sauce. That's all I'm saying. And Pence is done. Trump is still my man. I'm still holding on to Trump. I still got one more. I still got one Trump sign that's in the yard. I mean, I took it in the house. I'll put the metal one back out there as soon as I figure out what's really going on. Let's see. You are 100. You are 100. Thank you for being honest. God bless you. Thank you for the super chats. We'll see.
Yo, bro, what happened today and why people mad? I haven't been keeping up.
If we come through.
So today, my Excel, what happened is
we come across with the hot sauce.
The Capitol building was stormed. People broke in.
All right, my wife is busy.
A lady was killed inside the Capitol building. Gas masks were deployed for people inside.
Tomorrow is.
And at this point,
tomorrow is Thursday.
Biden has been sworn in.
I think I'm gonna
supposedly, Trump is calling treason.
So the Patriots, y'all can call in.
Saying Nancy Pelosi, Pence, and Nadler all are in on it. Or not Nadler, McConnell.
It'll be nothing but calling. And thank you, Scott, and thank y'all for sharing that information on my Discord. I appreciate y'all.
Should be working to get them the help they need. Instead, we are here because Donald Trump wants to overturn the results of that election.
Maxim B.
The Republicans
Lady got shot
objecting
in
to
the
the
neck.
results
Got
of
the
this
video if you
election
haven't seen
will
it.
be judged by
Yeah,
history.
but
the rest
I don't
of
want
us
to see it.
will be
I've
judged
heard
as
it.
well. It is our
I heard first
responsibility
count
to stand up
report
for our
live
democracy,
of a guy who was
even
standing
while
right
other
next to her who
senators
had
work
blood
to
on his
undermine it.
hands from her
Losing is hard.
who they
I
thought
ran for president myself.
he was hurt,
It was a hard-fought primary.
confronted
But
him
Joe
and then
Biden
found out that
won
he actually
and
was
I
standing next to the
lost.
lady.
I am not the only one to live through that. A number of senators in this room have run for president. None of us was successful. And when
We got
we
Pocahontas
lost,
talking on
we
cell phone.
conceded and we got out of the race because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our
God.
supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend
So it's
on
bad
Washington. We
because
accepted
now
the
the media
will of the
is going
voters.
full out saying
And it's not
this is
just
insurrection,
us.
and
It's
that anybody who
everyone
supports
who
Trump
has run for
is
president
now
since the
trying
beginning of
to
America.
take over
Only
U.S.
once
and
in America's
pushing
history
against the
have
Constitution
the people who
and
lost
pushing
tried
against
to burn down our democracy
everything
on the
that
way
everybody
out.
believes.
They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation.
No,
Make
not the
no
White House, the
mistake,
Capitol
The
building,
violence we witnessed in
where they were
this
actually
chamber
having the
today
hearing. So
was the
they had to
direct
stop the
result
hearing,
of
but
the poisonous
they
lies
are
that Donald Trump
basically like
repeated
if you bring up
again and
Antifa or
again for more
BLM,
than
they
2
never
months.
went to a
His
federal
words
building
have
that's
consequences.
basically
Our
overrunning the entire
democracy
U.S.
has
So
been grievously injured
it's
by
a
this
huge
lying
exaggeration.
coward.
Hold on, I gotta let my dog
This
out.
effort to subvert our democracy is not merely one last presidential tantrum. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded. The idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no
They are
democracy.
normally, but
It is a
today they were not allowed.
totalitarian state.
Um,
And those who pursue this effort are supporting a coup.
Normally,
I urge my
it is.
colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
So
Ask
I mean,
that
this is very bad situation. Regardless, this will go down in history as somebody was killed inside the Capitol building. Exactly. So we really, at this point, just stand back and like gotta look see what comes next, because it already happened. Justin Allen. Yes, you are correct. Let's bring up Officer Tatum, see what he
Do
says.
call-ins, and I just want Patriots calling in. Tell me what you think. Just make sure you don't cuss and don't be belligerent and do nothing and say nothing crazy to get me banned. Try to tread lightly on the voter stuff. Use other alternative words so you don't have to come out and just say
you guys
it.
subscribe to
beat
them.
around the bush a little bit so that we can we don't end up getting
Let's see
banned.
what they're talking about though.
This time is not unlike the American Revolution that we live in right now. Thank you for your perseverance. We must act and pray. 100%. Faith without works is dead. You know, Elliot, thanks so much for the $50 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you all for the super chats, man. Y'all were y'all really did a lot of supporting tonight, and I appreciate you all. So let's start a prayer. If you guys are with me.
Also, Queen.
No, he's already done for.
And thank you for the super chats. Y'all gotta slow down on the super chats while I'm praying because I can't see it. I may not be able to read it. If you just sending it to me because you love me and you want to support me, that's fine. Okay. All right, Lord, thank you for waking us up for another day, a new opportunity to serve you and to bless your holy name. God, we pray that you give us peace, give us hope, in this extreme time of desperation and disappointment. And God, I pray that you reveal things to us that politicians are not revealing to us, and that the powers that be are trying to keep from us. God, we pray that you inform your people on what's going on so we can have some clarity. Give us some foresight on the things that you would have us do moving forward. God, we know that all that you do or all that happens is because of your doing or your allowing. So we do trust in it, and we just pray that you give us peace in your decisions that you make, and give us understanding so we can operate accordingly. And we pray right now for the President of the United States. Pray that you keep him safe. Pray that you give him wisdom and strength to do what's right for our country. And I pray, God, that the traps that have been set by the enemy, I pray, God, that you allow them to fall in those same traps, and that the American people will prevail, and that we will be victorious in the end of all of this. And God, I pray for all politicians, whether Republican or Democrat, whether sane or insane. God, I pray that you give them a mind to serve the people and an understanding of who you are and how to better serve you, so that we can have a better experience with our government. And God, I pray for those who are watching that are sick. I pray that you heal them. I pray for those who are watching who are down. I pray that you give them hope and strength in a unique way, knowing the things of their hearts, God. And I pray that you count their persistence for faith, and that you heal them and support them in any way that you see fit according to your perfect will. And God, I pray for the family of the young lady who lost her life in the Capitol today. Also, we pray for the police officers and people who were injured, and some of the civilians who were injured as well. God, we pray that people can see your will in all of this, and that they have a speedy recovery. And Lord, we love you. We honor you. Thank you for this channel. Keep this channel going and keep us all safe, and bless those who donated. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, I got to work on my prayer game a little bit. I mean, that was all right. I got to work on my prayer game. But I love you guys. I thank all of you for the super chats and the support. Thank y'all for holding down the channel. It's been some ups and down times. It's been some times where I feel like I don't want to get up and do nothing. I want to give up. I want to throw in the towel. But I got to keep fighting. Somebody said, why was the woman shot? I think it was they call it accidental discharge. I think maybe the person was pointing the gun and they accidentally pulled the trigger on her. Maybe they thought she had a gun in her hand or something. I don't know, but I don't know if it was an accident. She got shot in the neck, which is not normally where they shoot people at, unless it's immediate threat of death. Because when you shoot somebody in the head, you're expecting to kill them. And getting somebody in the neck is aiming for their head and missing. That's pretty much how that went. Somebody said I forgot a women's. According to the Bible, that's not a real prayer word. Even though these fake, crazy, evil Democrats use it anyway, it's not a real word. Darth said, thank you for the super chat, said, I know how you feel, brother. I left the Democratic Party and became Republican after these 2 elections. I may well leave the Republican Party to become an independent. That's exactly what your boy right here is going to do. So I love you guys. I'm going to see you later. I'm going to play this beat because it's my favorite. My boy Levester made the beat for me. I think it's this one. Yep, it's this one. As we get up out of here, I just want to just a
check
little
out
beat.
the Officer Tatum.
Maybe put us in a better mood. I just want everybody to know I love y'all.
What else can we get here? No.
Protest numbers have dwindled probably in half at this point, down from 60 or 70 to begin to about 30. Police are well behind the barrier. Things have been pretty peaceful since they rushed the gate like 40 minutes ago. How do you feel about scaffolding? Scaffolding is my favorite thing ever. Thank you for bringing that up.
My question is, if the fat lady just sung, what is everybody doing right now? Why are they still there? What is going on right now? Like, do you know what that vote was for? Was that Mike Pence giving up his ability to
Not
do
one
it?
sniper to take the idiots
putting
out.
it
Do you
to a
think you would
vote?
need a sniper to take out 70 peaceful protesters? That's the way you would do it?
What was that?
The protest has been largely taken out at this point just from the freezing cold.
Like, seriously. Whoa, we got something going on. Is that AOC? Whoa. What is going on? Mike Pence? POS? Dude, we got like fucking 40 people entering at once. Some shit's about to go down. Blue tie, huh? I heard today it could be rumor, but he unfollowed Trump on Twitter. Mike Pence unfollowed Trump on Twitter. Oh my god. He unfollowed him. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know, but he did it. Does that make a difference, you guys? I don't know what that means. Seriously, what the fuck's going on? Why is there two people wearing green? Is that Green Party? Three people wearing green. 4? Guy in the middle? It's a little greenish. Alright, can we get volume? Like, what the fuck, USA Today? All right, come on. Look at them too. They think they're ringleaders. And they showed the ring. Go. Got some volume on it.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume.
They literally just got
The
killed.
tellers having taken their seats,
USA.
the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
6.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Ooh.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action
So because they couldn't settle, it's counted.
of the two houses.
What?
This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mayor Klobuchar.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities. and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular, in form, and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic?
Are you shitting me right now?
Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state.
Going with the paycheck.
That has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular, in form, and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
No.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state. It purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate that teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? The teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? The tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified as regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return of the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator, Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, the House will be in order. Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III, United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Howley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protections Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution. no remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
Senate will come to order.
Mr. President. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition
Majority
to the
Leader.
objection.
I know no further debate.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry
Pursuant to S-Con
the
Res.
same
1
Constitution
and
that
Section
you do.
17 of Title
And the
3,
Constitution, sir.
the United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a senator may speak to the objection for 5 minutes, not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair will put the question, shall the objection be sustained? The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
Objection from Senator Hawley from Missouri and Representative Perry from Pennsylvania. We, a United States Senator and member of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes on the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Majority Leader.
No further debate.
If there's no further debate, the question shall be, shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, the senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, be sustained? Is there a sufficient second? The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Leffler. Mrs. Leffler, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, no. Ms. Harris? Ms. Harris, no. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hirono? Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 7, the nays are 92. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, for the information of all of our colleagues, we don't expect additional votes tonight. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that upon the dissolution of the joint session, the Senate stand adjourned to then convene for pro forma sessions only, with no business being conducted on the following dates and times, and that following each pro forma session, the Senate adjourn until the next pro forma session. Friday, January the 8th at 10 a.m., Tuesday, January 12th at 12:30 p.m., Friday, January the 15th at 10 a.m. I further ask that when the Senate adjourns on Friday, January 15th, it next convene at 12 noon on Tuesday, January 19th. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Finally, following leader remarks, the Senate proceed to a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the Bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania Executive Branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania Judicial Branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is
Without
under the table.
objection.
Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure. almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, in analogy, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people, and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, there will be a time when doing your best is not good enough. We must do what's required, and we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote, many standing in long lines or painstakingly researching how to vote by mail correctly. We reject these disgraceful attacks on the voters of Pennsylvania and this attempt to throw out their votes. To those in this chamber who may cynically believe that stoking the forces of disinformation and division may be worth a short-term benefit to their political careers, I would urge serious self-reflection. Our democracy is one of the most precious resources of the American people, protected against enormous odds and at great sacrifice by each generation of service members and everyday citizens who put their lives on the line to build a freer and more equitable nation. They deserve better than what is happening in this chamber today.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
To what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by making 2 basic points. Number 1, individual states
Attention! I am Officer Ratcliffe, a police officer with the Sacramento Police Department. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly and, in the name of the people of the state of California, order all those assembled at Cesar Chavez Plaza Park to disperse immediately. Those who remain may be arrested. Disperse by walking on the sidewalk, either east or west on I Street, away from officers.
Cowboys, like I said, a men's club with a political problem and maybe a slight drinking problem. We're still trying to figure that one out. But we went from being a men's club to a club that now puts our lives and our livelihood on the line to protect people like you that come out to rallies. We protect you guys by standing in front of you guys when the opposition and Antifa come to try to inflict harm on you guys.
Fuck Antifa!
Fuck Antifa, exactly.
Fuck Antifa! Oh, this one has a mouth. This is like a fetish for you guys. You're like a masochist. You come here to get abused. 900 an hour.
Why do we need that for? You lost! Who's coming here to get abused? Why do we need that? Jesus! Thank you! God the Father!
He's with us. They're like, you're not fighting each other over here.
You want to talk about
Oh, that's a goal.
Back up! Back up!
Yeah, we're all good.
Where's the bitch with the stun gun?
Can I go help him up? No.
Name and birthday!
Classified information leaked serially to prestige press organizations for the purpose of prosecuting a campaign of political warfare against a sitting president. Reporters rarely, if ever, actually saw the classified documents. They relied on badly spun accounts of the documents fed to them by a circle of intelligence leakers. The classified information was used to advance the narrative that Trump had been compromised by Russian spies. U.S. officials knew not only that they were breaking the law, they also knew they were marketing a lie, and they knew where it originated. According to notes taken by former CIA Director John Brennan, he briefed then-President Barack Obama in late July 2016 that the Hillary Clinton campaign had approved a plan to, quote, vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal, claiming interference by Russian security services, end quote. Knowing the purpose and provenance of the story, Brennan nonetheless pushed it to senior U.S. officials as fact. He briefed then-Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid on information drawn from the notorious dossier paid by the Clinton campaign. Brennan also took it to the FBI. He said that he shared that information regarding Trump aides and Russian officials with the Bureau so that they could take it. In sworn testimony before Congress in May 2017, the former CIA director said the information he gave to federal law enforcement serves as the basis for the FBI investigation. It was to lend more color and weight to the Russia smear targeting Trump that government officials leaked classified information like the Flynn intercept. None have ever been charged. The press itself was honored. The Washington Post and New York Times were awarded a joint Pulitzer Prize for their numerous stories sourced to classified information leaked to advance a fraudulent narrative. Because of its part in pushing Russiagate, American intelligence services and law enforcement authorities are regarded with skepticism, if not contempt, by half of the U.S. public. Programs like Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrants, confidential human sources, and classified intelligence designed to keep citizens safe from terrorism, organized crime, and adversarial states were turned against Americans who were simply practicing their right to participate in our political process. And thus, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation marks a new, even transitional moment in our history. I lived in and reported from the Middle East for more than a decade, and the shape of the FBI and media's joint operation is unmistakable. It signals the marriage of the Ministry of the Interior, responsible for domestic spying, to the Ministry of Information, responsible for manufacturing propaganda, in a combined effort to destroy anyone it perceives as an opponent. With Crossfire Hurricane, major American institutions, the press, and our intelligence community have adopted the practices and ethos of the Third World. It is not clear at present how we might return from that territory. The issue, then, is not simply that the press and our intelligence services have forfeited the faith of large parts of the U.S. public, but they have injected into our public sphere a conspiracy theory. What they've done is the equivalent of dumping mercury into every American river, lake, and reservoir. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Brock. I'll start with the questionings. Mr. Smith, I'll start with the questioning to Mr. Brock. This is information we should have had years ago, but it was recently revealed when John Radcliffe released a document that said the U.S. intelligence community reported back on July 26th of 2016 that allegedly approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26th a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. Mr. Brock, in your testimony, you talked about the unequal application or the unequal treatment by the FBI of the Clinton campaign versus the Trump campaign. To me, this is just Exhibit A in that unequal treatment. Here you have the intelligence community actually knowing that it's Hillary Clinton approving of a plan to stir up this scandal, tying candidate Trump to Russian collusion. That kind of explains the whole Steele dossier, doesn't it? And the FBI knew that that was bought and paid for by the Hillary Clinton campaign. The FBI knew that the primary subsource of that Steele dossier had been investigated by them in 2009. They knew all of this for sure by the end of January 2017, but some of this information was known in July and in October.
Piece to like your
So
viewers and shit.
speak a little bit in terms of the unequal treatment of the two campaigns. And also I want you to speak to, I agree with you that this was not an adequate predicate for an investigation, okay? But speak to the FBI guidelines about continuing an investigation when you have all this exculpatory information.
Yeah, I think one of the
Again, get the microphone closer to your.
One of the most puzzling
anyone in
aspects
chat?
of this whole
Yeah, my buddy's just a little bit
really is
smashed
kind of a
right now. I'm
national
not gonna lie,
tragedy.
I'm
It's a
pretty
tragedy
smashed
for the
myself.
FBI, certainly.
And to be honest,
as we look
he's a little
back
bit
and
more
see
smart than I am myself
the
because he's
thin
staying at
basis
home
for
and
launching.
passing out.
Some
My
of you are
dumb
going to
ass
see a
is already
2-minute
facing
break. We'll
DUI,
continue
and
to
I'm already
listen in
pretty
on this
fucking
Senate
hammered
hearing
right
when
now.
you
I'm about to
return.
drive home, so.
The reasons that the FBI
Yeah.
stated in their opening
That is what it
communication for
is.
starting up a case,
I'm probably
and then
just
their
gonna leave
comments
the
to the
stream running.
Inspector
He's not
General
gonna
later
be
as to
here.
why they felt they were compelled
I don't know how to
to
cancel
investigate
this
the Trump
shit. I'm not trying to
campaign.
intrude, so
They don't
you
add
guys
up
have a good night, okay?
with
I'm just
a
gonna
certain
casually
logic
be in the
that should have been
background
applied
drinking and,
to the dossier and
Earth
its
Monkey
connection to the Clinton
is over here
campaign.
currently sleeping and is
there's-
well. So all peace
If they
and all good
applied the
night
same
tonight.
logic
Good night and
to the
all peace to you
dossier
guys
and the
as
fact
well.
that the Clinton campaign arranged for and paid for that and received Russian disinformation, then they would have had to open up a separate counterintelligence investigation, and yet they didn't.
And quite honestly, close down the Trump investigation.
Well,
because it was predicated on all that false information.
it was predicated not only on thin information of fourth-hand hearsay, it also, the statements that they relied on contained two exculpatory statements that, A, there was no indication that the Trump campaign received or accepted the Russian suggestion that they had information damaging to Hillary Clinton, and B, the Russians were prepared to release it no matter what the Trump campaign did or not. That is in their own opening EC. That right there for an experienced counterintelligence leader in the FBI should have been enough to say, we don't have enough to open up a case.
So I want to address my next question to the two journalists. There really has been, and there is, an unholy alliance between liberals, Democrats, and the media. There is completely unequal treatment by the media, by most of the media, Democrat versus Republican. Again, Exhibit A in this bias is how they treated the whole Russian hoax. And as our report showed, 125 leaks in the first 126 days that just drove this, sustained it, fueled this false narrative. I'll start with Ms. Atkinson. What duty do reporters have to reveal their sources when the sources give them false information?
It's a case-by-case thing. There is no standard across our profession. In fact, one of the things I've criticized is that at the beginning of the Trump administration, many news organizations announced that they were suspending their normal ethics and standards that dictate how their news organization typically deals with things such as use of anonymous sources, that they were suspending these because they said they needed to suspend their standards to cover a uniquely dangerous president. And I've argued, and I think you've observed, that I actually think there's no more important time for us to keep our standards and ethics than when we're covering somebody that maybe we don't like or we have strong feelings about. That's what standards are for. And instead, we saw this lifting starting in the 2016 time period and this changing of everything, the way we used to cover things. And at CBS News, there were very strict rules we went by to use anonymous sources as a last resort and only with very certain and specific caveats and disclosures. All that has changed. And even, the news organizations people used to consider the top ones in the country, if not the world. And there is no overarching body that dictates how this stuff has to be handled.
Well, as I've been trying to conduct these investigations over the last 6 years, one of the things I've certainly determined is it's an inquiring press that has access to sources that won't come to Congress because they don't trust Congress to keep their identities secure, confidential. So they go to the press. So the press finds out about this stuff a lot sooner than Congress does, or quite honestly, Department of Justice officials. So I fully understand and fully support a free press and any member of the press protecting the confidentiality of the sources, but that's when they're giving them true information. Mr. Smith, is there an obligation to protect a source that has given you false information?
Yeah, but I don't think it's
Turn on your mic and get it close to you.
Yeah, I see it a little differently. I think that what we've seen, as I tried to describe in the opening statement, is an actual partnership between the press and people who are providing false information to prosecute a campaign against the Trump administration. I'm very familiar with the left-wing bias in the media. My family, father, grandfather, great-grandfather all worked in the press. I was the literary editor at the Village Voice, which was the first alternative weekly in America, co-founded by Norman Mailer. I come from the left. I'm familiar with left-wing bias. What we've seen the last several years has nothing to do with left-wing bias. This is not about partisanship. What we've seen is something very destructive and very dangerous. And how this started was, in part, because of the financial collapse of the prestige press, which began with the advent of the internet. We've seen as a consequence the moral and professional collapse of the press. What we're talking about now is not a normal media. It is a platform for information operations. It's not just about partisanship.
Okay, Senator Peters. Maybe he has blinked off. So I will go to Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For our witnesses, thank you very much for that. Mr. Smith, I want to go back to that last statement that you made about that journalism and media has become a platform for disinformation in many ways. How does that get turned around in your perspective? You've been around media your whole life. How do we get accurate information out? It's one of the top questions that I get asked by people in my state in Oklahoma is how do I find out the facts?
I mean, there are different, for all the different complaints that we rightly have about the internet and even social media, there are different trends that are happening as well. So of course there are different alternative outlets. There are different journalists, there are different sources for people to follow. If we're talking about our national prestige media, like the brands that I talked about in my opening statement, these brand names will continue to exist for as long as they have people who own them who do not care how much money they make. How to make these particular brands responsible and accountable again to an American public that needs sound information, I don't know. But I am telling you, there is real news out there. There are people who gather news and who disseminate news. And I think that those figures need to be encouraged. If you're talking about what people ask you back in Oklahoma, I would say that one of the central things is local news is very important. I'm not sure that anyone needs to be competing entirely with the Post or the Times or CNN. Local news is very important for people to make those decisions right there and to figure out what they're doing, and then the national news will get to them as well.
Thank you. Ms. Atkinson, I wanted to be able to ask you a question about what you experienced personally and what was experienced by multiple journalists. There's an AP story in 2018, actually September 2018. I want to just read a clip of this AP story. It was asking this question. It said, Trump may use extraordinary rhetoric to undermine trust in the press, but Obama arguably went farther, using extraordinary actions to block the flow of information to the public. The Obama administration used the 1917 Espionage Act with unprecedented vigor, prosecuting more people under that law for leaking sensitive information to the public than all previous administrations combined. The Obama Justice Department dug into confidential communications between news organizations and their sources. As part of that effort, went through and discusses the 20 Associated Press office phone lines and reporters' home phones, cell phones, seizing them without notice as a part of an investigation, and then went into what actually happened to James Rosen as well at Fox News. You experienced this as well at CBS. So my question to you is, what should be done to an entity or an agency to hold them to account? Because they were never held to account for literally intimidating the press and for
Before we hit the top of the hour, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue to listen in on this Senate hearing when you return.
Situation to be able to hold an administration to account.
Well, at a minimum, one would think there would be an apology, and the people who took part in these actions would no longer be in a position that they could ever work in the government again and do these types of things. But people see that nothing happened to them. You know, why should anybody change the way they operate? In my case, this was illegal action, so obviously they should be prosecuted. But who's the prosecutorial authority? The Department of Justice and FBI, who are the ones implicated. And since they're not going to do the job, you have somebody like me, just a citizen, trying to bring a case in court to force what the Department of Justice is supposed to do criminally, because they're not. And then they spend all this taxpayer money just dragging it out, fighting it, trying to get the court to dismiss the case. I think because there's no accountability time and time again, then they may say, oh, people need more training, we'll reiterate our policies. This has happened over and over again, and they know, again, from administration to administration, some of the same people, nothing ever happens to them, so the behavior doesn't change.
Mr. Barker, let me ask you a question as a follow-up to that. You've been around the FBI, been in the FBI, now retired from it. You still know a lot of agents, you know the process. What should and could be done to an agency or leadership or individuals when they have an abuse of power? How should the investigation be handled? What is missing, and why can't we seem to close the loop on these investigations?
Some of what we're talking about today may not rise to criminal activity, certainly violations of policy, departmental policy, violation of the Attorney General guidelines. The executives involved were all fired, and with good reason, with cause. So there was some accountability there. What this committee is doing, shedding light on the abuses that took place by this small kind of rogue band of executives at FBI headquarters is vitally important. This is not the FBI I knew or worked in. This is not the FBI agents who work tirelessly, and analysts and other support personnel who work tirelessly every day for the good reasons that the FBI exists. This was a hijacking of the FBI, given respect to the Inspector General's conclusion of no bias. It's clear that there was bias involved by the text messages that were written by Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. It's clear by the statements made by former Director Comey and Deputy Director McCabe that they held a personal animus toward the president. There's no dispute on that. So this investigation was clearly a malicious undertaking.
Yeah, the struggle that I have is I know a lot of great FBI agents that they're frustrated, disappointed, and quite frankly embarrassed for how leadership handled some of these investigations. They don't do it this way, and their statement over and over to me is, if I did as a line agent what James did as a leader, I would have been fired and should have been fired. But they seem to be held to a different account than what leadership was being held to account in this. I do want to ask you one quick follow-up statement. I think I know your answer on this, but I want to get clarification. James Comey said in his September 30th testimony before Judiciary that he was proud of the work done by Crossfire Hurricane. That was the investigation on President Trump, at that time Canada Trump. And for the most part, it was done by the book, was his word. And I think for a lot of us, we were most shocked by his two words, proud of it, and it was by the book. Would you agree with either of those statements?
Well, I wouldn't be proud of Crossfire Hurricane. I'm proud of FBI agents, but no, this was not done by the book, not even remotely. We keep saying it over and over again. The FBI cannot walk outside the door without articulating adequate predication to be able to interview a U.S. citizen. And we should all be concerned and vigilant that the FBI adheres to those policy guidelines. And in this case, they did not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I want to thank you, Senator Langford, Senator Scott. I think Senator Hawley's on by remote for attending this. I think this is part of the problem. I think you all understand that I've not gotten a great deal of support for these investigations over the last 6 years. I think the attendance of this hearing shows that. And what I tried to point out with the lack of accountability of Eric Holder being held in contempt of Congress. Congress is a paper tiger. The reason these people aren't held accountable is there's no way to hold them accountable. Who investigates the investigator? Who prosecutes the prosecutors? That is an enormous problem. And it's certainly what I've come to understand in the 6 years trying to do this, trying to get this out. Obviously, the bias in the media, the attacks that I've had to put up with. It doesn't bother me personally. It bothers me in terms of the reflection and the impact on our democracy and on our freedoms. This is serious. And yet, we've got a couple senators attending this hearing. And I've got my ranking member saying this isn't even an appropriate hearing for this committee to have. There's the problem. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. First, I really do believe that Americans care about corruption, and they want to make sure that their president's not involved in corruption. I believe all along that we need to have a full investigation of Hunter Biden and his relationship in Ukraine. I think the public deserves to know how a vice president of the United States was able to force a foreign government to stop investigating a company that was paying his son $83,000 a month. So, Ms. Atkinson, can you talk a little bit about what you've uncovered with regard to Hunter Biden and the Ukraine? And then after that, you talk about that, talk about...
All right, while they figure their audio issues out, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
The next president of the United States. Ms. Atkinson, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Could you hear me before?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just say it again. It wasn't that long. Yeah. I believe Americans care about corruptions, and I believe that Americans do not want to see their president involved in corruption. I believe all along that we need to have a thorough investigation of Hunter Biden and his relationship in the Ukraine. I believe the public needs to know how a vice president of the United States was able to stop a foreign government from investigating a company that was paying his son $83,000 a month. And I mean, I think this is, whatever the facts ought to come out. So, Ms. Atkinson, what have you learned about Hunter Biden in the Ukraine, number one? Number two, why hasn't the mainstream media cared? And assuming that Joe Biden would become the next president of the United States, will they start caring?
I have not done as deep a dive into the Hunter Biden question as other journalists who have written really good pieces, including left-leaning publications starting about a year ago this time. We're doing some great investigations, and I think that can be attributed to the fact that at the time there must have been people putting out the narrative, as I say in the news, that did not want Joe Biden to be the nominee or wanted somebody else. So therefore, even among left-leaning political figures and so on, this was debated. But then once Joe Biden became the nominee, it evaporated, at least as a discussion among the liberal press and left-leaning figures, and it became supposedly a conspiracy theory by conservatives at that point, although it was quite well documented and covered previously. I learned that there are, at the very least, some very legitimate questions to ask about conflict of interest and potential conflict of interest. I learned that if you substituted the name Biden and Trump, or Trump's children and Biden's children, I think you would undoubtedly have a very different kind of media coverage than the lack of interest and the advocacy that comes from some of the media that are trying to squelch the story and the discussion of it, aided by social media and powerful interests who don't want it talked about. And do I think it will change under a Biden presidency? I don't think so. I think there will be some criticism in the popular press of Joe Biden when he comes under criticism by others in the left-leaning, again, press or political figures. Maybe he's not doing the right things, but he's certainly not going to come under the same sort of scrutiny or attacks or the one-sided coverage that President Trump got. And I've written books about this, showing that the false coverage, not just the biased coverage, but the media mistakes made all the way from the New York Times to the Washington Post and to CNN over and over again, just false reporting and false information. I don't think we're going to see that. I think in the campaign, that was demonstrated that we will see a whole different kind of news coverage with Biden for reasons that I've explained. With news organizations, I agree with Lee, now largely taken over by narratives and propaganda. We've invited these special political and corporate interests to use us for their talking points and their distribution of narratives and storylines. And by and large, that's what many of us have become.
So Ms. Atkinson, how can somebody who believes they're a legitimate journalist like Wolf Blitzer or Jake Tapper not care about this? I mean, they've portrayed themselves to be legitimate journalists that want to get to the facts, hold people accountable. They're very clear they want to hold both sides accountable. How can they continue then to not care about something like Hunter Biden?
Well, I worked at CNN back when it was a news organization back in 1990-93, and we wouldn't have dreamed of covering stories. I spoke to many former CNN insiders in the book that I just wrote. They're all horrified at the turn that this once very prestigious and fairly straight down the middle news organization has taken. And you have to understand, if you realize that the media landscape has now been successfully co-opted and we've invited them in, I say we've been infiltrated by these interests that want to turn us into these mouthpieces, then you understand that when you do that job, you put forth a narrative, even if it proves not to be true, that you are given promotions and attention, and your views are then amplified by the like-minded media and social media, and it feels like you're doing everything right. Your colleagues are patting you on the back, and it just sort of feeds upon itself. But it's evolved into a situation where it's not journalism as certainly as I knew it, and as I think many Americans, if you've been around long enough, thought of journalism. I think it's all being redefined right now and changed.
So take individuals like Jake Tapper and Wolf Blitzer. Can they actually go back to becoming legitimate journalists again, or is it just the way it's set up with their producers and the way CNN works that it'll never go back to a normal investigative and a fair media outlet?
Well, a lot of people weighed in on that when I interviewed them recently, including former people who were executives at CNN and were there part of the discussions about changing the way CNN worked into what it is today. So I'm not an expert on this, but a lot of people think that it is not going to be able to go back to what it once was, even though there is a demand. Even people who want to get their left-leaning news from CNN and maybe their right-leaning news from Fox or somewhere else, they still want a place they can go that they feel is just telling you the story where it leads and more down the middle. But the people I spoke to the extent these are news executives who worked in the industry, they don't feel, if they had to guess, that CNN can go back to what it was, but they also don't think it survives moving forward without Donald Trump, the villain, in the way that it's been doing the last 4 years.
Pretty quickly, we've had these hearings recently about Twitter and Facebook and places like that where they censor conservatives. So and then they allow Ayatollah or Maduro, people like that, do whatever they want. What do you think? What do y'all think the impact that has on our democracy when a conservative can't have anything, say much on Twitter or Facebook, but Maduro in Venezuela, who's committing genocide against his own citizens, or the Ayatollah, or the Communist Party of China can do whatever they want? What do y'all think the impact of that is on our democracy and the ability of us actually to do our jobs?
You'd like me to answer? Sure. It's laughable, of course. I mean, they have, Ayatollah Khamenei who tweets all the time, and he gets away with death to Israel, death to the United States. And the president of the United States, if you look at his Twitter feed now, it's 3/4 is censored. What's not censored is that it's marked with advisories. It's preposterous. People see this. I mean, this is the thing. This is getting through to people outside of Washington, outside of New York, outside of Los Angeles. People see it's a farce. They understand that not just the media. They understand social media. They understand that the game is tilted against them, and people are getting angrier and angrier. Do I care myself personally? I think it's obscene that they let Khamenei and they let the Iranian lunatics, the Islamic Republic, post whatever they want, and American conservatives are thrown off there for something ridiculous. It's laughable, right? But the serious thing is happening in the real world, off of Twitter. Americans are seeing what's happening, which is it's a blessing. That's a great thing.
May I say one thing?
Sure.
I feel like I've looked at this issue quite a bit, and there's danger in the notion that sometimes we say, those of us who don't like the censorship that social media is the heavy hand that they're now using, we say, why aren't you censoring this because you're censoring that? And I personally think as a journalist, the tack ought to be, don't censor anything except that which is illegal. In other words, don't invite them, don't accept that they have that role. They never had that role before 2016 when they were lobbied by political and corporate interests to do what I call our fake fact checks and to curate our information. They created a market or demand to let us invite that in because we weren't asking for it. And now that it's here, I think we have to be careful not to say, well, gee, if you just censor everybody equally, we'll be happy. I think the whole trend is bad for everybody and that the goal ought to be hands off of our information.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense.
By the way, I do too. And so if we modify Section 230 from my standpoint, you retain the liability protection for content that's uploaded, and you limit the liability on their ability to censor, on the moderation. They have to publish what those policies are. They have to be completely transparent, and I think people should have a cause of action if they're censored, if they're demonetized, if they're destroyed by them not following their very transparent, very open policies. But with that, I'll turn that over to Senator Hawley, who has potentially other thoughts on that issue.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised this issue, Mr. Chairman, and I couldn't agree more with what you just said, or Ms. Atkinson, with what you just said. I think it's absolutely vital, and maybe we'll talk about this more in just a second, that these social media companies not be permitted to be the censors of the nation. I don't want them censoring anybody, unless, as you say, Ms. Atkinson, I think exactly rightly, unless it's illegal. I mean, if it's child pornography, sure. But if it's political speech, no. And why should we entrust Mark Zuckerberg with the power of censorship? And you're right, Mr. Chairman, the way to do this is to give American citizens a private right of action. Let them sue over the content moderation decisions as it relates to citizenship. That would, or as it relates to censorship, rather, that would clear this up, I think, really quickly. And but that's, of course, exactly what the technology companies don't want. They don't want any change to Section 230. Mr. Brock, let me come to you, if I could, to talk just a little bit about the FISA process. This process requires, as I understand it, either the director or the deputy director to certify every FISA application. Now, the Judiciary Committee, on which I also sit, has had Director Comey, former Director Comey, former Deputy Director McCabe up before the committee, and they have testified, in effect, that actually this certification process is just a formality. You know, I mean, they didn't, neither of them, they represented, they didn't really read the applications. They didn't really take it that seriously. Oh, it's just a signature on a page. Is that your understanding of what the certification process amounts to and why it's in the statute?
Not for this type of case, Senator. It would be startling to me that an FBI director and deputy director would treat a FISA application against a presidential campaign in a nonchalant way. I would assume that they, or at least their chief of staff, the chief counsel, would read it word by word and inform them to the deepest degree possible as to the nature and applicability of the FISA. If it was a normal FISA on a suspected intelligence officer of the FSB, that's one thing, fairly routine, fairly pro forma, but that's not what we're talking about here. So that it stretches credulity that they would wave it off as well. We just signed off on it as kind of in a rubber stamp manner. That just is hard to fathom.
You know, as a former leader at the Bureau, Mr. Brock, just tell me what you think about what the FISA court said when they rebuked the FBI directly and said that because of the misinformation and in one case at least outright falsehood that the Bureau submitted to that court, to the FISA court, as part of the FISA application process, because of those falsehoods and misinformation, the court can't trust the FBI submissions and other cases that have nothing to do with Crossfire Hurricane. I mean, have you ever heard of something like this happening? I mean, what does this say about the credibility of the FBI and what they have done in the Crossfire Hurricane case?
This is part of the wake of damage that's been left by these executives, because you're exactly right, Senator. It calls into question every other FBI FISA application for vitally important cases, counterterrorism cases, life and death type of investigations. So it's tremendous damage. I don't think the court was strong enough, frankly, in its condemnation of this activity. The director's own words, Director Comey's own words, that the dossier was salacious and unverified. And then 2 times after uttering those words, he signed off on a FISA application that was, by the FBI's own admission, by their own admission, dependent on that dossier for the probable cause. So it's difficult to square what their thinking was and why they went forward like this, other than there was an ulterior motive there somewhere.
Well, let me ask you about your testimony, your written testimony, which you said that you're firmly of the view that there was insufficient evidence to justify opening the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, thank you. And I want to be clear here because obviously I'm taking a different position than what the Inspector General wrote in his report. But if you read that carefully, he interviewed Crossfire Hurricane team members, and all of them spoke about the necessity of investigating Russian interference with the election. Nobody disputes that. That is clearly an FBI responsibility. Russia always tries to interfere with elections and other parts of our government activities. Nobody is disputing that. Crossfire Hurricane was a case that was opened against U.S. citizens and members of a presidential campaign. Unprecedented. Never been done before. You would think it would be handled with care, marked all over that decision-making process, but it doesn't appear that way. So they literally took fourth-hand information. The FBI received information from a friendly foreign government, which we now know to be Australia, who in turn had a conversation with George Papadopoulos, who in turn received information now known through Joseph Mifsud that the Russians had suggested they had information damaging to the Clinton campaign. I'm not sure how you rally all of that together to make sufficient predication for opening even a preliminary investigation, a limited investigation. They went ahead and opened a full investigation, which gave them the ability to use all of the FBI's investigative powers against U.S. citizens. And as I pointed out earlier, not only were they relying on fourth-hand hearsay, embedded in those statements by the Australian diplomat were 2 exculpatory statements that should have stopped the show right then, but didn't.
Right, and we now know that the source, the Steele dossier, which was the principal source for the FISA warrants, and we've heard testimony in the Judiciary Committee that the FISA warrants would not have issued had it not have been for the Steele dossier, and we now know that the principal source for that was, in fact, a Russian agent. I mean, subject to a counterintelligence investigation by the FBI at the time they sought the warrants. I mean, it's just, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, if this were a movie, you'd say, oh, it's totally implausible. In fact, it's actually happened. And that's why I continue to believe this is potentially the biggest scandal in the FBI's history. Let me ask you, though, you talked about the care with which this investigation was handled. It seems like it was handled with a lot of care by a small, tight-knit group of people at FBI headquarters, spearheaded by Peter Strzok. You've also got McCabe in there very much driving this. And that's unusual, right? It's unusual for an investigation of this nature to be launched not from a field office, but at FBI headquarters from a very small group of people. I mean, just tell us about that as someone who's been part of this process before. Why was the procedure here and the initiation, why was it unusual?
Yeah, it is hard to overstate how anomalous this behavior was. That they would, first of all, open up a counterintelligence investigation into a presidential campaign without incredibly substantial justification, let alone thin. And then secondly, to embargo that investigation onto the 7th floor of the FBI and run it out of headquarters. The reason why the FBI runs its investigations in field offices is not in headquarters, because headquarters is close to the political flame of Washington, D.C. They're there for a different purpose. They're not there for an investigative purpose. The field offices handle investigations. That's where the experience is. That's where the sobriety is in making a judgment about whether there's adequate predication under the Attorney General guidelines exists. No, they took this into the 7th floor, out of the director's office, and ran this rogue investigation. And I would be willing to, and this is speculation admittedly, but I would be willing to wager that many of those executives involved in that investigation had never read the Attorney General guidelines, didn't understand them.
Well, thank you for your service, Mr. Brock, and thank you for your testimony here. And I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired, but based on the testimony that this committee has collected and the extensive investigation that you and the committee have pursued and the testimony the Judiciary Committee has heard, I think it's pretty clear that there was an enormous amount of care taken in opening this investigation. And it was done for political purposes. I think it becomes increasingly clear for all the reasons Mr. Brock has outlined, the violation of procedural norms, the outright lying to the FISA court. This was done very deliberately. It was done by people who did not want Donald Trump to be president, who did not want the 2016 election results to stand, and they tried to weaponize the FBI to interfere in a presidential election. And sadly, they succeeded. And that is going to go down, I think, as one of the great disgraces in American history. And this committee and this Senate needs to make sure it never happens again. Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Senator Hawley, first of all, I agree with you. And if you could stick around, I want to break protocol because I actually want to turn you into a witness. But I want to make a point based on what Mr. Brock said, because Mr. Brock, you said it's completely appropriate for the FBI to investigate Russian interference. They knew there was Russian interference going on in the fact that this Clinton campaign, the DNC paid for the Steele dossier, which they knew was Russian disinformation. And I think this shows the jaw-dropping bias and unequal treatment of justice when they continue to pursue the Trump campaign, where they had no evidence, they had exculpatory evidence, and they didn't lift a finger to investigate what was happening with the Steele dossier and the Clinton campaign. But Senator Hawley, the question I want to ask you, because I want to talk about the difficulty we have here in Congress investigating these things. The resistance I've had to getting documents, even out of the agencies under a Republican administration. You had the ability to interview both Mr. Comey and Mr. McCabe. And by the way, you did an excellent job with Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Zuckerberg, particularly because you had whistleblower information. You had documents, so you could ask them some pretty hard questions, some pretty revealing questions. My big problem in bringing either Mr. Comey, Mr. McCabe, any of these characters, is we haven't had the documents. Can you speak to trying to prepare for your judiciary hearing, interviewing both Mr. Comey and Mr. McCabe? I watched that. There was a couple interesting revelations. But because you didn't have documents, because you couldn't, ask them, well, what did you mean in this email? How much did that hamper your ability to actually question them when they were witnesses before your committee?
Well, I think there's no doubt that the stonewalling, and I think that's the only word that you can reasonably use here, the stonewalling by the FBI of both the Judiciary Committee and this committee in the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane and the origins here has absolutely hampered the investigation. Of course, that's been deliberate. I mean, they have withheld information from us. They've withheld documents. We've had to threaten. We've had to cajole. We've had to issue subpoenas in some cases. I mean, this is what you've been doing. So to not be able to have the source material, and I'll tell you also, we've been told over and over the Durham report. Durham is handling this. Wait for Durham. Well, the Senate has an oversight responsibility of its own, and the public has a right to know. And when a presidential election has been interfered with, and when the FBI has been leveraged by a political party, in this case, the Clinton campaign in 2016, leveraging the FBI, the most powerful law enforcement body in the world, to interfere in a presidential campaign, and they successfully did it. That is something that the Senate absolutely must investigate. It has a right to know, and the public has a right to be part of that process. And I'm afraid they've been effectively denied by the FBI itself, which to this day is refusing to turn over key documents and stonewalling and slow walking. And that's why I say, Mr. Chairman, it is just confirmed in me the conclusion that the FBI needs pretty fundamental reform. And what Mr. Brock was just describing, a political atmosphere has clearly taken over in the upper echelons of the FBI, which is a great disservice to the field agents and the men and women who are out there on the line every day, enforcing the law, investigating, bringing criminals to justice. But you've got this political group in Washington, D.C., and what they're doing is dangerous.
Well, you just set me up for my next question. I appreciate that. And again, I really appreciate you participating in this hearing and caring about it. Didn't have a whole lot.
Thanks to the thousands of you that continue to watch with us here on News Now from Fox. We're going to be taking a quick 2-minute break for some of you. Stay right here.
I've made this comment a number of times. I've made this point that when it comes to investigations about wrongdoing in the political realm, we do it completely backwards. I mean, take a look at what happened. Take a look at the corruption that we now know about, but how long it took for us to get this level of knowledge of what happened. And by the way, we are a long way from fully understanding this because of the resistance, because of the obstruction. But I would argue that the order of investigation ought to start, again, this is investigations within the political realm, wrongdoing there. It should start with congressional investigations. Congress ought to have access to all the information. I can't tell you how many times the excuse has been given to me when we've requested things, even under subpoena, that, well, you know, we've got an active criminal investigation, or we've got a special counsel, or we've got John Durham. He doesn't want you interfering with his investigation. The way this should work is, because it's, from my standpoint, is so far more important to expose this so the public understands what happened, to provide that accountability of public awareness as a deterrent, as opposed to a criminal prosecution and putting somebody in jail, because it rarely happens anyway. So I think Congress needs to first investigate, have all the access to all the information, and then if we see potential criminal activity, we refer those cases to the Justice Department. If there's a conflict there, then you set up a special counsel. So we've done this completely backwards, and here we are 4 years later, and we're only now starting to uncover the extent of the corruption. And the corruption is incredibly troubling. It should have troubled every member of Congress, every U.S. senator, every member of this committee, but it obviously doesn't. Because apparently corruption is partisan. If it's corruption in the side of your party, not worried about it. I'm worried about it regardless. So, Mr. Brock, I want to ask you the question really, how much would it really hamper a criminal investigation if Congress had the same information?
Yeah, I appreciate your frustration, Senator. I think all of us are looking for a deep level of cooperation and transparency from the FBI. I'm not here to second guess the decisions they make because there's information I don't have access to that can mitigate certain decisions that are made or color certain decisions that are made. But the nation is craving transparency right now. And I think it's better for the FBI to rip the Band-Aid off, and if there are things that are embarrassing to the FBI that have to be revealed, then let's get it over with. The Bureau has taken a beating over the last 3 or 4 years at the hands of some bad actors. We shouldn't, there's no shame in that. There were some poor decisions made, whether politically biased or not. They were poor decisions that dramatically impacted the American trust in the FBI. So let's restore that. And the best road to that is complete transparency. So I would encourage that. I would also encourage, frankly, and this is a challenge to Congress, I think we have an inadequate description of what corruption means, political corruption means. Right now, federal law is fairly narrow. There are anti-bribery laws, and beyond that, it is hard to really get at corrupt activity. And maybe we need a new definition. If there are family members that are being enriched because of someone being in office, if there are loans being forgiven of political officers, and it is difficult to prosecute that, maybe we need a new definition of corruption and new laws. And it might be difficult for Congress to pass that type of legislation, but right now it's frustrating for the FBI to see a lot of corrupt activity and not really be able to take much action against it. Other criminal violations wound the flesh. Corruption wounds the soul of this nation, and it is eating away at us right now in a very partisan way, as you point out, Senator. So I would encourage opening the aperture and looking at different activity and deciding whether or not we could tolerate that as corrupt activity in our country.
So not being an attorney, one thing I was surprised to find out in these investigations, particularly as it relates to the glaring conflict of interest of Hunter Biden being on Burisma's board, is we have no laws, but we have regulations within the State Department against conflict of interest. They just don't apply to the vice president and the president. Maybe you ought to at least change those regulations, if not write a law. But I want to drill down really in terms of potential harm on a criminal investigation prosecution if Congress gets this information. Now, again, I've never investigated anything other than, in my workplace. So I've learned a fair amount of kind of how you go about doing this. And it makes sense that if you really want to go after the kingpin, you start interviewing people lower in the organization. You don't necessarily want the kingpin to know what you're finding out.
Correct.
So to me, that is the greatest harm that could, occur against a criminal investigation if all this is made public in Congress. But I would argue that is well worth the harm to a potential criminal, because let's face it, information is information. Now, maybe the kingpin is going to learn a little bit more about how he ought to lie to investigators by what he's hearing. But facts are facts, and you can still potentially successfully prosecute somebody and convict them even with just the facts. So am I right? Is that the way that having Congress access to this information, having the public aware of this, is that really the main harm that it might cause a criminal investigation? From my standpoint, that's not worth withholding information from the public, certainly not 4 years.
Understood, and thank you for that clarification. I understand your question better now. There is a traditional concern, obviously, and a tension that when you're bringing criminal charges against someone, that they have the opportunity for a fair trial, because that person may be acquitted, may be found innocent or not guilty, at least. And so there is a concern that a presumptive or premature release of information where there is a risk that information might be leaked out somehow, that it could bias or impact a potential prosecution and a subject's determination of guilt or innocence. So I would agree with you that I think there are circumstances where information can be securely shared with Congress. That's been proven through the classified committees in this Congress that they can't keep secrets. So if there's some mechanism that can be put in place to extend that assurance, then your argument is valid.
So the point I'm making is I'm willing to sacrifice the conviction for the public exposure in wrongdoing of the political realm. Because again, you said a lot of this stuff probably doesn't rise to a criminal act, but it's certainly wrongdoing. It's certainly a glaring conflict of interest. It's certainly a problem when it comes to counterterrorism issues, potential extortion. That was the whole reason that the FBI said, well, and political figures, we got to investigate these potential ties to Russia, to Trump, because imagine the blackmail that could be perpetrated against the Trump administration. Well, the same thing's there in terms of a Biden administration as well, and then some. What we found out about connections to CEFC, how that's tied to the Chinese government. This a large company just all of a sudden off the face of the earth. This is troubling, and it just amazes me how the press has just turned a blind eye to it. I want to continue to drill down a little bit on FBI, because I am disappointed. I hate to say this, but I'm very disappointed in Director Wray's inability to restore credibility and integrity of the FBI. I just am. I think the only way that can happen is total transparency, and he hasn't been totally transparent. I don't know whether you ever briefed Congress, but I know when we had the director before our committee in our annual threat hearing, at the tail end of that, I asked him a couple questions. And the question I had for him, because he'd always say, well, this happened before I became director, a lot of this. So, well, here's something that happened under his watch. Again, the predicate being, we found out that the FBI knew the primary subsource was a suspected Russian agent. They knew that Hillary Clinton campaign bought and paid for the Steele dossier. They knew there was Russian disinformation in that. They knew that as of January 2017. They knew all of that. And yet, in March of 2018, I believe it was, members of the FBI, we have the documents of how they were preparing to brief, and they did brief, the Senate Intelligence Committee, and represented that the Steele dossier was reliable. How can that happen? I asked that to the director. I didn't get a very good response. I mean, do you understand how that could happen? This is more than a year later after the FBI knew full well the Steele dossier was far from reliable. And of course, James Comey always said it was salacious and unverified.
Yeah, Senator, I'm going to choose my words carefully here. Obviously, my interests are to restore the credibility of the FBI and the American people. Christopher Wray, I think, has done a very good job of advancing a level of trust. I do agree, and I think there's frustration among retired agents and even agents that are currently in the FBI that there should be an urgency to be transparent as nearly as possible. But again, I say, I don't know all the facts. I don't have visibility into some of the sources that may need protecting. There are entirely viable reasons, so I can't second guess that. I do think that it is irresponsible to hear calls for Director Wray's removal unless there is specific cause, like there was for William Sessions or James Comey. I don't see any of that. There may be frustration with the pace of how the FBI is responding, and pressure should be kept on. The FBI is used to that. They should be held to account. They should be called to testify and explain themselves. But there are factors that can come into play here.
Just to show you these again.
Yeah.
Do you think this is acceptable?
No, and I think what you're running into there, Senator, frankly, and this is something that they should be called to account for. You have a unit or a section inside FBI headquarters that is doing that kind of redacting. They're following protocols that are lined out for them, and these are lower level GS employees that are making these decisions. I don't know to what extent that's reviewed by higher ups, but when I see something like that, my first instinct is that is just somebody following the rule book and not giving a lot of thought.
Yeah, but that's a convenient excuse for the people at the top to continue to obstruct.
I'd be happy, I'd be happy to talk about what I know about Director Wray from my reporting. I would be happy to talk about it.
Okay, because I've got kind of one final question for the journalist, but go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I mean, the Director Wray has been withholding documents since virtually the time he started. I know from my reporting, the plot against the president, that that Director Wray and Rod Rosenstein both went in and they asked the then speaker to not give away any documents. He's doing the same thing. He did the same thing in the spring and summer regarding the Michael Flynn case. Director Wray is anything else but an exemplum of transparency. There's a real problem there.
Well, that I know. I guess my final set of questions here, I don't want to keep people any longer than we need to. We have heard just a drumbeat. And as I mentioned in my opening comments, you know, I have been accused, Senator Grassley have been accused falsely, completely falsely, no proof because there is no proof, of accepting, probably soliciting, Russian disinformation, disseminating it through these investigations. I mean, again, nothing could be further from the truth. But that's the weapon they've been using, time and time again. It's worked. It's worked, unfortunately, because the press carries their water and they keep the drumbeat up. In particular, they always talk about Russian interference in the 2016 election, which, by the way, I don't deny. I don't condone. I mean, I was way ahead of the curve here in my subcommittee in Senate Foreign Relations, the European subcommittee. I held hearings on Russian disinformation, Russian interference, attempted coup in Montenegro, in Europe. This is what they do. They're always going to do it. We always have to be on guard. But what I want to ask the two journalists, in putting things in perspective, I don't know how much Russia paid for Facebook ads. I don't know what impact hacking the DNC server and distributing apparently true emails, by the way, accurate emails. I don't know what impact that had, but I would say it pales. The impact of Russian interference in our politics and our elections pales in comparison to the impact that Jack Dorsey denies of Twitter, of his censorship, of Facebook's censorship, of the extreme bias in the media. So I'll start with Ms. Atkinson. Do you agree with that assessment that the interference, the ability of media and social media to impact our politics, impact our elections vastly outperforms anything that Russia or foreign power could potentially do? And again, real quick, Ted Cruz asked Jack Dorsey, do you have the ability to impact our politics? He said, no. I followed up. You all agree that Russia can use your platforms and influence our politics, which is why you're on guard, why you've put these controls in place. You don't agree that you, in using your own platforms in censorship, in search manipulation, you can't affect our politics, and they just all say no. It's astounding, but Ms. Atkinson, what do you think of that?
Well, only from what I've read was the final assessment on what Russia did in terms of purchasing some Facebook ads and so on. Absolutely. I mean, there's no denying that in any way. The difference is one is considered a foreign national security threat, and I assume is illegal. Not that we can really yank people out of Russia and prosecute them. But the other is, unless it's viewed through a lens that I don't understand, is a legal way of manipulating public opinion or shaping public opinion and information. And I think that's the hard part about attacking it. The interests that are responsible for convincing big tech in 2016 to start taking this role that they were not interested in prior to that, the political and corporate interests understand how powerful this is and have exploited it in a very dangerous way that tends to potentially impact pretty much everything we see and hear and read and can access. And I will end the answer to the question by saying I do think there are smart people working on solutions to this problem. There are investors and journalists and technical experts who are trying to make it where there will be platforms using perhaps blockchain technology and things I don't fully understand, whereby information can be exchanged in a way that you're not deplatformed if you share the truth or you share a peer-reviewed published study that these powerful interests don't want you to read. And I think some solutions and alternatives we will see in the next 4 years. The question is, in the meantime, we have this very, very managed and controlled news and internet environment that we're trying to grapple with.
You brought up an issue. I don't think enough Americans really understand the economic power in terms of like small.
Stay right here with us, everyone. More news now from Fox will continue in just 2 minutes.
They've shut down their platforms, whether it's on Facebook or Twitter or wherever. I mean, these companies are out there to be used. It's kind of like if AT&T back in the 50s said, we're not going to let you use our phones anymore. That could destroy a business overnight. Now, AT&T didn't do that, but Facebook and these social media companies are. Mr. Smith, do you want to just...
May I quickly address how that impacts the news industry? Because I quoted an international news executive, not by name, but who spoke to me for my last book, who gave a very chilling quote. And he said, because of the fear of being deplatformed by these social media companies and the organized interests coming after you on social media, appearing to generate an AstroTurf campaign against you, this guy said, the newsman in me wants to report the truth, but the businessman in me says, pull your punches, because what sort of Pyrrhic victory would it be to be able to publish something only to be deplatformed and have no outlet at all? So if you can imagine news organizations now withholding what they see as the truth or honest reporting for fear of the big tech companies and social media coming after them or deplatforming them, then you get a sense of how effective this is at managing the news that we see.
So one thing I just found out, to build on that point, I don't know exactly how this works, but apparently, I found this out from Dr. Robert Epstein, who's been monitoring Google's influence on the campaigns, that For example, the New York Post allows Google to read their Gmail. It's kind of part of the deal, so they don't get delisted, so they can be up there in the search results. But Mr. Smith, do you want to just speak to the point I made about the impact that social media and media have compared to foreign influence?
Well, yes. I mean, Twitter notoriously buried the Hunter Biden story. They buried the New York Post reporting on the Biden family and their relationships with foreign officials in Ukraine and China. So the idea that this is the actual election interference. They are shaping elections. When we talk about 2016, it didn't happen on Facebook with the Russians. The shaping of the election was shaped. The issue is not Russian disinformation. The issue in 2016 was Clinton campaign disinformation. That was the fundamental thing, and that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to shape the election, and then, of course, not just the election, but the transition team and the presidency as well. I just wanted to say two other things, and that is I definitely agree with Cheryl about what's happening. If you see sometimes what appears to be random on Twitter or Facebook or other social media platforms, they will scold someone, they will suspend someone temporarily, and then bring them back. This is meant to draw invisible red lines or disappearing red lines. People don't know exactly what they're not supposed to say. They're effectively being schooled to censor themselves. So this is a very dangerous thing. So I 100% agree with that. The last thing I wanted to say, Chairman, I'm sorry that there is not more general interest. I know that many Americans find this incredibly important. I also want to say, as a journalist, the work that you and this committee have done, everything from putting out the struck page emails to the Hunter Biden conflict of interest document, it's been extremely important. There's lots of researchers out there, lots of serious journalists who are doing real work, and we thank you for the important and vital work that this committee has done, without which there's just different things we wouldn't know. Really, the amount of research that has gone into your products, I commend you for it and thank you for it.
I appreciate that. One final point, what I learned from Dr. Epstein after this election, in his monitoring, he found out that Google was only sending reminders to get out to vote to their liberal subscribers until he sent an email to the New York Post, knowing that Google would be watching that, saying that he had discovered this. Then all of a sudden they started sending that reminder out to everybody, so apparently they wouldn't get caught. The final point I'll make is, I've gone into Eastern Europe, the former Soviet Union countries, and it is true. One of the main things we emphasize there is anti-corruption. And of course, parts of the corruption is what we always talk about, the oligarch ownership of the media. And, we talk about it. How can we prevent the oligarchs from controlling the media and controlling the political message in for example, Ukraine and other countries. And it wasn't long before I kind of started realizing, maybe we're the pot calling the kettle black here. We just don't call our media moguls oligarchs. We call them billionaires. But isn't that part of the same problem, Ms. Atkinson? Isn't that true? I mean, our media giants, the people control it, these are American oligarchs. They're American billionaires and moguls, and they exert way too much power that we need to figure out how to rein in. Ms. Atkinson.
I haven't explored the business aspect. I know that's a common thought. I can't speak authoritatively to that. The problems I track have more to do with outside influences, both political and corporate, understanding the first 2 decades of this century, very clever ways to get their nose under the tent at news organizations and get their people hired and use nonprofits and LLCs and crisis management firms and global law firms to shape what we do effectively and shape the terms of what we talk about, the language we use, the stories we don't report. And then in 2016, after, in my view, they had effectively controlled much of the news landscape, they saw we could still get unfettered access to information online. So they set about in a very organized fashion to attack that source of information as well. That's where we are today.
Mr. Smith, do you have any final comments?
No, I agree 100% with that. And that's why I say that what we're looking at in the media now is not simply about partisanship. They are serving as a platform, as a sword and shield for the oligarchs. You're absolutely correct. And if you look at the major Washington media press organizations, the Washington Post and the Atlantic, this is precisely what's going on. It's not just political partisanship. These are platforms for oligarchs, tech oligarchs.
Mr. Brock, do you have any closing comments?
That's a little out of my swim lane, but I will say.
I'm just saying in general in terms of the hearing.
Yeah, well, in general, let me just add on. Information is commerce. I encourage Congress to look at ways to look at control of information like they looked at monopoly and trust busting in the early part of the 20th century. Advocacy journalism, which is what we're stuck with right now, is a moneymaker. And it depends on clicks. It depends on... And so you're going to have people exercising over censorship and the soft censorship that Ms. Atkinson talked about of deplatforming people and burying things so that they can't go viral. Overall, thank you for the opportunity, Senator. Your work here on the committee, as Lee mentioned, is very, very important in exposing the bad actions that were taken by a few individuals in the FBI and the damage that they did as a result to the lives of U.S. citizens.
Well, again, I want to thank all the witnesses for just what you do in your careers. You know, what you've contributed to our republic, and as Benjamin Franklin so famously said, it's a republic if we can keep it. Right. And it's a real concern when we see what's happening here. You know, the abuse of power. I'm highly concerned. So it's disappointing we didn't have greater attendance. I want to thank all my colleagues who did attend, ask some pretty thoughtful questions. Again, I want to thank you for your thoughtful testimony. I will say what I intend to do is we've got a pretty good editor that will hopefully condense down the best parts and edit this down. Maybe we'll get more eyeballs on this hearing. I think it's extremely important that we do so. We did that with my hearing from November 19th that should have been all about the early treatment of COVID. I mean, what could make more sense? Like Tamiflu. And yet the attacks on that hearing were just jaw-dropping. I mean, to the point where the minority witness wrote an op-ed attacking eminently qualified doctors who are risking their lives treating COVID patients, and wrote an op-ed in the New York Times, which they ran, and then they headlined it, "The Snake Oil Salesman of the Senate." Not just salesman. I mean, that's me. That's that goes to the territory to be attacking me, but to be attacking the vice chair of medicine.
And we will continue to bring you this coverage right here on News Now from Fox. Taking a quick 2-minute break.
For 50 years and treated over 1,000 high-risk COVID patients, attacking him that way. I hope all of you don't get attacked for participating in what I think is an incredibly important hearing. So thank you very much for your patriotism in doing so. Thank you for your testimony. I am asking that all the documents from a press release that both myself and Senator Grassley released today, that they be entered in the record. And I'll also say that the hearing record will remain open for 15 days until December 18th at 5 p.m. for submission of statements and questions for the record. This hearing is adjourned.
All right, there you go. Wrapping up right there. You were watching that right here on News Now from Fox, always trying to bring you the hearings as they are happening.
FBI during the last administration and the way they mishandled this counterintelligence investigation. I think the rank and file agents in the FBI and their colleagues in the intelligence community need to know that we are there for them and support them in the faithful discharge of their responsibilities. I happen to have the privilege of serving on the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee, and I like to think that there is no more ardent supporter of our law enforcement agencies or our intelligence community than I am. And I believe that General Hayden, when he wrote his book about his experience at the CIA, had it right. It was called Playing to the Edge. Playing to the edge of your authorities, not over the line, but up to the edge in the interest of our national security. But I think that also makes it important for us to root out illegality, mendacity, deception in the exercise of the authorities that are given to our intelligence community. And so let me ask you a little bit about that. Because I can't think of anything more damaging to the intelligence community, the FBI and the DOJ, than what you have uncovered in this 400-page report and what we've seen here. It really is very troubling. Can I ask you, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, as you have pointed out, considers the application of a foreign intelligence surveillance for a warrant by the FBI working with the National Security Division at the Department of Justice. Do you believe if the court knew what you know now, that it would have ever issued the FISA warrant in the first place?
You know, we're careful not to predict what federal judges would do, presented with the evidence, and whether there would be sufficient basis to find probable cause. I know that they would not sign a warrant if they were told not all.
By the FBI, working with the National Security Division at the Department of Justice. Do you believe if the court knew what you know now, that it would have ever issued the FISA warrant in the first place?
You know, we're careful not to predict what federal judges would do, presented with the evidence, and whether there would be sufficient basis to find probable cause. I know that they would not sign a warrant if they were told not all relevant information was included in it.
Or if they were lied to.
And certainly if they were lied to.
And do you know whether the court is currently considering this matter?
Well, I know the court, based on discussions with folks at NSD, at the National Security Division, that they have the report and that they have a follow-on letter from the department about this matter.
Well, I hope they will not let this pass, because if this misbehavior, this illegality, this deception becomes a routine, I agree with Senator Graham that it will be the end of the authorities that Congress has granted under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which I think would be very damaging to our national security. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act includes the word surveillance, obviously, and you can't surveil an American citizen for intelligence purposes except under very specialized and exacting circumstances. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
Because the rights given to an American citizen under the U.S. Constitution are laid out in the Bill of Rights, among other places, and there is a higher standard with regard to getting a warrant, let's say, to wiretap or to investigate an American citizen than there would be for a foreign agent, correct?
That's correct. There's particularly sensitive circumstances around surveilling a U.S. person.
So the whole exception here, which authorized by which the court authorized the surveillance of Mr. Page, was based on some proof or some indication, some suspicion he was an agent of a foreign power, correct?
Correct. They had to show probable cause to believe he was an agent of a foreign power.
But as you pointed out, they got incomplete and misleading information in that process. Agreed?
The court got inaccurate, incomplete information. Agreed.
So what's the difference between surveillance and spying?
Well, surveillance, and the term I'm going to use and we use in the report, is what's in the law, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act.
You don't like the vernacular?
I'm going to stick to what we do as IGs, which is look at the law and stick to what the language is in the law.
Well, to my mind, there's really no difference. Although it's legally authorized, according to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, it's an active covert intelligence gathering against here a foreign power or an agent of a foreign power. Let me ask you about the defensive briefing. And you've explained in response to Senator Graham's questions the difference between a counterintelligence investigation and a criminal investigation. And I believe at some point during the last few years, I remember Loretta Lynch, the former Attorney General, say that defensive briefings were routine in counterintelligence investigations. Would you agree with that?
You know, I frankly don't have enough experience with them on the national security side to tell you one way or the other.
You don't have.
I've heard that be said, but I don't know specifically.
You don't have any reason to disagree with?
No reason to disagree.
Okay. So if they are routine, if Attorney General Lynch is correct, the decision by Mr. Priestap, the head of the counterintelligence division of the FBI, not to provide an extensive counterintelligence briefing, defensive briefing to candidate Trump and his campaign would be unusual.
If it's usual, then not doing it, yes, I agree, would be unusual.
What was even more unusual is the fact that when the Director of National Intelligence went to provide what turned out to be a perfunctory briefing to the Trump campaign, lasted about 13 minutes, I think you indicated in your report, that they had implanted into that group an agent, FBI agent that was part of the investigative team for a crossfire hurricane. Is that correct?
That's correct. The agent, there was one FBI agent there, and they chose the agent from the counterintelligence investigation.
So instead of their mission being to provide candidate Trump and his campaign to arm them with information so that they could prevent the Russians from infiltrating their campaign, this briefing, such as it was, had a dual purpose. The agent, it says on page 342 of your report, actually prepared himself going through mock briefings headed by Stroke, Lisa Page, the Intel section chief, and possibly the general counsel unit chief, correct?
That's correct.
So this was not just an incidental sort of thing. Obviously, there were plans made for the agent to go in as part of this defensive briefing and perhaps get General Flynn to inadvertently offer information that might be helpful to the FBI in their investigation.
Yeah, and as explained to us, it was dual purpose. One, to see if anything was said during the briefing in response to the briefing that would be useful for crossfire hurricane purposes immediately, but also, as the agents told us, for purposes of a future interview of Mr. Flynn, which did in fact occur later.
And so Mr. Flynn was clearly the target.
He was certainly, of the three people there from the Trump campaign, the only one of the three who was a subject of an FBI investigation at the time.
And he wasn't told that he was under investigation or that the agent was there hoping to bait him into providing incriminatory information, or and the agent didn't provide him any declaration or admonishment of his Miranda rights, correct?
He certainly wasn't told there was a dual purpose to the briefing.
Well, it looks to me like Director Wray was so concerned about this that he's, as you pointed out, said that this will never happen again.
That's right.
Is that what you said?
That's correct.
So let me ask you, Mr. Horowitz, are you familiar with the fact that Director Comey had a meeting with President Trump in January of 2017 to talk to him about the Steele dossier?
I am, and we actually referenced that in our report about his preparation and handling of the memos that came out of that meeting.
Why should we believe that Director Comey's so-called defensive briefing, if you want to call it that, of the president in January 2017 was anything more than an attempt to try to bait the president into providing incriminatory information which would be useful to the FBI in its counterintelligence investigation or potentially some future criminal investigation?
I have no information one way or the other to make a judgment on that, but as mentioned earlier, one of the concerns with doing that here is that it leaves open the possibility that people might ask, did it happen elsewhere?
Well, it strikes me as fraught with danger, just like it was for General Flynn, for the director to go into the White House, the Oval Office in the White House, not to tell the president that anything he says could be used against him in an ongoing investigation.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And picking up on that editorial comment, I've been joining Senator Leahy and Senator Lee for years talking about this FISA court. Yep. And we now have an ample record here in this case and in a lot of others. 2002, the FISA court identified more than 75 cases in which it was misled by the FBI. Internal FBI review in 2006, dozens of inaccuracies provided to the FISA court. The list goes on and on. So let's have a fulsome conversation after this about the future of the FISA court and the representations that are made to it. Let me try, if I can, Mr. Horowitz, thank you and your team for being here, to go through a few points. The chairman gave an uncharacteristic, flowery, heated opening that went on for some 40 minutes and produced a lengthy record of emails from Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, which repeatedly demonstrated statements of hostility toward candidate Donald Trump. He went on to say these were the people in charge. When I read your summary of your findings, you didn't find either of them to be in charge, did you?
On this investigation, we did not.
Okay. When it comes to expletives, you also, on page 339 of your report, found some agents at the FBI who had an exactly opposite political viewpoint. Correct. And were very positive toward candidate Trump and very open in their use of expletives to demonstrate that.
Yeah. And those individuals, to be clear, were not part of the Crossfire Hurricane team, but were in a different field office interacting with the Crossfire Hurricane team.
And I hope we can all concede the point. We don't believe anyone in this capacity, this delicate capacity with life-changing decision-making every single day, should be so politically biased as to call into question their values and their character.
That's correct, and I made this point last year when this issue came up. Individuals at the Justice Department and the FBI are allowed to have their political views. They're allowed to be voters. They're allowed to be engaged citizens. They should be. They can't, though, tie their personal views to their investigative acts.
And I'm sure that's one of the things you've shared with Director Wray.
Correct.
All right. Also, the chairman made a point early on of talking about the fact that the Trump campaign was not notified of this ongoing investigation until a much later date after it had been initiated. And I would just say, be careful what you wish for, because there are those of us who look at the James Comey October 28th public declaration about the Hillary Clinton investigation as being deadly in terms of the outcome of this election. So this notion of the FBI publicizing investigations, making them known to many people, can cut both ways. It's good to know, I'm sure, but you run the risk that as more people come to know it, it becomes public knowledge. Is that an issue?
Yeah, look, we wrote the last year's report about that concern of what Director Comey did in that regard, and you obviously want to control information and make sure only the people who actually need to know it.
So the point I'm trying to get to is the chairman's opening suggested a bias, at least in this instance, at the FBI and others, against Donald Trump that he believes was manifest in many of the things that followed. I could argue from our side of the table, we can find bias that includes Comey's statements, public statements, right before the election that really had, in many of our points of view, determinative outcome. Let me go back to the irrepressible, ever-present Rudolph Giuliani, because here's something. During the 2016 campaign, Rudy Giuliani, who was then a Trump campaign surrogate, bragged about having access to information about the investigation of Hillary Clinton's emails. He teased in October 2016 that a surprise was coming. And on November 4th, after Director Comey sent his letter reopening the investigation, Giuliani said, and I quote, "I had expected this. Did I hear about it? You're darn right I heard about it," the mayor said. So how can we be dealing with those kinds of statements that long ago and still not have some resolution as to whether or not he was just bluffing or, in fact, he had moles in that New York office? If I remember right, one of Comey's rationales for his public announcement was, I couldn't do it through the New York office because it leaks like a sieve. Is there no investigation, or has there been no investigation of this?
So, as I mentioned last year when we released our report on the Clinton email investigation, we are looking at still that question. And the challenge of that investigation, as I mentioned back then, I'll mention again, is proving who spoke to whom and when based on records at the FBI, and understanding that there's rarely going to be substantive information we will get, for example, from toll records or others, but we will find out context, and we're trying to follow up. We're continuing to do that. We've issued 2 reports so far about findings we had of leaks and misconduct, and we have investigations ongoing.
Mr. Giuliani now professes to be President Trump's lawyer, and occasionally the president acknowledges that. Sometimes he doesn't. Are there any concerns that Mr. Giuliani may be continuing to improperly obtain information from sources in law enforcement not authorized to provide it?
I'm not going to speak to what we've learned or what we know about what our ongoing investigations, and I'm not investigating matters related to the ongoing Ukraine issues that I think you're referencing.
Let me ask, if I can, on this question of the problems within this case, particularly as they relate to the treatment of individuals who were engaged in it. And I'm thinking particularly of the ongoing questions about whether or not one particular individual was treated fairly here. Is it your conclusion that he was not Ms. Page was not a Russian agent? Or I should say, did not have important contacts that were not in the best interests of the United States with the Russian leadership?
I'm not in a position to assess that. What I can assess is looking at the evidence that the FBI put forward to the FISA court. A significant number of pieces of that evidence do not support their theory of the case. And that was never told to Justice Department lawyers, who are the ones who are the gatekeepers and have to be able to know that information to make that decision. They're the experts, not me.
Could we speak for a moment to the Steele dossier, Steele file in this case? I believe you had a pretty definitive statement about what impact that Steele file had on the initiation of this investigation. What was your conclusion?
In terms of the initiation of the investigation, it had no impact.
No impact?
No impact. It was not known to the team that opened the investigation at the time they opened it.
So you've concluded in several different ways that there's no evidence of political influence for the opening of this Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's see if there's anything else here. On this FISA reform issue, I'll get back to that later, but one thing that's interesting here, and Senator Lee is not with us at this moment, he's introduced a bill which I'm co-sponsoring, which would give the Inspector General's office, in this circumstance, the authority to investigate attorneys.
Correct.
In the department. Right now, that's not allowed under the law, is it?
That's correct, it is not. And thank you for co-sponsoring the bill, as have several other members of the committee.
It seems to me to be obvious. Do you know what the theory is behind their being separate and not subject to this investigation?
This is a legacy of history. Back in 1988, when the IG was created at Justice, the compromise was that attorneys would be carved out. By the way, so was the FBI and DEA at the time, and that we would have jurisdiction over everybody else. After the Aldrich Ames spy scandal, Attorney General Ashcroft actually changed that and gave us the authority over DEA and FBI. Congress codified it in 2002, but attorneys still a carve-out. We're the only IG that can't review conduct of all the employees in our organization, including attorneys.
And Attorney General Ashcroft was authorized to give you that kind of option?
Under the statute as it then existed, he had the authority to do that. The statutory change took that away.
Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll consider that when we're putting together an agenda. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And I will go to, I think, Senator Sass, but just 30 seconds here. Has anybody been charged with working with the Russians, illegally working with the Russians that were part of the Trump campaign that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I find the conclusion that some have raised that your report, Mr. Horowitz, somehow exonerates the FBI in this matter to be crazy. Absolutely crazy. To the point that it almost makes me wonder whether those who are making this argument have read the same report that we're talking about today. Perhaps they're talking about a different report. There is no planet on which I think this report indicates that things were okay within the FBI in connection with this investigation. They most certainly were not. And yet, stunningly, former FBI Director Jim Comey took to the pages of the Washington Post to declare that this report your report shows that, quote, the FBI fulfilled its mission protecting the American people and upholding the U.S. Constitution. I don't understand that. I find it absolutely stunning that he would reach that conclusion. This is nonsense. I don't care where you fit on the political spectrum. If you are a politician or if you are a non-politician, if you are a liberal or a conservative, a Republican, a Democrat, regardless of your age, your views, you should be deeply concerned about what's in your report, Mr. Horowitz. This report is a scathing indictment of the FBI, of the agents that were involved, and I want to be clear about that because the FBI is an institution that has a long history of respect in this country. And as a federal prosecutor, I worked with the FBI. I found many of its agents to be people of utmost integrity and thoroughness. And that's part of why I'm so concerned by your report and its findings, the facts stated therein. It's because I think this really damages that. There is a lot of good in this country that comes not just from the FBI being good, but also being understood to be good. The behavior outlined in your report is, at a minimum, so negligent, I actually would say so reckless, that it calls into question the legitimacy of the entire FISA program. And I don't say that lightly. I say this, of course, as someone who has long questioned the FISA program and how it could be abused, but this really pushes us over the edge. I'll get back to that in a minute. The report concludes, way too generously in my view, that the report, quote, did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of intentional misconduct on the part of the case agents who were involved in investigating the Trump campaign. But the report goes on to call the conduct of the agents and the supervisors involved to be, quote, serious performance failures, which you noted were failures for which you did not receive a satisfactory explanation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Serious performance failures. Failures without any type of satisfactory explanation. This is the failure that Jim Comey astoundingly, stunningly, irresponsibly considers a fulfilled mission? A mission that includes, among other things, protecting the constitutional rights of the American people? I think not. This is what the former head of the FBI considers protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. I just can't understand it. It's simply not good enough. It may be good enough for Mr. Comey. It's not good enough for the American people. Every American really should be terrified by this report. The FBI team that investigated the Trump campaign was, as has been pointed out, handpicked. After all, it couldn't and wouldn't and wasn't the case that they would just pick any ordinary investigators to investigate a presidential campaign, especially the presidential campaign of one of the two major party nominees, for what was acknowledged in the report to have been one of the most sensitive FBI investigations. These agents were supposed to have been the best of the best, and we wouldn't expect anything less in that circumstance. They were supposed to be of the highest character and professionalism, committed to protecting the civil liberties of all Americans. You see, our privacy is not at odds with our security. Our privacy is inextricably intertwined with, and indeed an inseparable part of our security. We cannot be secure unless our privacy is also guaranteed. We certainly can't be secure in our Republican form of government if, after all, our Republican form of government is imperiled by people who choose to politicize the intelligence gathering and law enforcement apparatus that our federal government has. So we're faced with two possibilities. Either one, these FBI agents purposely used the power of the federal government to wage a political war against a presidential candidate they despised, or two, these agents were so incompetent that they allowed a paid foreign political operative to weaponize the FISA program into a spying operation on a rival presidential political campaign. I'm not sure about you, but I'm not sure which one is worse. I am sure that neither conclusion is acceptable. They're both horrifying for slightly different reasons. I'm not sure there is a substantive distinction between the two of them. I'm not sure one can conclude, I'm not sure it's possible to conclude that the bias evident in communications between some of these investigators wasn't at least a part of it. Now, the fact that you say that there wasn't a causal connection between them, that there wasn't a sine qua non with but-for causal chain between those communications and the opening of the investigation itself is beside the point. The fact is, these were agents who made their bias clear, and they went after someone in part because they did not like his candidacy, and that's inexcusable. The report in the FBI's abuse, I believe it's longstanding abuse, I believe it's inevitable abuse of FISA and the FISA court to surveil American citizens, should, in a sense, not be of tremendous surprise to us. James Madison warned us against this very kind of thing in Federalist 51 when he said if men were angels, they wouldn't need a government. If we had access to angels to govern us, we wouldn't need rules about government. But alas, we are not angels. We don't have access to angels to govern us. And so we have to have auxiliary precautions. We have to have checks and balances to make sure that no one person or no one entity gets too much power. And added to those checks and balances, we also have substantive limitations, like the Fourth Amendment. We have things that are there to protect us. I've believed for some time, as has been noted earlier in this hearing, and I've teamed up with people at the opposite end of the political ideological spectrum, that FISA carries with it an unacceptable risk of abuse. That's why I've teamed up with Senator Pat Leahy over the last 9 years that I've served in the Senate and on the Senate Judiciary Committee, because I believe these programs are subject to abuse. I've been warning for years that inevitably these would result in abuse. It's not a question of if, but it's when and how soon will government officials get caught doing it. It actually surprises me in some ways that it took us this long to find an instance where you get caught. But then again, that is what happens. When you take a standard that is malleable, that requires virtually no public accountability, you render all but a small handful of Intelligence Committee lawmakers in the House and in the Senate, you render all other citizens other than them and other than the intel community itself ineligible to review their work. And then you make it possible for them to gather information. This kind of thing is, of course, going to happen. It's never not going to happen. And that scares me to death. Now, Inspector General Horowitz, you've stated several times today, both in your opening statement and in response to questions, that you did not find documentary testimonial evidence of bias that influenced the FBI's decision to conduct these operations. But Mr. Horowitz, is not the lack of evidence that you're talking about itself evidence of bias? Isn't the lack of evidence on bias evidence that we really should take as bias? But it's, in any event, it's certainly not itself indicative that no bias occurred. Isn't that correct?
As to the opening, which is in a different place than the FISA issues that you've identified and I talked about earlier, I think it's two very different situations. On the FISA side, we found, as you noted, a lack of documentary testimony evidence about intentionality, but we also noted the lack of satisfactory explanations and, in fact, leave open the possibility that, for the reasons you indicated, it's unclear what the motivations were. On the one hand, gross incompetence, negligence. On the other hand, intentionality, and where in between, we weren't in a position to, with the evidence we had, to make that conclusion.
My point is,
not ruling it out.
Your lack of evidence here is not evidence that there was no bias.
I'm solely basing it correct on the actual evidence that we have.
Thank you very much.
But, Mr. Horowitz, you actually did make a finding on that very question, did you not? I direct you to page 14 of the executive summary, where you ascribe this to management and supervisory failures that were not specific to this case, but that were potentially endemic. Is that not correct?
I'm sorry, on the FISA side?
Yep, you say that so many basic and fundamental errors were made by 3 separate handpicked teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations, raises significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command's management and supervision of the FISA process. You then go on to describe it as a failure of managers and supervisors.
Right.
And you go on to say that your remedy is an OIG audit, not only of this case, but of other cases that have nothing to do with the Trump campaign, nothing to do with politics. So you actually do make a finding about this, and that is that you attribute the failure here to a failure of management and supervision that could well go beyond this particular case.
Correct, although not just managers and supervisors, obviously. All the line people who had responsibility, the prosecutors, they made very serious errors.
But you make no finding that this was attributable to a deep state conspiracy or a political conspiracy or any such type of motivation.
We make no finding. We explain in there that we did not have documentary testimonial evidence that it was intentional. We also point out the lack of satisfactory explanations. And from there, I can't draw any further conclusions.
Correct. Other than you do, what you go with is that there was a failure of management and supervision over this complicated process that needs to be repaired.
From top to bottom.
Correct. Now, when did the what's the timeline on the Attorney General getting notice of this report? How long did it take between when he first saw this and when he credited this? He said that your investigation is a credit to the Department of Justice.
Well, we first provided the draft report for classification marking purposes right at the beginning of September, end of August, beginning of September.
So he and his team have had it for over a month, well over a month.
Yeah, and then we got it back from them with the markings. We did the normal process in a classified review. We then incorporated the markings, then produced it back in November for the factual accuracy.
And the director of the FBI would have had access to it during that time frame?
Same exact time frame.
Same exact time frame. And he complimented you on its thoroughness and professionalism and says that he accepts the report's findings, correct? With plenty of time to review it.
Correct.
Now, then we get to Mr. Durham. Did Mr. Durham have access to this report during that same period of time?
No, we did not give it to him in the end of August and September, precisely because it was for classification purposes. He had no reason to see it.
Yep.
We were very careful as to who could see it and who couldn't.
Yep.
We had the department keep lists of who could see it and who couldn't see it to control it.
He was not on the list?
He was not on the list. We provided to him in November.
Yep.
As part of our factual accuracy review.
November when, do you remember?
I could check, but it was probably roughly mid-November.
So, are you familiar with what he is undertaking at all?
I'm somewhat, but not. I wouldn't pretend to be completely familiar with it.
He notes that he does not agree with some of your report's conclusions as to predication and how the FBI case was opened. What information do you think he has access to that you did not have access to?
I have no idea.
When you look at Director Wray's letter, he says that his organization, the FBI, provided broad and timely access to all information requested by the OIG, including highly classified and sensitive material. And he accepts that the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was done for an authorized purpose and with adequate factual predication. I'm trying to figure out where the world of evidence exists about predication that you didn't have access to and that FBI Director Wray would not have access to. Where could John Durham be going for information that is outside of the scope of what you have access to or what FBI Director Wray has access to?
I don't know, and you'd have to ask the Attorney General or Mr. Durham.
I mean, hypothetically, is there some area of evidence that you're aware of that you didn't get access to?
We are not. We got 1 million records. We asked the FBI for all of the materials in their possession, including from other agencies.
Does he have a grand jury operating, do you know?
I have no idea, and I couldn't say if I knew.
Is he going overseas to debrief foreign agents and interests?
I have no idea. You'd have to talk with him.
Okay. Predication involves a threshold, does it not?
Correct, for opening an investigation.
Yeah. And when you've hit your predication threshold, more evidence doesn't, as long as the evidence is adequate, more evidence doesn't take it away, correct?
Correct.
So I'm also trying to figure out how it is that even if he had more evidence that you did not have, that takes away from your conclusion that predication was adequate.
Again, I think you'd have to ask him or the Attorney General.
You can't think of a way to get there, can you?
I don't know. As I said earlier, we stand by our findings.
So you describe serious performance failures in the FISA process. Those are likely to lead to either disciplinary actions or to sanctions by the court, or at least be considered for those things, correct?
Those are certainly two of the options, yes.
Yes. And in that process, those individuals will have a chance to defend themselves. There's due process involved.
Right. We are not the adjudicators. That goes to the department, the court, or any other entities that might.
So we may find out more as those processes go forward in that context.
Correct, you might.
Okay. Now let's look at the intelligence briefing. At the time of that intelligence briefing, what did the FBI know about how far Russian interests had penetrated into the Trump campaign?
I don't know, as I sit here, the level and extent of the FBI's knowledge. We were looking at the origins of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation in these 4 cases.
But the FBI clearly knew that there was an investigation going on because it was their investigation.
Yes, and we lay out here some of what they knew. I just can't sit here and tell you other than
Carter Page, correct?
I'm sorry?
They knew the concerns about
Correct.
Carter Page, and he was associated with the Trump campaign.
Correct.
They knew they had an investigation going on into Michael Flynn at the time.
Correct.
Do you know if they knew about the Trump Tower meeting 2 months before the intelligence briefing with the Russian agents?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. And going into it, it would be reasonable, wouldn't it, to expect that the FBI did not then know how far Russian penetration into the Trump campaign went?
I have no idea at what stage their investigation was at that point in time. I have no reason to doubt what you're saying, but I don't know independently.
So there was no way that they could rule out that people present at the intelligence briefing on behalf of the Trump campaign might have actually been involved in the Russian operation?
I have no knowledge of that. All I know as to that is they had the open investigation of Mr. Flynn.
Yeah. So they certainly couldn't rule out when he was actually in that briefing that
as
he
I
was
said,
a potential participant in the matter that they were looking into.
Yeah, and as I said, Senator, Crossfire Hurricane was bigger than just the pieces we were looking at, so I can't sit here and tell you what else the FBI may or may not have known at the time.
So while we can agree that putting Crossfire Hurricane agent into the intelligence briefing of the Trump campaign might have been over-aggressive, for the FBI to be in that intelligence briefing would be perfectly appropriate, correct?
In fact, absolutely appropriate for them to be there. That was the debate that went on internally at the FBI, which is what to do, and they never, which they did not discuss either with anyone at the department, the appropriateness of it, or at ODNI. It was the DNI's.
But there was no reason the FBI shouldn't have been in that briefing.
The FBI should have been at that briefing for intelligence purposes.
For intelligence purposes.
To give an intelligence briefing.
And it also would have been perfectly appropriate for a Crossfire Hurricane agent to have debriefed the FBI agent present at the intelligence briefing to see if Michael Flynn had sent anything relevant to the investigation, or anybody else for that matter. It was information potentially relevant to the investigation, was it not?
Depending what occurred there, you could foresee a hypothetical where that occurred. I think it raises serious policy questions that, frankly, the FBI director needs to sort through and understand with leadership at the department, because that briefing and those briefings are for purposes of protecting campaigns and to allow transitions to occur.
And it was an unusual circumstance. And a participant in that briefing on the part of the Trump campaign was the subject of an FBI investigation.
That is correct, but it raises not significant policy questions.
But we should not draw the conclusion that there's no way the FBI should ever be given access to evidence that arises in the context of an intelligence briefing related to counterintelligence.
And that'll be up to Director Wray in responding to our recommendation to sort through that policy
question. Time has expired, and thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cruz, if I had just 30 seconds here. In the January meeting with the primary subsource, the Russian guy who provided Steele with all the information, wasn't there a Department of Justice official present at that meeting?
Yes, let me clarify on that. The people present were the primary subsource, his lawyer, 2 FBI Crossfire Hurricane people, and for parts of the interview, lawyers from the National Security Division. They were there not knowing the background necessarily. They were there because the primary subsource had a lawyer. Okay. And so the FBI wanted a lawyer there in case there were lawyer issues.
So we're beating up on the FBI, I think appropriately so to some point, but the Department of Justice, they were in the room too.
They were in the room, but the reason we note this here is there's a number of instances here where people get drive-bys.
No, I got you.
Right, and in government, you get a drive-by and someone tries to tag you with something that's not fair. That was our concern.
Fair enough. Senator Cruz.
Mr. Chairman, can I just close one point from page 341? The FBI's Mr. Baker told the IG and is quoted in his report as saying that the agent in that investigative briefing, quote, was not there to induce anybody to say anything. He was not there to do an undercover operation or elicit some type of statement or testimony.
Thank you.
Make sure that's in the
Very
record.
good.
Thank you.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Horowitz, thank you for being here. And I want to start by taking the opportunity to thank not only you, but the men and women of your team that are gathered here. I think the work that you've done in the Inspector General's office is incredibly important. Reading this report, this is a 434-page report that lays out what I consider to be a stunning indictment of the FBI and the Department of Justice, of a pattern of abuse of power. And I will say both the Department of Justice and FBI for decades have had a great many honorable, principled professionals with a fidelity to rule of law. And this indictment, I'm an alumnus of the Department of Justice. This pattern of facts makes me angry, and it makes anyone who expects law enforcement to be nonpartisan and faithful to the law, it should make them angry as well. Now, the press has focused on your specific conclusion that you did not find evidence of political bias. That's a judgment you have. I disagree with that judgment. But I think that judgment is in many ways the least significant component of this report. I think the facts that are in this report need to be understood, and they should be deeply chilling to anyone who understands the facts in this report, and then people can draw the inference as to why that pattern of abuse occurred.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry.
Do you agree with what he just said?
I think everybody can, the purpose of this report is to lay out the facts for the public, and everybody can debate and decide what they think of this information. I absolutely agree.
So this 434-page report outlines 17 major errors and misstatements that were made by the FBI or DOJ in securing FISA warrants. A number of them are deeply, deeply troubling. These are not typos. These are not small inadvertent errors. These are grotesque abuse of power. Let's focus on a couple of them. The primary subsource primary subsource, and indeed the first error you note in the second, third, and fourth application for the FISA warrant is that the primary subsource reporting raised serious questions about the accuracy of the Steele dossier, which we now know was a bunch of malarkey, to use a term that's been in the news lately, and that the FISA court was not informed of that. Now let's get specifically, so the basis of this Steele report was what's referred to in your report as the primary subsource. That was the principal basis. And the FBI interviewed that primary subsource not once, not twice, but 3 times in January, March, and May of 2017. So that's the basis of this dossier. What did the primary subsource say? As the OIG report says, the interviews with the primary subsource raised, quote, significant questions about the reliability of the Steele reporting. What did the subsource say specifically? As your report goes on to say, it says Steele misstated or exaggerated multiple sections of the reporting. It says that portions of it, particularly the more salacious and sexual portions, were based on, quote, rumor and speculation. It says that some of the basis of that came from conversations with, quote, friends over beers and statements that were made in, quote, jest. And the primary subsource also says to take the other subsources, quote, with a grain of salt. Now, the FBI had that information, knew that the basis of this dossier was saying it's unreliable. And what did the FBI and DOJ do? In renewal application number 2 and number 3, the FBI advised the court, quote, the FBI found the Russian-based subsource to be truthful and cooperative with 0 revisions. You note that as the most significant misstatement, and that is going in front of a court of law, relying on facts that you know are unreliable without any basis. That was the number one. Yeah. The number 2 major error in the applications was omitting Carter Page's prior relationship. Now, we now have evidence that Carter Page functioned as a source for a United States intelligence agency. That's a pretty darn important fact. If you're telling the FISA court, hey, the fact that this guy Carter Page, who I don't know this guy Carter Page, but the fact that he's talking to Russians, really suspicious, well, the fact that he's serving as a source for U.S. intelligence agents is pretty darn relevant to why he's talking to Russians, because we have lots of sources that are talking to bad guys. And when you don't tell the court that, you're deceiving the court. But it's worse than just deceiving the court. Because, as the OIG report details, an assistant general counsel in the FBI altered an email, fabricated evidence, and reading from the OIG report, specifically the words, and not a source, had been inserted into the email. That email then was sent on to the officials responsible for making the decision to go forward. And as the report said, let me read on page 256 of the OIG report, the final paragraph. Consistent with the Inspector General Act of 1978 and following OIG's discovery that the OGC attorney had altered the email that he sent to the supervising agent, who thereafter relied on it to swear out the final FISA application. So the men and women at home need to know what's happening. A lawyer at the FBI creates fraudulent evidence, alters an email, that is in turn used as the basis for a sworn statement to the court that the court relies on. Am I stating that accurately?
That's correct. That is what occurred.
Now, you have worked in law enforcement a long time. Is the pattern of a Department of Justice employee altering evidence and submitting fraudulent evidence that ultimately gets submitted to a court, is that commonplace? Is that typical?
I have not seen an alteration of an email end up impacting a court document like this.
In any ordinary circumstance, if a private citizen did this, fabricated evidence. And by the way, what he inserted was not just slightly wrong, it was 180 degrees opposite what the evidence said. So the intelligence agency said this guy is a source, and he inserted this guy is not a source. If a private citizen did that in any law enforcement investigation, if they fabricated evidence and reversed what it said, in your experience, would that private citizen be prosecuted for fabricating evidence, be prosecuted for obstruction of justice, be prosecuted for perjury?
They certainly would be considered for that if there was an intentional effort to deceive the court. On this one, I'm going to defer because, as we noted here in the sentence you indicated, we referred that over to the Attorney General and the FBI Director for handling.
Third major omission that the Department of Justice and the FBI did not tell the court is that this entire operation was funded by the DNC, was funded by the Hillary Clinton campaign and by Democrats. It was an Oppo research dump. Look, at some level, this is the most effective Oppo research dump in history because the Department of Justice and FBI were perfectly happy to be hatchet men for this Oppo research dump. Now, throughout every one of the filings, DOJ and the FBI didn't inform the FISA court that this was being paid for by the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign. Is that right?
That's not in any of the FISA applications.
So they didn't tell the court that. And it's not like DOJ didn't know. Indeed, one of the senior Department of Justice officials, Bruce Orr, his wife worked at Fusion GPS, the Oppo research company being paid by the DNC. And he became the principal liaison with Steele without telling anyone at the Department of Justice that he was essentially working on behalf of the Clinton campaign. Who at the Department of Justice was, and by the way, several Democrats, it's interesting seeing Democratic senators wanting to defend this abuse of power. Several senators, Senator Feinstein said, and I wrote this down, the FBI didn't place spies in the Trump campaign. Senator Leahy said something similar. Well, that may be true, not spies in the Trump campaign, but reading from your report, in particular page 4 of the executive summary, your report says thereafter the Crossfire Hurricane team used the intrusive techniques, including confidential human sources, to interact and consensually record multiple conversations with Page and Papadopoulos, both before and after they were working for the Trump campaign, as well as on one occasion with a high-level Trump campaign official who was not the subject of the investigation. So they didn't place spies in the campaign, but they sent spies to record senior members of the campaign in the middle of a presidential campaign when that candidate was the nominee for the other major party that was the opposing party to the one in power. Is that right?
They send confidential human sources in to do those.
Did anyone at DOJ, who at DOJ knew about this? Did the Attorney General know about this? Did the White House know about this?
Based on what we found, nobody had been told in advance.
But once
nobody
it was happening, did they know?
They did not. The only evidence that somebody knew were the line attorneys in NSD, in the National Security Division, when they were told very selective portions of what had occurred. Nobody knew beforehand. Nobody had been briefed. And frankly, that was one of the most concerning things here, is that nobody needed to be told.
And I can tell you from my time at the Department of Justice and from my time in law enforcement, any responsible leader, when hearing that you're talking about sending in spies and sending in a wiretap on any presidential nominee, should say, what in the hell are we doing? And by the way, the people up the chain who are saying we didn't know, if you had responsible leadership, there's no more important decision than you make. I can tell you, when I was at DOJ, if someone said, let's tap Hillary Clinton, or let's tap Bill Clinton or John Kerry, the people there would have said, what in the hell are you talking about? What was going on here? This wasn't Jason Bourne. This was Beavis and Butthead.
Senator Klobuchar.
All right. I want to tone things down a little bit here. And first want to express my gratitude for the thousands of men and women who work every day on the front line with the FBI. I come from a background as a prosecutor, and our local law enforcement work with the FBI every day in our local office in Minnesota. And then in the Senate, I've had the privilege to work with many, many people in the FBI. And I think the Inspector General's job is incredibly important. He keeps everyone honest. But I do think it's important for those agents and for those in law enforcement that are watching today that people understand. There are people up here that understand that you're simply doing your jobs, which I think is basically, with some suggestions and recommendations for change, what the Inspector General found in this report. So before I start my questions, I think it's important to put this discussion in context with what happened in the 2016 election, which is why we are here today. It is now undisputed by our intelligence agencies that Russia invaded our democracy, not with bombs or jets or tanks, but with a sophisticated cyber mission to undermine the underpinnings of our very democracy, a democracy that hundreds of thousands of men and women have lost their lives on the battlefield defending both our democracy and democracies abroad, a democracy that 4 little girls' innocents at the height of the civil rights movement lost their lives in a church in Birmingham, Alabama, because people were trying to hold on to that democracy and make sure that it was extended to people in this country. So let's remember why we're here today. Let's remember the words of Dan Coates, the former director of the National Intelligence Agency, who served in the Senate, well respected by colleagues on both sides of the aisle. He said that, in fact, Russia has been emboldened to do this again. And I did appreciate Senator Graham's words that he made clear that it was not Ukraine that invaded this election, it was Russia. And it was the words of Fiona Hill and the impeachment hearings over in the House that I thought were important to remember. She said anyone that is repeating this lie is basically peddling in Russian propaganda. So let's remember that this is not about one election or one party. It is about our democracy. What can we do? Well, we can be honest, and we can stop making political hay out of this, and we can actually take some actions that would protect our election in 2020. And that includes finishing the work that Senator Langford and I have started to pass not only the money, which I appreciate, to help states to secure our elections, but to also get in place requirements to push those states that don't have backup paper ballots fully, 11 of them, to get those backup paper ballots, and to make sure we have audits and to make sure we have better communication between federal and state authorities, to do something about the propaganda by actually moving forward on the bill that Senator McCain and I had and that Senator Graham and I now have, the Honest Ads Act, which requires those social media companies, and I have absolutely no idea why we don't do that, to play by the same rules of the road for paid political ads, which would greatly help us, but not completely, but greatly help us with this propaganda problem. So here we go. You wrote this report, Inspector Horowitz, after interviewing more than 100 witnesses and reviewing over 1 million documents. Is that right?
That's correct.
And under department guidelines, an investigation has an authorized purpose if it is open to detect, obtain information about, or prevent or protect against federal crimes or threats to the national security, or to collect foreign intelligence. You found that the investigation at issue today was open to determine whether people associated with the Trump campaign were coordinating with the Russian government. Is that right?
That is the reason the FBI provided.
And again, to be clear, you did not find that the FBI acted improperly when it opened the counterintelligence investigation that you reviewed in writing in this report.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? The department's guidelines also require that a decision to open investigation is supported by, as you describe in your report, allegations, reports, facts, or circumstances that indicate the possibility of criminal activity or a national security threat. You found that the FBI's investigation was predicated on a report from a friendly foreign government that heard that the Trump campaign had received some kind of suggestion that Russia could help them by releasing information that was damaging to Hillary Clinton. Is that right?
That's correct.
As a former prosecutor, I know that it is critical that the FBI is able to take an action like it did here to investigate threats to our national security. Do you think that interference in our elections by a foreign government constitutes a national security threat?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does anything in your report call into question the finding in the special counsel's report that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in a sweeping and systematic fashion?
No, it doesn't. In fact, we cite the special counsel's report here in a footnote laying out all the different reports that have been released on that issue.
Does anything in your report call into question Chairman Burr's statement, the Republican Chairman Burr's statement, that, quote, Russia is waging an information warfare campaign against the U.S. that didn't start and didn't end with the 2016 election?
No, it doesn't.
Does anything in your report call into question the assessment by FBI Director Wray that Russians' interference in our elections is ongoing and that its interference in the 2018 midterms were a, quote, dress rehearsal, end quote, for the 2020 elections?
No, it doesn't.
Does anything in your report call into question the finding in the special counsel's report that, quote, the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and work to secure that outcome?
We don't take issue with any part of the special counsel's report now.
Okay. Did you find any evidence that political bias or other improper consideration affected the FBI's decision to open the investigation into George Papadopoulos?
No, we don't.
Did you find any evidence that political bias or other improper considerations affected the decision to open the investigation into Paul Manafort?
No, we don't.
Did you find any evidence that political bias or other improper considerations affected the decision to open the investigation into Michael Flynn?
We did not.
Did you find any investigation that political bias or other improper considerations affected the decision to open the investigation into Carter Page?
No documentary or testimonial evidence or other evidence.
So we are clear. Did your report uncover systematic political bias at the FBI?
As to what we looked at and the openings, we did not find documentary testimonial evidence to support a finding of bias.
Can you comment on why it is critical that the American people have confidence in the rule of law and the independence of the Justice Department?
Absolutely. I also was a former prosecutor and federal prosecutor previously. I did public corruption cases in the Southern District of New York. And the whole foundation of the Justice Department and law enforcement on the federal level and at the state and local level is apolitical, non-political decision-making made by prosecutors and agents working together to protect communities.
Very good. I want to follow up on your discussion on the issue you briefly discussed, whistleblowers, with Senator Feinstein, because it's so important, and I know that Senator Grassley also cares a lot about this issue. Can you speak generally to how often in your career information provided to whistleblowers has proved important and led to uncover wrongdoing?
Well, I'll speak to certainly my experience in the 7 years as IG, as in the first instance. From the get-go, fast and furious, critical that the agents came forward there. We've found numerous instances in our audits and our reviews with whistleblowers coming forward and reporting evidence. And I'll add going back 30 years to my career as a prosecutor in New York doing police corruption cases. We had an incredibly brave and courageous police officer who saw corruption in his midst and came forward and reported it and allowed us to make a very substantial police corruption case that would have continued but for that courageous officer.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. After your report was released on Monday, Attorney General Barr stated his opinion that the FBI launched an intrusive investigation of a U.S. presidential campaign on the thinnest of suspicions. When the FBI decided to open its investigations, the U.S. Intelligence Committee was already aware of Russian efforts to interfere with the 2016 election. Is that correct?
I'm actually not sure what the Intelligence Committee knew at the time.
It was in that context that the FBI received information. I'm just going to let's move forward, understand your answer, that the FBI received information from a foreign government, which we know from reports came from an Australian diplomat, that reported that a Trump campaign official suggested that the Trump campaign had received some kind of suggestion from Russia that would assist the campaign by releasing information that would be damaging to Hillary Clinton's campaign. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your report also quoted then Chief of the National Security Division, David Loffman, who said that it would have been a, quote, dereliction of duty and responsibility of the highest order not to commit the appropriate resources as urgently as possible to run these facts to the ground and find out what's going on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In light of all of that was occurring at that time, and it's always easy in hindsight to look back at things, but at that time, do you agree with Attorney General Barr that the investigation was predicated on the thinnest of suspicions?
Well, I'm not going to get into a comparison on what his view. He's free to have his opinion. We have our finding, and as I said earlier, I stand by our conclusion.
And your conclusion again is?
That it was sufficient predication to open the investigation based on the low threshold required by department and FBI policy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've talked a lot about Page, just briefly about Papadopoulos.
Yes.
I don't want anybody to believe that anybody named in the initial investigation has been convicted of being an agent of the Russians. Has anybody associated with the Trump campaign been charged with the crime of colluding with the Russians?
Not that I know of as I sit here.
No, I think we would know by now. Mr. Papadopoulos, he was actually being surveilled by the FBI, is that correct?
If you're talking about the confidential human source operations, yes, they did CHS operations with him. They considered but did not proceed to seek a FISA application.
Okay, well, but he was being wiretapped and he didn't know it.
Well, he was being an undercover operation and having a wire with a.
He's talking to somebody that's got a wire.
Source. Right. I just want to be careful because you do a wire, you think of a court order.
No, trust me.
I just want to be careful how I say that.
With a court order.
Right.
So this was done because they can do it.
Correct.
They can do it. They don't have to get anybody's permission.
Well, they need the supervisory approval within the Bureau. That's it.
331, I just want you to know what Papadopoulos said when he didn't know he was being wiretapped. No, we don't want to work with the Russians, basically. I'm summarizing here. That'd be treason. Senator Sass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Horwitz, thank you for being here, and to all of your team. You've done important work, so thank you to all of you in rows 1 and 2 as well. There are a number of things that are really troubling, but some of them have been unpacked pretty fully so far, so I'm going to pick up some loose ends. Bruce Orr, who is he, and what's his role at the department? And then let's ask some questions about the bizarre pathway by which he became involved in this investigation.
So at the time of these events, he was an associate deputy attorney general and the head of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, working out of the deputy attorney general's office.
The Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, and that's connected to election interference by the Russians. How?
It is not.
What the hell's he doing here?
That was precisely the concern, that we lay out here. He had no role in any of the election interference matters.
We have a bunch of people in the media who wanted to read this as a Rorschach test, and they wanted to have a predetermined answer for exactly how to interpret each piece of this. And so as the chairman began today, he said, predicate of investigation appropriate, but some minor mistakes and errors were made. You've outlined in this 478 or 434, depending on whether we count all the Roman numerals, page report, 17 significant errors in this investigation. Bruce Orr, who has a very significant senior role, ODAG, for those who don't know, the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, has primary oversight of all law enforcement agencies in America. So if you're in the FBI and you might make a mistake in your investigation, the people you'd be in trouble with normally are in the Deputy Attorney General's office. And here's a guy in the Deputy Attorney General's office who ultimately gets involved, inserts himself into this investigation. And I think it's pretty important to recognize we've got a massive cultural systemic failure. If a guy from ODAG who should be doing oversight of this case, if he weren't off on another assignment about organized crime and drug trafficking, if he were going to get involved in this, he should be checking the work of the people who were doing the work. And there are a whole bunch of department protocols and provisions that were violated throughout this. But Bruce Orr he ultimately decides to get extra information out of Christopher Steele after Christopher Steele or his employer, Fusion GPS, had been cut off by the FBI. Why did the FBI decide to no longer listen to Christopher Steele?
So he was closed in November of 2016 after the FBI learned of his disclosure to Mother Jones magazine that he had been working with the FBI previously.
And we know from the evidence that Senator Cruz went through, there were a whole bunch of subsources that Christopher Steele was summarizing, and the FBI at that point was believing he might be a credible guy. And they ultimately realized that this is a bunch of BS, and his subsources are saying, I said some of this in jest, and some of it's stuff that I overheard in a bar. None of it is information that I had firsthand knowledge of. And so the FBI decides, reasonably, that Mr. Steele's information isn't credible, right? So they cut him off.
Actually, let me just be clear. That isn't what caused them to cut him off. What caused them to cut him off is they learned he had talked to the press in Mother Jones magazine. They actually had that other information and didn't tell anybody about it.
Okay, so so you're disagreeing with me only to say the problems with Mr. Steele are twice as bad as I summarized.
I'm just saying that isn't why they cut him off.
Okay.
Right? That's the concern, is that
So then Bruce Orr, who doesn't have any responsibilities in this area, decides he'll insert himself into the investigation and go get additional information from or about Christopher Steele and the people who are funding Christopher Steele. Can you just remind us, who's Bruce Orr married to?
Bruce Orr's spouse, Nellie Orr, had formerly been, at the time he started interacting in November 2016 with Steele, had been a former independent contractor for Fusion GPS.
So in other words, Bruce Orr decides to insert himself into an investigation after the professional agents involved in this investigation said Mr. Steele isn't reputable, isn't credible, and has been talking to the media. So we're now not going to talk to Christopher Steele anymore. Bruce Orr says, actually, I should. And he meets with these people who are funding or who are the employers of Christopher Steele or own his dossier, who's also Bruce Orr's wife's source of compensation.
Had been. As of, I think, September 2016, she had no longer been an independent contractor. And I want to also, I think it's important to be clear, because this is relevant again to the significance of some of the inappropriate actions here. The FBI was not a reluctant participant in this relationship that was the conduit from Bruce Orr, through Bruce Orr to Steele, as we lay out here. So I just want to be clear, they're not saying we don't want to deal with him. They're saying, oh yeah, essentially, if you have something, we would love to hear from you.
I want to just say that I wish Mike Lee weren't sitting here 2 people away from me right now, because as a national security hawk, I have argued with Mike Lee in the 4.5 or 5 years that I've been in the Senate that stuff just like this couldn't possibly happen at the FBI and at the Department of Justice. So as somebody who is embarrassed on behalf of the FBI about your report, because I believe that it is critically important that we have the FISA statute. I think the FISC is an incredibly important court. The approval rating of applications that come before the FISC are off the charts. I don't know the current numbers, but a couple years ago when I saw them, I think it was 97.9%. Is that a fair?
I think the last number I saw was roughly 98%.
Okay, so a 98% approval rating of applications that come before the FISC. Why would it be that high? People would normally say, and I'm not asking you to answer that. I'm saying that the good answer is, in an ex parte, I'm not an attorney, but in an ex parte proceeding before the court, when you, the American citizen who might be being surveilled or be suspected of something that would open a surveillance warrant against you, the assumption would be, if you can't be there to defend yourself, it's because the department's lawyers are so super scrupulous that if there's any information that might exonerate you or that might counteract the view that led them to first pursue a theory of the case that had them wanting to surveil you, they would say the bar is so high here, we'll always err on the side of privacy unless we believe there's a good reason to pursue this investigation. And so Mike Lee has warned me for 4.5 years, the potential for abuse in this space is terrible, and I constantly defended the integrity and the professionalism of the Bureau and of the department that you couldn't have something like this happen. Let's move on from Bruce Orr and move to the renewals. The renewals, the first one we can have a debate about. That's been the headline about whether or not there was political bias that led to the opening of the investigation. The second, the third, and the fourth warrant against, or FISA proceeding against Carter Page are based on an assumption the court has that, hey, we got a bunch of information the first time we heard this case, and if we thought it was legitimate to open a case into this guy, the Bureau is going to have so much integrity and the department's lawyers are going to have so much integrity. If there's ever a reason for them to doubt information that led to the opening application they made to us, they'll bring us that information. So in renewals 2, 3, and 4, they bring none of this information, right?
That's correct. They're not telling the department, so the lawyers at the department can decide what to include for the court.
So I think we face a massive crisis of public trust in American life in general, partly because an open society is going to be susceptible to the kinds of influence operations that Russia runs against us on a daily basis in a clunky way, but that China is eventually going to run against us in a very sophisticated way. The real debate we should be having on TV and in the print journalist community about moments like this is not fundamentally about making this month 48 or month 49 of the 2016 presidential election that will never die. We should be having an advanced conversation about 2024, 2028, and 2032 when China with deep fakes runs influence operations against us that are going to be far more sophisticated and far more dangerous than this. And so if the Bureau functions this poorly during a moment like this, when we actually have a really sophisticated attack against the U.S., we're going to have a much, much bigger problem if the American people don't think they can trust this. And so whether or not people are going to agree with your opening headline on whether or not political bias was a relevant factor in the opening in the investigation, there is no doubt that there's a massive cultural failing inside DOJ and at the FBI that would allow renewals to come in the second, third, and the fourth case without anybody ever thinking that their work is going to be scrutinized again. If this is what happens in, this is arguably the second, third, or fourth most important investigation in the history of the FBI. If this can happen in an investigation where they would expect there's going to be a lot of subsequent scrutiny, what is your suspicion about what happens in a regular FISA application or renewal process? If the American people hear this and they say this can happen against a campaign for the presidency of the United States, what happens in an ordinary FISA case?
That was exactly our concern and why we started this week a new review and audit to look at others, not only on the intel side, counterintelligence side, but on the counterterrorism side and on U.S. persons. What else is going on there? We want to be fair. We don't want to do it just on this, but for the reasons you indicated, if it's happening here, what's going on elsewhere?
I want to summarize something that you say on page 14, which is to this point, because so many people are just reading this hearing or listening to this hearing through the lenses of who their favorite red or blue jersey team was in the 2016 election. But you're saying something really fundamental about a culture that Director Wray needs to rebuild. Quote, there are so many basic and fundamental errors, were made by 3 separate hand-picked teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations that was briefed to the highest levels within the FBI, and that the FBI officials expected would eventually be subjected to close scrutiny, raised significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command's management and supervision of the FISA process. Jumping ahead, in our view, this was a failure of not only the operational team, but also of the managers and the supervisors, including the senior officials in the chain of command. For these reasons, we recommend that the FBI review of the performance of these employees and who had the responsibility for the preparation, the Woods review, which is essentially where you check your work and you say, do we have any footnotes and could we corroborate this if we had to, if asked by the FISA court or other supervisors, or, picking up your quote again, approval of the FISA applications as well as the managers and supervisors in the chain of command of the Carter Page investigation, including senior officials, and take appropriate action, action deemed appropriate. This means potential discipline and firing, I assume. In addition, given the extensive compliance failures we identified in this review, we believe that additional OIG oversight work is required to assess the FBI's compliance with the department and FBI FISA-related policies that seek to protect the civil liberties of the U.S. persons, also known as the whole Fourth Amendment. Accordingly, we have today initiated, this is a big headline, folks, and accordingly, today we have initiated an OIG audit that will further examine the FBI's compliance with the Woods procedures in FISA applications that target U.S. persons in both counterintelligence and counterterrorism investigations. That's a big headline. You're saying there is a systematic cultural failure of accountability at the Bureau related to the FISA process. Mike Lee doesn't drink, but I'd buy him whiskey right now if he did, because there are a whole bunch of things we've argued about for a long time, and he's right about things that I think ought not be right. And if we had another 10-minute round, Lindsay's round was 94 minutes, so I'm going to go over by at least 25 seconds. If we had time for another round, I think we should ask some really fundamental questions about the defensive briefing as well. In the American system, when the people get to pick politicians to represent them, for a time, the politicians aren't better people than the bureaucrats, but they're the ones who hold certificates of election. When the people are elected, those politicians incoming don't know as much as the bureaucrats at the top levels of the agencies because the agency experts have been there for a long time. That's what the defensive briefing should be about, not an investigatory Trojan horse.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Inspector General Horowitz, I'm impressed by the thoroughness of your team's work. You reviewed 1 million documents and conducted interviews of more than 100 witnesses, including several on multiple occasions. I think it was 170 interviews. Would you agree with me broadly that this is a testament to the rule of law and the transparency of our system, that your office can produce such a searching and thorough report that contains some criticism of the most powerful federal law enforcement agency in our nation?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, and it's a testament to the Congress for creating the Inspector General community.
This is why we have your office and Inspector General, to provide an independent assessment of the facts that's not beholden to any particular partisan agenda. FBI Director Chris Wray said in his response to your report that the FBI, and I quote, accepts the report's findings and embraces the need for thoughtful, meaningful remedial action. Let me just begin by expressing my appreciation to you and to Director Wray for being guided by the facts rather than some of the more breathless conspiracy theories that have been spread recently. President Trump has called the entire Russia investigation a witch hunt and a hoax, but your report found that the FBI had an authorized purpose when it opened its investigation into whether individuals associated with that campaign were coordinating with the Russian government's broad efforts to interfere in our 2016 presidential election, which was grounded in protecting our national security. Do you stand by that conclusion?
And we stand by our conclusion.
So let's talk about what we all know was happening in 2016 when this investigation began. Russian intelligence hacked the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign. Does your report disprove that finding of the Russian investigation?
No, we don't disprove any of the findings in the Russian.
We also know Russian intelligence was strategically acting to release stolen emails through WikiLeaks, through DC Leaks, with an intention to try and help Donald Trump's presidential campaign, and you don't disagree with that?
We don't disagree with it, and we don't address it.
The Russian Internet Research Agency conducted a coordinated influence campaign on social media to try and tear apart American society, to sow discord, and your report doesn't disagree with that conclusion.
Correct.
So let me just, in summary, when the FBI opened this investigation known as Crossfire Hurricane, Russia was at that time engaging in an unprecedented and broad-scale attack on our election and our democracy. Then candidate Trump's response wasn't to denounce Russia's actions. It was to say, and I quote, as a candidate, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find Hillary's emails. It was to praise WikiLeaks for leaking stolen emails. It was even to suggest that Russia was not responsible. It might be someone weighing 400 pounds sitting on their bed in their mother's home. So all this was happening while the FBI was trying to protect our elections and our democracy. I would have preferred to see our president criticize then the Russians who were attacking our elections. But to your report, if I might, Bill Priestap, who was Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, approved the opening of the FBI investigation into possible connections between the Trump campaign and Russian interference. He told your office there was a counterintelligence concern that the FBI was obligated to investigate. Did you find any evidence at all to suggest Mr. Priestap's actions were motivated by bias, by his political views, by partisanship, rather than his sense of obligation to protect the country?
We did not.
On March 4th, 2017, President Trump tweeted, "Terrible. Just found out Obama had my wires tapped in Trump Tower before my victory. Nothing found. This is McCarthyism." Did your investigation identify any evidence President Obama ordered the FBI to tap Donald Trump's phone?
We didn't find any evidence the FBI had tapped any other phones or anything else other than the FISA that we addressed.
But you did find that an FBI employee doctored an email in order to support the Carter Page FISA application, correct?
Correct.
Well, as your report concludes, and as many have said, I'm here to restate that that's inexcusable, and we must hold federal law enforcement to the highest standards, even those of us who support federal law enforcement. Let me ask a question about the response of the agency. Who appointed FBI Director Chris Wray?
President Trump.
And did Director Wray accept all of the findings of your investigation?
He did.
And that includes your finding that the investigation and related investigations were opened for an authorized purpose with adequate predication. Did he agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. Your report identified errors the FBI made in conjunction with the Page FISA applications. We shouldn't minimize those errors, but I think it's critical to put them in context. Your report doesn't speculate as to whether a FISA warrant would have been authorized for Mr. Page if officials had considered all the relevant information in a timely way. Is that correct?
That's correct. We don't speculate on what the
And
outcome
Mr.
would have
Page wasn't indicted in the Russia investigation.
been. He was not charged as far as I understand.
But the president's campaign manager, deputy campaign manager, national security advisor, foreign policy advisor, personal attorney, and longtime strategist were all either convicted of crimes or pled guilty in federal courts. Is that correct?
I think I followed the list, but I understand what you're saying. I won't disagree with you. Let me.
Did you identify FISA errors with regards to any other Trump campaign official who'd been under investigation?
The only FISA we found existed was the one we've written about here as to Carter Page.
So within the broader context of the Trump campaign and the investigation and the outcome, I just thought it was worth repeating that the Mueller investigation produced 37 indictments, guilty pleas, and convictions, and none of those are called into question by your report. Is that correct?
We don't address those at all.
So one point with some bipartisan agreement today, one of the only points I've heard with bipartisan agreement today is a renewed interest in reforming the FISA process. And while we continue to consider as the Senate reauthorizing sections of the Patriot Act, I'd welcome suggestions from FBI Director Wray as to statutory reforms to ensure the errors we saw here in the Page process don't happen again, while ensuring the FBI has the authorities it needs to protect our nation. I'm encouraged Director Wray fully accepts your specific recommendations, but I think Congress should also consider reforms to safeguard civil liberties. In this regard, I'm more in Senator Lee's camp than Senator Sass's. I.G. Horowitz, do you believe some of the problems your report uncovered would benefit from congressional action to reform the FISA process?
We haven't talked about this, but that's a very important point, Senator. As you know, we make recommendations to the department. We don't make recommendations to Congress. Congress, though, has, I think, important issues to think about in this report as to how this process can be improved and ensure that these kind of errors are addressed going forward.
Well, Inspector General, I am grateful for your service and for your work. Let me just conclude with one last question. President Trump has repeatedly claimed that FBI agents and officials were biased against him and worked to favor the campaign of his opponent, Hillary Clinton. In your investigation, did you find that the FBI took any investigative step based on political bias against now President Trump?
I'm going to be careful on that because of the referral we made per the IG Act on the altered email and some of the other issues we found on the FISA.
But did you find any substantive investigative step that was influenced by political bias?
Again, I'm going to be careful because we have a situation where we have the altered email by the individual who, as we know in the footnotes, had text messages that were concerning that were identified last year. So I'm going to defer on what the rationale might have been.
What that one-step rationale might have been. But overarching, your conclusion was that the initiation of this investigation was well predicated and was for a lawful purpose.
Correct. In terms of the opening, going back to the opening, correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inspector General, for your report.
But as to everything that followed the opening, there's a lot of concern?
I have a lot of concerns about the FISA process and how that occurred. Not, to be clear, the confidential informant issue raises significant policy questions, but we found they complied with the policies there.
Peter Strzok worked for who?
Over time he moved up the chain. So, but at some of the key times here, Mr. Priestap.
Okay. Senator Hawley.
Let me just start where Senator Coons left off. So you have said that you had significant concerns about the authorization or the application for the FISA warrants, right? You said earlier when it came to political bias, when you move to the FISA warrants, things get murkier. I believe that was the word you used. Is that correct? Correct. Because, you know, you can open an investigation. I say this as a former law enforcement official myself. You can open an investigation pretty easily. You've testified today that it can be done quite easily. But when you actually start taking action, start taking steps, start gathering evidence, start surveilling Americans, that's when actually real questions arise. And your testimony today has been, and in this report, is that when that happened, there's potential concerns here about political bias. Is that correct?
We have actions taken here that were not consistent with the rules, the practices, the policies, and what we couldn't reach a conclusion on is what motivated that.
Yeah, I think that's very significant. I mean, let me just be honest with you. Here's the question that I'm struggling with. Which is worse? Is it worse to have a foreign government trying to meddle in our elections? Or is it worse to have our own government meddling in the election? Because that's, I think, exactly what this report shows. It shows that our government, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the nation, the FBI, effectively meddled in an ongoing presidential campaign. And the thing that gets me is you expect it from foreign governments. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying that you expect it. They've been doing it for years. Russia's been doing it for years. We know they tried to do it this last cycle. China has been doing it. Others have been doing it. And we know what steps to take. We've got to take them more effectively. But when our own government does it, how can the American people have confidence? And what do we do? I mean, what do we do? And there's one actor here, I think, who has not gotten the credit that they collectively deserve, and that's the Democrat National Committee. I just think, you know, I've heard my friends on the other side of the aisle complain about Hillary Clinton's campaign and how ineffective it was and how the DNC didn't do a good job in 2016. I beg to differ. This is the most incredible. The DNC pays for the Steele dossier, solicits the Steele dossier, and then gets the Federal Bureau of Investigation to go get FISA warrants, surveil an American citizen, surveil a presidential campaign, all on the basis of this manufactured garbage that they paid for. I mean, that's extraordinary. That has got to be a first time in history. In fact, let me just ask you, Mr. Horowitz, are you aware ever of another presidential campaign being targeted by the FBI during the campaign like the Trump one was, to your knowledge? Has this ever happened?
To my knowledge, but I wouldn't suggest I'm an expert on.
But to your knowledge, no. You're not aware of anything like this. So, and I'm correct in thinking that the Steele dossier, the Fusion GPS dossier, was solicited by and paid for the DNC. I mean, that's correct based on what
or the Clinton campaign or the DNC, it was ultimately learned by the FBI that was the case, or that came to be their belief.
And then, so we get the Steele dossier, it's fed to the FBI. The FBI goes and asks for these FISA warrants, which have all of the problems that you have articulated and that my colleagues have drawn out, including sometimes outright fabrication of evidence in these FISA applications. And then not only does the FBI get a surveillance program ongoing effectively of a presidential campaign during cycle, but they also get, the DNC also gets, news stories written during the campaign about the surveillance program. In September of 2016, there's a story about possible counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign. In October of 2016, there's a story about the FBI investigating the Trump campaign, and we know on that last one that that Steele himself was involved. Is that correct? In October.
That's correct, and the FBI actually ultimately knew that he was involved in the September one as well, that you're referencing, I believe.
And yet, what action did the FBI take when they knew these two facts?
Well, in November, they closed him, but then met with...
What did the Crossfire Hurricane teams take? What steps did they take when they knew this about Steele is what I should ask.
I'm sorry. Well, what happened is they closed him as a source in November, but that's when the meetings with Mr. Orr started, where he was the conduit between them.
Right. So he's still able, the FBI still, it takes the information just via a DOJ conduit, which is its own separate, unbelievable problem. But yet still, they're taking all this information on board from Steele, even after they know that he's totally incredible. To me, this is the untold story of the 2016 campaign. And I don't know who at the DNC hatched this, but you know, I suppose they ought to, maybe it's take a victory lap, but certainly they should be remembered for it. To get the FBI to pursue surveillance of a rival presidential campaign and then into the newly elected president's term, I think it's just extraordinary. It is absolutely extraordinary. So let me ask you this. Are these individuals
whose misdeeds that you have documented here in this report, the members, I'm thinking of the case agents, other members on the Crossfire Hurricane team, are they still, to your knowledge, working at the FBI?
To my understanding, some are, some aren't.
And why are those who are, why are they still there? What's your understanding?
I think you'd have to ask Director Wray.
And indeed, I think we should. What about the case agent who directly misled the DOJ intelligence attorney, Office of Intelligence Attorney, about Carter Page's relationship with other intelligence agencies in our government, who directly misled the OI about that? Is that person, to your knowledge, still at the FBI?
To my knowledge, that person is still there.
And is still actively working, maybe is still acting as a case agent,
I think
to your knowledge?
Have to ask.
What about procedures at the FBI? To your knowledge, what procedures have been changed at the FBI to date to prevent something like this from happening?
I think all that I'm aware of is what's in Director Wray's letter that's attached here, but certainly there are far more reforms and changes that are needed to address all of our recommendations. That's a good beginning, but there's a lot more to be done.
I will just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, that I think it is an extraordinary thing when the most powerful law enforcement agency in the country, maybe the world, is able to effectively intervene and influence a presidential election at the behest and with the cooperation of another political party. I mean, I've been saying for a long time that, you know, there's no collusion in the 2016 campaign. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the collusion was between the DNC and the FBI, and it is, if we don't change something here, I mean, to see FBI Director Wray go out and say in the face of all of this that he doesn't think that this vindicates the FBI and he doesn't think there are any problems, I, for one, don't know how any American can have confidence in that institution and in the integrity of our elections if things like this can happen. So thank you, Mr. Horwitz, for the work you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Horwitz, and again, thank you to you and your team for your work. Do you agree that the FBI meddled in the 2016 election?
What I found is what's in this report. I'm not going
Did you find any evidence that the FBI purposefully intervened to affect the outcome of the 2016 election?
We've written about what they did here and in last year's report, and I'll stand on those findings and those findings alone.
I didn't find any conclusion that the FBI meddled or interfered in the election to affect the outcome.
We did not reach that conclusion.
You didn't reach a conclusion about the FBI intervening in the election or acting out of political bias, correct?
I would say I'm going to stick by this report and last year's mid-year election report on what it did, because there are specific findings as to specific individuals.
Let me ask you about some of those findings, but let me just say at the very outset, I know you're a career official, and I want to pay tribute to all of the law enforcement officials, particularly in the FBI, because I can see how some of what's been said about them might be severely and unfairly demoralizing. We have your back. We have your back. When you're out there enforcing the law with weapons pointed at you, and sometimes they are firearms and sometimes they are political weapons, we should have your back. So some of what's been said here, but also in the larger realm of public comment, I think has been severely a disservice to our law enforcement and to the United States, because we are discouraging able and dedicated young people from joining your ranks, and we need them. And I say that as a former United States attorney and a state attorney general who has worked with some of the best and some of the less best. So let me ask you a few questions about those findings. President Trump has said repeatedly that the FBI, quote, tried to overthrow the presidency. Did you find any evidence that the FBI tried to overthrow the presidency?
No, what we found is, again, laid out here in this report.
Well, is there any evidence that you found that the FBI tried to overthrow the presidency?
No, we found the issues we identified here. That's what we found.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI tried to entrap anyone?
As a legal matter, since we don't see any actual cases come out of this, I think the answer is
There
no.
was no entrapment, correct?
Yeah.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI tapped the phones at Trump Tower?
No. The only wiretapping or the only surveillance we found was what's laid out here.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI planted informants in the Trump campaign?
No.
Did you find any evidence that the FBI tried specifically to entrap any of the individuals who were the focus of their investigation, namely Manafort, Flynn, Papadopoulos, or Page?
Entrapment's a legal term when you're moving forward on a criminal case. We didn't see that in this case.
Correct. There's no evidence here of entrapment. But the president has claimed that there was entrapment, that his phones were tapped, that Carter Page may have been used as a spy. Did you find evidence that the FBI put spies in the Trump campaign?
I'm going to speak to the terminology used at the department that we oversee, which is confidential human sources. And we did not find evidence that the FBI sought to place confidential human sources inside the campaign or plant them inside the campaign.
Would you agree with the contention that the Russia investigation, including the Mueller investigation, was a quote-unquote bogus narrative?
We don't address the Russia investigation or take issue with its handling at all in this report.
Well, in fact, you found or agreed with Mueller that the Russian government attacked our democracy in a sweeping and systematic way, correct?
We add a couple pages in here as background to reference not only the Mueller report, but other reports as well, including congressional reports on that issue.
Did you show this report to Attorney General Barr before it was released?
Yeah, as standard process, we provide this to the Attorney General and to the FBI Director.
Did he suggest any changes?
He didn't suggest any changes, and, you know, we got some...
He didn't suggest any corrections?
Well, he found a few typos and other things that he suggested we might want to think about.
So you must have been surprised by his attack on you and your team.
No, I had some idea he wasn't completely supportive of that.
Do you think he was fair?
He's the Attorney General of the United States. I've had cases situations where there have been disagreements between myself and leadership of the components. And
well, I want to give you a chance to defend yourself and your team, who have done a highly professional job here, 19 months, hundreds of witnesses, hard work. Do you think this attack on you and your team is fair?
I'll say this. My defense of our team and our work is we stand by the report. Nothing I've heard changes our view. The department, the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, the FBI Director, whomever, is free to disagree with my conclusions. I didn't take the IG job to be popular and to not have my feelings hurt. I wouldn't be the IG if that was the case.
I assume you would not agree with the characterization that the agents involved in this work on the investigation of the Russian attack on our democracy were quote-unquote scum, would you?
I would not call people names like that.
I welcome my colleagues' apparently newfound indignation about the potential reform of the FISA court and the process. And you well know, I'm sure, that reforms have been suggested. In fact, I authored the FISA Court Reform Act in 2013 with 18 co-sponsors, all Democrats. That legislation would have created a special advocate. It would have created other checks because the FISA process is secret, because ordinarily we don't want our adversaries to know we're investigating them, correct?
Right.
But there still needs to be checks and balances, scrutiny, to make sure that accurate information is presented to the FISA judges who work in secret. Unfortunately, a great many of those proposed reforms did not become law. Some did in the USA Freedom Act in 2015. I know it's not your job to make recommendations about FISA court reforms, but do you think that your report indicates the need for the kinds of reforms that I proposed in the FISA Court Reform Act of 2013?
I think that it's very important to have consideration of reforms like that. And we don't make the recommendations, but we are always available to help with legislation drafting or other.
I hope that we can make use of your expertise in this area, and I hope my Republican colleagues who've been so vocal and vehement about the dangers of potential FISA abuses will join me in looking forward and reform of that court. Did you show this report to United States Attorney Durham?
In November, he received a copy of the report during our factual accuracy review process, according to our usual practice.
There have been public reports that there were references, at least one, to United States Attorney Durham in this report. Is that correct? In one of the early drafts?
I'm not going to get into what was in an earlier draft or comments. The whole reason we do this with the drafts is to allow for us to engage with individuals, the department, the FBI. We make changes when we get things wrong. We make changes if we think we need to clarify. So I'd rather not get into what our draft reports might or might not have said.
Did he make requests for changes?
He didn't. He told us what he disagreed with, and we considered his comments. And again, what you see here is our final report that we stand by. He disagreed on the predication question. I mentioned earlier the nature of our conversation.
Did you remove any reference to him at his request?
Again, I don't believe I can get into or should get into what our drafts did or didn't say. There are edits made through the review process, and there are many people who ask us to make edits. We don't make many, but I think if we start talking about what various people gave us comments on, it would be a challenge to do these reports, which is why, and partly, I was surprised by the press release.
Did you conclude in this report that your findings showed a grotesque abuse of power?
We did not say that in the report.
And would you agree with that characterization?
We did not reach a conclusion like that, so I wouldn't agree with that at this point. From my standpoint, people can have that viewpoint, but that wasn't our conclusion.
And just one last question. Those FISA warrants, they were renewed a number of times, correct?
3 times.
Based on your experience and maybe your report, there's a reason why warrants are renewed. They're renewed because they are producing useful information, correct?
Or they should be producing useful information.
They should be.
Is how I'll phrase it.
And your review of those warrants would indicate that they were producing useful information, correct?
Not sure that's entirely correct, and I don't know how much I can say about that in this setting.
Well, they were producing information.
They were producing information. I'm not sure how I would characterize whether they were helpful or not.
Well, one way or the other, far from being a bogus narrative, the Russia investigation produced 37 individual indictments, 7 convictions, 5 prison terms, and hopefully will send a message to adversaries, the Russians and other nations that Mr. Mueller warned about, that there will be action taken against them. And I hope that we can come together on a bipartisan basis to reform the FISA process, but just as importantly, forestall the ongoing attack on our democracy. I think that's maybe the most important point here, that your report in every possible way ought to alarm Americans about the ongoing attack on our nation by the Russians and other nations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Tillis, very quickly, I think Senator Blumenthal makes a good point. How would you describe the behavior here? of knowing that the subsource disavows the dossier that was the primary reason you got a warrant, finding that a lawyer doctored an email to keep the investigation going in a way unfair to Mr. Page. This is not routine. Do you agree with that?
It is definitely not, it certainly better not be routine, and I don't know any reason to think it is routine.
Is it kind of off the charts bad?
It's pretty bad.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
That's a good prelude to where I wanted to head, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Horowitz, thank you for being here. You guys do great work. I have a lot of confidence in the IGs across the whole of government, and I commend your staff for the top-notch effort here. I don't think anybody's questioning the quality of your work. I'm not an attorney. I've never argued a case before the Supreme Court. I'm not a prosecutor, solicitor general. I'm a business person, so I've been trying to figure out how the average citizen would look at this hearing and try and understand what we're trying to get to here. You've mentioned once or twice that it gets a bit, when people ask you about political motivation, when it has to do with the renewal request for the FISA warrants, you've said it gets a bit murky. And I just decided, being somebody who used to do a lot of organization charts, that I'd try and explain to the American people why this gets a little bit murky. I'm going to focus mainly on the DOJ chart. This is roughly the organization structure that was in place with the DOJ. Before I do, let's get some of the characters who were not on the DOJ org chart, although very actively involved with those who were. So I want to get this right. This started with a dossier that was paid for to be prepared by Fusion GPS by the DNC. And Steele was a part of that process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then his primary subsource was someone who, when he was finally questioned, said they misstated or exaggerated our statements, that the alleged sexual activities were rumor or speculation, that the conversations were had with friends over beers and so on and so forth. So that was something after the dossier was used as a basis for moving forward with it. This is information that came afterwards that was known to people in this organization chart before they attested to a FISA court that the FBI found the Russian-based subsource to be truthful and cooperative. That's an accurate statement, but if they had included all the truthful and cooperative comments that he made, it would seem to me that that may have had a different effect on the renewal. It seems to me. Mm-hmm. And the omission of something as profound as this, to not infer from that there was a political motivation, or let's take politics out and say an agenda. This is something we want to get renewed. We want to continue the investigation. I don't understand as a non-attorney how that doesn't carry a fair amount of weight. Now I want to get to this organization chart. So here you can't see it, but it's on record with the DOJ. So I have Orr up here, who reports into the office of the DAG. Mm-hmm. When Steele was no longer allowed to speak with the FBI because he was shopping the dossier, I guess, to make money through the media or for whatever reason, then the FBI just conveniently accepted Orr's feedback from Steele. Now, Steele is somebody who worked for Fusion GPS on behalf of the DNC to get the dossier, which has now been largely proven false. His wife actually worked for GPS, not necessarily when the investigation was going on, but you could reasonably assume that she had relationships there. But when they cut off Steele as a source of information for the FBI, did I hear you right that multiple times the FBI seemed to warmly receive feedback from Steele through Orr?
We identified 13 occasions.
And so this guy on the org chart that's up here working for the Deputy Attorney General never communicated with any of his staff or any of his superiors that he was doing this.
That's correct.
Probably because if he asked for approval, he wouldn't have gotten...
That's essentially what he said.
So he wanted to apologize instead of ask for approval. Now I want to go to this part of the order. What the American people need to know is these aren't people that aren't walking down the hallway and in the meeting with the director of the FBI. I mean, Lisa Page right here is on this org chart. She's a special counsel to Andy McCabe. As a matter of fact, it looks like Stroke and Page were in the office in roughly the time frame. This is something that's very important. This is somebody here on the org chart, somebody that works for the director of the FBI, who says he's not ever going to be president, right? This other guy on the org chart, who you'll see in a future text message, talks about a meeting with with McCabe says, no, he won't, we will stop him. And then he goes on to say, I want to believe the path that you threw out for consideration in Andy, McCabe's office, that there's no way he gets elected. But I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event that you die before you're 40. These are all people that are walking the hallways involved in this investigation, having those sorts of discussions about the President of the United States, or the candidate, and then the President of the United States. Is that one of the reasons why you're being fair-minded and saying it's murky as to whether or not there was a political motivation behind some of these behaviors and the false premise for the renewals of the FISA warrants?
No, the concern grows out of the fact that all of the failures in the information that should have been given and wasn't given, and the question being, what was the intent? What was their intention, their motivation there? And what we determined was we couldn't definitively say what the motivation was.
Are these pretty smart people? Fairly well educated? At least well educated. I don't know if they're smart.
I assume so.
I don't think they were very smart, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, yeah.
They have law degrees, right? So you think
At least some of them do.
So you think the Woods Review, for people at this level of the organization,
To be clear, the stuff that didn't happen on the Woods Review was basic stuff.
Yeah.
You didn't need to be a deeply experienced FBI agent to be able to do it the right way.
Well, that's my point. So wouldn't you think that that would almost be muscle memory for people who are going through this process to know that they had an obligation to go through that?
They clearly should have.
And so wouldn't it also seem reasonable that if they didn't, you can't answer this question, but to me, it seems like if something is as standard as that process before you go to a FISA court, to not do it was something that they intended not to do. They didn't want to go through it. I mean, it seems to be a logical conclusion. And then you ask yourself, why? Well, because we don't ever want this guy to get elected president. And if he does, it sounds like they want to impeach him. I mean, I can't understand anybody working in this organization understanding the scrutiny that we placed under the FISA courts. And by the way, Mike Lee, count me in. Because we've now seen the abuses you've warned us about. You can smirk again because you were right. But, I mean, it just seems to me that this organization, this closely held organization of highly educated, highly experienced people, I have to believe that they were handpicked for this process. They were picked because they had some of the best reputations in there. They had to know that this was going to come to this, that it was going to be scrutinized, regardless of who the subject of the investigation was. If the names were changed and the parties were changed, we'd still be here. And it looks like they were trying to skate along the edges and get away with something to me. And I can't imagine that they did it for any other reason than a political motivation. And I don't expect you to respond to that because you're doing a great job of holding to the scope of your report. But nobody can tell me, with people of this caliber, with the record of partisan, vitriolic profanity about this president, to say, whoops, we just forgot to do a standard procedural review that you would probably expect one of their staff 2 or 3 levels down to know that you need to do it. It doesn't make sense to me. Now I want to ask you another question. You've gotten a lot of questions today that had nothing to do with your report, and I think you've done a very good job of saying, I'm here to talk about my report. You didn't do a Russia collusion investigation, did you?
We did not.
You didn't re-prosecute the special counsel report, did you?
Not.
Would you agree that you got a lot of questions today that had nothing to do with what you were here to talk about today?
I certainly had several.
Yeah. So I also wonder whether or not that was politically motivated. Let's focus on this. What I found interesting was that we do have people who are using this as a platform on the other side of the aisle that says, well, now we need to revise we need to look at the FISA process. I don't know why you'd use this as a platform to do that unless you thought that this is a clear case where the FISA process was abused. And then if you look at this information, this ecosystem of smart people who I think turned a blind eye to damning evidence to serve as a basis for renewal of the FISA reports, it's just beyond my comprehension. The weight of this evidence in your report, I think, is pretty strong. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when we take up impeachment next month, have that same standard for the weight of evidence that we're going to be asked to look at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rono.
Thank you. Well, you identified significant issues with the FISA application process for conducting surveillance on Carter Page. And before this investigation, were you aware of problems with the FBI's use of the FISA process?
I was not personally, although I will say we have done reports, as you know, Senator, for since 9/11, my office.
Well,
on
you
these
can't
issues.
sit here and tell us that these errors only occurred with regard to this FISA application process.
We've identified problems in the past. I will say we've never done a dive into one as deep as this.
As have a number of us, by the way, Senator Lee and others of us. We understand that there are issues relating to the FISA process. And in fact, after you pointed out the errors, et cetera, the director acknowledged your findings, and in fact, he is moving ahead to make improvements to the FISA process, and as he put it, to make the FBI a much stronger institution.
That's correct.
Would you agree that it is a major decision to seek authority from a FISA court to conduct surveillance on an American?
I agree.
If FBI officials were politically motivated and wanting to conduct surveillance on a particular American, wouldn't the decision to seek FISA approval be a point where political bias could affect the process?
Could.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that would be a pretty good time for any kind of political bias to manifest itself. But here you found no evidence of political bias in deciding to seek FISA approval.
We did not find such evidence.
When you released your report on Monday, both the Attorney General and Mr. Durham immediately issued public statements that challenged the findings in your report. Attorney General Barr stated, quote, "The Inspector General's report now makes clear that the FBI launched an intrusive investigation of a U.S. presidential campaign on the thinnest of suspicions that, in my view, were insufficient to justify the steps taken." End quote. Can you point to the page or pages in your report that found that the FBI launched an intrusive investigation on the thinnest of suspicions that were insufficient to justify the FBI's actions?
We concluded that there was sufficient predication.
Mm-hmm. Would you consider words like the thinnest of suspicions, intrusive investigation, neutral words to describe the work?
I'm going to let others answer for their own comments and stick to what we've written.
Yes, you've said that everybody's entitled to characterize your investigation, but you know what? I think we all know what constitutes a fair characterization. I would say those are not fair. Yesterday, Attorney General Barr went on TV to challenge the validity of the findings of your report and suggested that his own FBI agents may have acted in, quote, bad faith or with improper motives, and that it was premature to conclude otherwise. These insinuations are inconsistent with your report. And one justification that he gave for disregarding the key finding in your report was that, unlike the investigator he handpicked, Mr. Durham, you could not compel testimony. You interviewed more than 100 witnesses for your investigation. In your report, you note you were unable to compel testimony from two people, Glenn Simpson and Jonathan Weiner. Were these the only two people for whom you couldn't compel their testimony or who wouldn't testify or talk to you?
Those were the only two people that we asked to interview that turned us down.
And do you think that the fact that you did not interview these two witnesses undermine the conclusions in your report that you found no documentary or testimonial evidence of political bias in opening the investigation or seeking FISA authority for Carter Page?
I don't believe they undermined any of our conclusions. It would have been good to have their evidence like it is normally.
Do you think that the findings in your report are inaccurate because you lacked the authority to compel witnesses?
Not in this instance, no.
In April 2019, Attorney General Barr told Congress, quote, "I think spying did occur," end quote, when talking about the FBI's investigation of the Trump campaign's ties with the Russian government in the 2016 election. And yesterday, Attorney General Barr reiterated that the Trump campaign was clearly, I'm quoting him now, clearly spied upon. He claimed the FBI's investigative actions, which you discussed in your report, constitute spying. And the word spying carries, I would say, negative connotations, don't you think?
You know,
I mean, it sounds like law enforcement is doing something they're not authorized to do, that they would spy on us.
And that's why we use and only rely on the word that's in the law, which is surveillance.
And yet we have the highest law enforcement person in our entire country using a word, not just once, but twice, using the word spying. So clearly your report found that the FBI's investigation was for an authorized and with an adequate predicate, and you would not characterize that as spying. In fact, you would not use such a word in your report.
We don't use that
You did
in
not.
our report.
Do you think questioning the motives of your staff as possibly involving bad faith or accusing them of spying would be demoralizing to your people?
Let me put this, I would not speak to my folks about them acting in that manner.
Do you think that's a really
I haven't
great
seen
way
that
to
either.
characterize what you all do in your professional capacity? I think that's a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
You know, so describing
Point
your
taken, though.
law enforcement staff's investigations as intrusive and based on the thinnest of suspicions also casts aspersions on the professionalism of your people, and I think that is probably also not terribly edifying or supportive. Did the Attorney General provide you with any evidence to support his claim that the FBI agents were spying?
In terms of evidence, we didn't get any evidence from the Attorney General. We did meet with Mr. Durham, had a discussion with him, but we, as I said, are standing by our conclusions.
Does it bother you that you have the Attorney General using words like spying to characterize what the FBI did under an authorized process?
You know, as Inspector General, I'm going to stick to what we do and what we've said and not try and guess the motives or ideas or thoughts of anyone else out there.
Yeah, I don't see you jumping up and down in glee with use of such words. Let me go on. On November 21st, Dr. Fiona Hill, the former National Security Council Senior Director for Europe and Russia, warned that Russia has, quote, geared up to repeat their interference in the 2020 election. Even as we speak, that's what Russia is doing. She also warned Congress against promoting the fictional narrative that Ukraine rather than Russia interfered in the 2016 U.S. election. These conspiracy theories, she said, clearly advance Russian interests. FBI Director Wray stated on Monday that the FBI has no information that would indicate that Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. And when we talk about interfere, we're talking about the kind of systemic, government-sanctioned interference with our election process that Russia engaged in. And there's no way that Ukraine engaged in that kind of systematic interference. So in all of the documents that you reviewed, 100 witnesses, did you find any evidence that contradicts FBI Director Wray's statement that the FBI has no information that indicates Ukraine tried to interfere in the 2016 election?
We didn't see any such evidence, but I emphasize that wasn't
Yes, I know.
the purpose of our
But you know what?
review.
You would think that you're looking through 1 million documents. And yeah,
Fortunately,
there might
not
have been
me, but the
something.
team. Right.
There might have been something there that referenced that maybe Ukraine was engaging in the kind of systematic interference that Russia did. I know that Senators Leahy and Klobuchar asked you about this, but I want to make it clear. Is there anything in your report that calls into question the conclusion of the Mueller report that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election in a sweeping and systematic fashion?
No.
And of course, we all know that the Mueller investigation resulted in 37 indictments and 6 convictions of Trump associates. Is there anything in your report that calls into question Special Counsel Mueller's conclusion that the Trump campaign not only knew about Russia's election interference, but they encouraged it and expected to benefit electorally from it?
No.
I know you receive a lot of requests from Republican and Democratic members of Congress to do certain investigations, and I've been among those. I realize you have to take certain factors into consideration because you only have so many resources to conduct all these investigations. And one of the requests that I and my colleagues asked you to investigate was whether Attorney General Barr's handling of the Mueller report was misleading and whether he demonstrated bias in dealing with the Mueller investigation. In light of the factors that I'm sure you consider, will you take another look at the request that I and my colleagues sent you to see whether you're able to investigate any of them?
So on that, Senator, first of all, I'd be happy to come up and meet with you and talk about it with you in person. Let me say I've had conversations with some of the members of the committee about this issue. It's the letters asking us to look at the conduct of senior lawyers at the department directly implicate Section 80 of the Inspector General Act, which prohibits me from looking at conduct of lawyers in their capacity as lawyers. Senator Lee has sponsored a bill that passed the House unanimously, bipartisan, full support, pending here. Several members of the committee have co-sponsored it. That provision prevents me from undertaking investigations of misconduct by senior department lawyers, or actually any department lawyers, just
Well,
to be
this
clear.
is one time when I think, agree with Senator Lee in that needing to make that kind of change to enable you to make the kind of investigation that we're asking you to make. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And again, I'd be happy to come up and talk with you about it further.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will keep doing this, and I'll apologize. Has anyone been convicted of the crime of working with the Russian government associated with the Trump campaign that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Well, they haven't. So whatever convictions have been attained, got nothing to do with colluding with the Russians. That's what got us here. And about what happened here. If the government is surveilling an American citizen pursuant to a FISA warrant, and the government comes in, information is given to the government that questions the foundation of the warrant, is there an obligation to tell the court?
Absolutely.
They did not do that here, is that correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, they lied to the court about the information they had that was exculpatory to Mr. Page.
They gave misleading, inaccurate information.
At what point can a surveillance that started lawfully become illegal?
It can become unauthorized, inappropriate, illegal, depending upon the facts.
Would you apply all those terms to what happened in this case?
I'm going to let others who have the ability to address some of these issues decide what the precise level of intent was.
Here's what I'm going to say. It may have started lawfully. It got off the rails quick. It became a criminal conspiracy to defraud the FISA court, to put Mr. Page through hell, and to continue to surveil President Trump after he got elected. And I hope somebody pays a price for that. You've certainly done your part, Mr. Horowitz. Senator Ernst.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Inspector General, for being here today and presenting this information. And I know that a couple others have focused on this, and I'd like to dive back in. But first, there is a lot of respect out there, or there has been, for the FBI. And I remember as a kid, watching movies or shows that portrayed the FBI, and we really thought, wow, those are the good guys. And I think what we have seen through the past number of years, number of months, is that a few bad actors have really squandered that away. And I think the American people look at the FBI and they think, wow, if they're doing this to a presidential candidate, what would they do to me as just a normal American citizen? Are they really there for me? So I'm just so sorry that this has led to this. Again, a few very bad actors. I heard somebody earlier saying, oh, the mistakes that were made at the FBI, the mistakes. It's not like, oops, I accidentally filed a FISA warrant or an application, a FISA application. Oops, that accidentally happened. That's not a mistake. It just reeks of ill wishes to do harm. So again, I just think the FBI, we've always thought of it as such a great institution, and now I'm looking at all this information. We've all reviewed the report, and I think, for God's sakes, what is going on here? So thank you for doing this work. I think it's just really important we take a look at what's going on, why it happened, and I'd like to focus a little more just on the discipline aspect of this, because these mistakes were made by some people that really wanted to do bad harm to an individual illegally. So Peter Strzok was fired from the FBI. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so he still has a Merit System Protection Board that is not yet adjudicated. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Does that mean that the termination is final or not final?
I'm going to get ahead of my legal employment law capabilities if I give you too many opinions
Okay.
on what his legal rights are in that
Okay,
regard.
very good. Thank you. It seems that there was only one individual referred for possible criminal prosecution based on the IG review, and that's the person that altered the email to imply that Carter Page was not or never a source for another agency. So with that apparent concealment of facts from the FISA court, especially as they relate to the accuracy of Steele's reporting, can you explain why there were no more criminal referrals?
What we ultimately decided was that the conduct here warranted sending the entire report to the FBI and the department for review, review from the line agent all the way to the top of people who were still at the FBI. And as we said, we didn't see documentary and testimonial evidence of intent, but we also didn't hear good explanations, which left us with an open question on what the motive was and what the state of mind was. And the adjudicative process at the FBI and the department will now assess that and look at that.
So, so we don't know of anyone else that has been fired or reassigned?
I don't know as I sit here. That would have to come from the FBI or the department.
Okay. So with that, how many case agents involved with the FISA applications in your report are still active case agents today?
As I sit here, I can't tell you the precise number. There are several who still are.
That are active.
That are still active agents. Whether they're still in certain roles or not, I don't know.
Okay, because you don't know specifically if they're still working as case agents, do you believe if they were working as case agents that the information contained in your report as it relates to those case agents should be released to other criminal defendants under the department's Giglio policy?
I think this raises those kinds of issues for the department to review and consider what they have to do to remedy any wrongs here.
And for those folks that are watching this back at home in Iowa, can you talk a little bit about the Giglio policy?
So in criminal cases, for example, when an agent is found to have engaged in misconduct, whether by a judge or by the Department of Justice, there's an obligation under a Supreme Court case called the Giglio case to notify the defendant of the wrongdoing or harm or misconduct, impeachable evidence, those sorts of things. And that obligation is taken seriously, has to be taken seriously. As I said, I've done law enforcement corruption cases as an AUSA, and one of the first things we do, including now as IG when we find issues, is notify prosecutors and the department and law enforcement to ensure that they take appropriate steps in a timely way to make sure those agents, or if it's prosecutors, but agents we're here talking about, aren't continuing to pursue cases or aren't allowed to stay in those positions if they've violated the trust that they've been given.
No, and I think that's important. The reason we're talking a little bit about this and discipline, policy, and procedures is because the American people, again, when they look at an institution like the FBI, they want to know that they are good guys. And if they are not good guys, they need to go. I think the American public gets tired of seeing bad actors with no repercussions.
Very, very important from our standpoint as the Inspector General's office that there be accountability for all conduct across the board, but certainly for misconduct and performance failures. And those need to be taken into account.
Yeah, performance failures, lying. I mean, there was a lot going on in the department. They weren't just mistakes, as somebody casually mentioned. These are not just mistakes. This was bad conduct. It was intentional. So I do think that as we see this move forward, that anybody that was involved in those malicious activities is gone. So a little bit about policy and procedures, just very quickly. The IG's office has previously identified a pattern of leaks and improper contact between FBI employees and the media. Part of the decision to work the Crossfire Hurricane case out of the FBI headquarters, it does seem to be due to the fear of leaks if it were actually worked out in the field. So can you characterize how much of a problem leaks are and those unauthorized contacts between the media and members within the FBI?
So we identified this last year in our Clinton election report, the number of contacts, and we've seen it as we've done these reports subsequent to that in finding inappropriate, improper contact between agents and the media. Since our report last year, Director Wray has put out a new policy and undertaken new training to deal with that, or to try to address that and to change the culture, which is what we talked about a year ago. That the culture and the viewpoint of, in a federal criminal investigation, fairness to the defendant or the subject of the investigation, fairness to victims if there are victims, fairness to the process requires people, agents who are working these cases, to keep their head down, work the case, and not disclose information to outside parties, whether it's the media, friends, relatives, neighbors, whomever. That information has to stay in the office.
And so there has been a policy change, but what are the repercussions if someone is found guilty of engaging in those unauthorized contacts with media?
So that's one of the things we're going to follow up with the FBI on, as we've done these cases over the last year. As we've referred them, what's actually been the penalty that's been imposed? What's happened to those folks, and how is that message getting out, not just publicly, but internally, that there are going to be consequences for that? Because without the consequences, the deterrent effect goes away.
Right, absolutely. And there is no restoration of trust in the agency if there are not repercussions to those that are maliciously pursuing these types of activities. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your team and the work that they put into the report. And in all fairness, we've got to do better. And we've got a long ways to go to restore trust in the FBI and anyone working with the FBI. So again, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Senator Harris, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Horowitz, thank you for conducting your thorough investigation into the origins of the Department of Justice's Russia investigation. So your report makes clear that the FBI had a legitimate reason to investigate the Trump campaign. Is that correct?
That's true. There was sufficient predication.
And in addition, your office found no evidence that the FBI launched a politically motivated investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And another key finding was that the FBI committed several errors in his applications and in their applications to surveil Carter Page.
Or maybe more than several.
And as the FBI Director Wray himself has acknowledged, your investigation found serious FBI misconduct that needs to be addressed, and Director Wray also said that the FBI fully accepts your investigation's findings. Is that correct? On the other hand, Attorney General Barr has been highly critical of your findings. During the final stages of your investigation, he even embarked on his own personal investigation by meeting with foreign leaders in foreign lands, apparently in search of evidence that contradicts the fact that Russia interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election to benefit Trump. Clearly, Barr's investigation, which was launched to do the bidding of President Trump, has two objectives. One, to undermine the integrity of our intelligence community. The goal, to cast doubt on the finding that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in order to benefit the Trump campaign. And two, to intimidate the men and women of our intelligence community by suggesting that our national security professionals will face serious consequences if they investigate wrongdoing on the part of this president or his operatives. So, General Horowitz, I appreciate your extensive work and the work that your office has devoted to this investigation. But in addition, you have the power and the duty to investigate misconduct committed by the Attorney General of the United States, who is doing the bidding of the President to undermine our intelligence community. And I trust you take that duty seriously.
I do, and I'd just like to add that under the law, under the Inspector General Act, it carves out from my authority the ability to look at misconduct by department lawyers from the line lawyer all the way to the top and the Attorney General.
But history has also shown us that the Inspector General can participate in an investigation of the Attorney General, and that in fact happened with General Gonzalez. Do you recall that?
That happened, and it's worth noting, that happened after the Attorney General said our office was not going to get the case, that it was going to go to the Office of Professional Responsibility, and the choice for our office was whether to join that investigation or not. But that wasn't initiated through us.
So
and that's the important point. The law has to change, Senator, and it
So
should
are you
change.
recommending the law?
Absolutely.
If I propose legislation that would change the law, would you support that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's legislation Senator Lee has sponsored, several members have co-sponsored. The House has passed this unanimously.
And you would support it?
Absolutely, 100%.
So it was recently reported that the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, asked Ukrainians to help search for dirt of the political rivals of the president. In exchange for the help, Giuliani offered to help fix criminal cases against them at DOJ. Giuliani and his associates, two of whom have been indicted and are now in federal custody, allegedly reached out to a Ukrainian energy tycoon who faced legal problems in America. In exchange for helping find dirt on the president's political rivals, Giuliani's associates reportedly connected the Ukrainian with lawyers who could get a top-level meeting at the United States Department of Justice. In essence, Giuliani's scheme was an attempt to trade get-out-of-jail-free cards for political favors. As part of Giuliani's plan, Attorney General Barr met with the Ukrainians' lawyers, who asked that the Department of Justice withdraw evidence in the tycoon's bribery prosecution. Earlier today, you said you are not investigating matters related to ongoing Ukraine issues. Does that mean that you have decided not to investigate these incidents?
No. As I think mentioned in a recent letter, and I've been in touch with fellow IGs who've been asked by members to look at those issues. We've been in communication with each other. I think as Mr. Fine, the Defense Department IG, wrote to several members of Congress, he was foregoing at the time undertaking any work while the House investigation proceeded and any matters here in the Senate. And as I mentioned, we will look accordingly at any action that we have the jurisdiction to review. Getting back to the Section 80 discussion, no other IG has that limitation, by the way. So they can investigate their secretary, deputy secretary, administrator, whomever. I just point that out because that's important to keep in mind as we get requests. And why are we different than the State Department IG, the EPA IG, the other IGs?
Couldn't agree with you more. Do you agree that if true, Giuliani's scheme is alarming?
I think anything like that would be very concerning.
And Mr. Giuliani recently returned to Ukraine in search of dirt on the president's political rivals, apparently in order to cook up a dossier of his own. Yesterday, he told reporters that President Trump asked him to brief the Justice Department and Senate Republicans on what, if anything, he finds. Do you and are you concerned that the Justice Department would coordinate with the president's personal lawyer on a scheme clearly designed to benefit the president's political campaign?
I'm going to look at the evidence myself and facts. I've learned to, before taking any action, to not just rely on news reports or other allegations, but to actually spend the time to look at them. So I'd ask to take a look at that, and again, happy to come in and meet with you and talk with you.
Please do. I'd appreciate that. Is it appropriate for the Attorney General or anyone at the Department of Justice to take actions that are solely designed to benefit the president politically?
I think that would create questions about, on various rules at the department and practices at the department.
During Attorney General Barr's last appearance before this committee, I asked him, has the president or anyone at the White House ever suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? After pondering the word suggest, the Attorney General declined to answer. The Attorney General's non-response suggested to many that he has opened politically motivated investigations. Indeed, we know that during a call with the president of Ukraine, President Trump said that Attorney General Barr would follow up regarding the quote-unquote favor that the president demanded. Did the Attorney General or anyone at Justice follow up with the president's call?
I don't know the answer to that question. And
Does
again,
anyone in your office know the answer to that question?
I don't believe anybody in my office would know it. And frankly, again, it gets to the question of a decision by the Attorney General whether to open an investigation or not, which in most instances, I won't foreclose it completely, but in most instances would fall squarely within the prohibition on my jurisdiction.
President Trump's phone conversation was an apparent effort to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. And the call involved officials at multiple agencies, including the Department of Justice, the State Department, the Office of Management and Budget, and others. Are you working with the inspectors general of these various agencies on that issue?
As I mentioned, on allegations that come in, we'll talk with our fellow IGs.
On that specific one, are you working with other IGs?
We're not. I don't have any ongoing work at this point. Again, I'm not sure what my legal, if I'd have a statutory authority to look at actions by lawyers at the department related to misconduct.
Have you been approached by any other IGs to work with them on an investigation that related to that phone call?
I'll say we've had discussions generally. I don't know whether other IGs at this point have or do not have ongoing investigations.
You've had conversations generally about this phone call?
About generally Ukraine-related matters and discussions generally.
How about specifically about this phone call?
I don't recall, as I sit here, discussions about it, but again, I have to.
You have to refresh your memory?
Refresh my recollection on this issue. I've obviously been spending a fair amount of time preparing to deal with the 400-plus page report that we're talking about today.
Involving Ukraine?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, right. This report.
Yeah, okay. The American system of justice was founded on the principle of equal justice under the law, and that principle obviously means that there cannot be one system of justice for one group of people and a different system of justice for others. And I have spent my career fighting for equal justice, and I'll tell you that everybody in a Department of Justice obviously has a duty to make sure that people get a fair shot. Unfortunately, recent reports suggest that the actions taken by the Justice Department leaders fall far short of their obligation to pursue equal and even-handed justice. For example, in 2011, the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel issued an opinion that paved the way for states to legalize online gambling. This opinion was opposed by Sheldon Adelson, and who's a major donor who spent millions of dollars to support President Trump. And his lobbyist also sent a memo to top DOJ officials asking that the opinion be reversed. And of course, then the OLC reversed the 2011 opinion in January of 2019. Has your office investigated whether political considerations motivated the Department of Justice's abrupt reversal of online gambling?
I'm fairly confident that we would be barred from doing that by the statutory prohibition. I don't think we would have legal authority to look at why the Office of Legal Counsel made a decision one way or the other unless there was a criminal allegation connected to it.
My time is up. Thank you.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I join with everybody else, Mr. Horowitz, for thanking you and your team for the work that you have done here. I'm going to go back to an issue that's been talked about by many of my colleagues today, and that is this question of bias. And actually, I want to start by going back to June of 2018, when you were last here before the committee. And when I asked questions of you at that time, I talked about your findings then with regard to bias. The specific focus that I recall there was Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and the information that's already been well presented here about what I consider to be the undeniable bias that they had against the President Trump. At that time, you made similar statements to those you made today, which is that you did not find bias in the decisions that you were evaluating in that report. But as I went through that with you, I think that you also confirmed that you were not saying that there was no bias by those who were involved in making decisions. Rather, you were saying you could not prove that that bias was a factor in their management of the activities they engaged in on behalf of the FBI. As I understood it, you said that there was bias, but in fact that you had asked them whether their bias influenced their work performance. They had told you that it did not, and you had no contrary evidence to dispute that. Is that correct?
Let me clarify. Let me explain. We found that those text messages evidence bias, and what we ultimately found was that other people were involved and made many of those decisions, not them. And that was the base, not because we didn't know whether they were biased. Those texts evidenced bias by them.
All right.
The question was the other individuals who we didn't have text messages for, otherwise evidence of bias by those individuals.
And that would be consistent with what your report here today says. As I'm reading from the executive summary, Deputy Attorney General, I believe that's his title, Priestap.
Assistant Director or Deputy Assistant Director, depending upon the time period.
He's the one who made the final decision to open each of the 4 investigations.
Correct.
He did that in consultation with a number of others, including Peter Strzok.
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what advice was given in those conversations, do you?
I don't.
But he made the final decision, and because you had no, and you've used the phrase very consistently here today, you did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the decision to open these 4 investigations.
Right.
Did you ask Mr. Priestap whether he had bias?
We asked all the witnesses, not just him, as to whether bias or other improper considerations had any impact. But we also looked for emails, text messages, documents that could show what we found, frankly, was Strzok and Page. I mean, if that is how you find evidence of bias. Now, beyond that, I'm stuck trying to understand what's in somebody's head if there's no other.
I just want to make it really clear what it is you are saying and what you are not saying.
Correct.
And in this case, what you're saying is that you could not find any documentary or testimonial evidence to contradict the statements of the investigators that they were not letting bias influence their decision.
Correct.
Do you believe that's an open question? I mean,
I can only speak to the evidence we found. I think the important point here, and I made earlier, is all the evidence is here. People are free to consider, evaluate what they think ultimately people's motivations were. We don't reach a definitive conclusion.
You aren't making that decision.
We're not making a decision on ultimately information, evidence we don't have that somebody may have acted.
But there's, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most of us who have, on this side of the aisle at least, who have talked to you today, I think there's tons of evidence of bias here. In fact, you have referred for further action to the Attorney General, one case for criminal prosecution, if I understand it right, and other cases of how many other individuals?
So, but I want to be clear, we're talking now about the FISA as opposed to the opening.
I understand, and there is a distinction between the opening of the
very significant distinction
and the conduct of the investigation.
Correct.
And so I'm moving, I understand that. In fact, I appreciate you making that clarification. Because in the conduct of the investigation, it appears to me there has been intense bias. But you're not making that judgment. I understand that. You're referring that to the Attorney General, correct?
Mm-hmm. And the FBI for adjudication, consideration of this.
And the FBI, understood. And I believe in response to Senator Ernst's question on this same issue, you indicated that similarly, since you could not find any documentary evidence or testimonial evidence to contradict their statements that they were not